Chapter 1. It's not my fault if you have a stomachache. What a big marshmallow. Suchin opened his eyes from his daze, feeling a little dizzy. When he saw two particularly large and white marshmallows in front of him, he subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked them twice. Such sweet marshmallows. Bright colors appeared in Suchen's eyes. MMM. A woman's soft moan came from somewhere. Suchen's consciousness returned a little. Where am I? Suchen blinked, a little confused, and looked up, and was shocked. Next to him was a woman, an incredibly beautiful woman. So what I just ate was... Suchen rubbed his eyes and looked at the cotton candy that he had tasted with his tongue. Holy cow! When he saw what he had just licked, Suchen couldn't help but let out a burst of national essence. He then quickly covered his mouth, afraid of making any noise that would wake the woman next to him. At this time, he could not help but wonder what had happened to him. Gently lifting the quilt off the bed, he found a piece of men's clothing under the bed and put it on. It all fits quite well. After doing this, Suchen raised his leg and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, it seemed a bit irresponsible to just slip away. So he felt around in the bag and finally found several 100 yuan bills, which he placed on the bedside table. He then discovered, quite by accident, that there was also a book and a pen on the table. Seeing this, Suchen was silent for a moment, took the pen and wrote a few words, before leaving quietly. Suchen, who had left the hotel, felt the morning breeze and his mind cleared a little. What on earth is going on? How did I end up in a hotel? And where the hell am I? Suchen looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and felt his head spinning. Just as he was feeling lost, a flood of unfamiliar but very familiar memories suddenly came to him. I, Suchen, am a dog licker? After a while, Suchen's eyes widened. After all the memories had merged, Suchen figured out what had happened to him. He had been reborn, or not really reborn. To be precise, he had time-traveled into the body of someone with the same name. This person, also named Suchen, came from a very wealthy family and was considered a famous rich kid. However, this person was also known for being a dog licker. He had licked the girl he had been childhood friends with for 10 years, even though she wouldn't even look at him. Not only did he work hard without complaint, but he was also willing to spend money. Necklaces, bags, cosmetics, he bought her almost anything she wanted, treating her like a princess. However, this dog-like behavior did not win her heart. Instead, she took it for granted. Even after being rejected 5 or 6 times, he still followed Yi Qingcheng around, licking her behind. The reason was the unique excuse that Yi Qingcheng gave him every time. We're still young, let's wait until we grow up to talk about boyfriends and girlfriends. Holy shit, get the fuck out of here, what a dumbass. Suchen couldn't help but let out a burst of Chinese wisdom again and again. After venting for a while, Suchen felt much better. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling out his phone, Suchen answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Suchen, it's me. I have a stomachache. Could you buy me some sanitary napkins and bring them over? Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm busy right now. Besides, what does my stomachache have to do with you? I didn't cause it. Goodbye. With that, Suchen hung up the phone. Do. On the other end of the line, a beautiful, elegant girl was feeling a little disbelieving. Suchen, he actually dared to hang up on her. Where did he get the nerve? She angrily called back again. Hello, who is this? Hearing the familiar inquiry, Yi Qingcheng yelled. It's me, Suchen. Where did you get the nerve to hang up on me? Believe it or not, I won't even give you the opportunity to pursue me in the future. Suchen listened to the woman's sharp yelling and felt a burst of annoyance in his heart. He hung up the phone with a beep, blocked her number, and even deleted her WeChat. The world is finally quiet. I really don't know if the original owner has any masochistic tendencies, but I can't believe I put up with a woman like that. Suchen put his phone in his pocket, cleaned his ears, and felt refreshed as he whistled and slowly walked in the direction of home. On the other side, Yi Qingcheng kept calling Suchen, but he didn't answer. She sent another WeChat message with an exclamation mark. She angrily threw her phone onto the bed. Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were full of anger. Fine, Suchen, you heartless thing, you actually disobeyed me. You'll regret it when you get to Yenching University, humph. Yi Qingcheng. On the other side, in the hotel, a naked woman with snow-white skin looked at the red spots on the bed and her eyes gradually became moist. Who on earth has taken my innocence? After changing her clothes, she saw a stack of red bills on the bedside table. Damn bastard, does he think I'm one of those kind of women? Her silver teeth clenched tightly, Xia Yanran's eyes were full of anger. She put the red bills in her pocket, and then saw that the notebook on the table seemed to be open, so she picked it up and took a look. It was this glance that made her even more ashamed and angry. It said, "Beauty, a chance encounter is fate. I don't know what happened yesterday. I've lost some money as compensation. If you don't think it's enough, please contact me, Su Chen." There was also a phone number at the bottom. Compensation? A few hundred yuan is all you want to pay me off? Xia Yanran took out her phone and dialed the number on the book. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and dial again. Hearing the tone from her phone, Xia Yanran felt even more ashamed. She had been taken advantage of for nothing, which was a disgrace. I'll remember this, Su Chen. When the storm over my elopement dies down, I'll find out who you are. Angrily, she said, and then she left in her high heels, clacking away. Xia Yanran. Su Chen still didn't know that he had already been marked by a woman. On the way, he kept sneezing. It wasn't until he followed the road in his memory back to the front door of his house that Su Chen rubbed his nose. Alas, I drank too much yesterday, and it seems that I have a cold. It seems that it's getting cold, so I need to pay attention to keeping warm. Thinking so, Su Chen pushed open the door. Chapter 2, Entering University for the First Time. After seeing the man and woman eating at the table, Su Chen called out without any sense of incongruity, "Dad, Mom." These two names came out of his mouth naturally and affectionately. It was as if they were engraved in his bones. "Chenner, where did you go yesterday and why didn't you come home?" the beautiful woman asked worriedly. "Oh, I drank a bit too much yesterday and went to a hotel." "Oh, I see. Next time you don't come home, you have to call and let us know, okay? Otherwise, your father and I will worry." "Oh, it's okay, Mom, I know. Come on, let me see what delicious food my mom has made." Su Chen rubbed his hands together and walked into the house. He sat down at the table, picked up 2 steamed buns and started to nibble. It smells good, just like your usual cooking." After taking a few bites of the food on the table, Su Chen praised his mother. "Flatterer." The middle-aged man scolded with a smile. "Mom, Dad doesn't like your cooking." Su Chen directly told on him. "Nonsense, when have I ever disliked your mom's cooking?" The middle-aged man looked at the beautiful woman and glared at her. All right, stop fighting. Chen, school starts tomorrow, have you prepared everything?" "No." Su Chen shook his head. "Then I'll prepare it for you." "Okay, then I'll have to work hard for you." Su Chen said with white teeth. "You brat, when you get to Yenching University, study hard and bring me some honor, understand?" Su Wensheng said. "Pfft, what's there to study? Just study me, and you'll do fine. Our family's wealth will all be mine in the future, I won't run out of money." Su Chen said with white teeth, and Su Wensheng was furious. Seeing that things were not looking good, Su Chen said, "Mom, I'll go back first." He got up and went upstairs. While walking on the stairs, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to say to the 2 people downstairs, "By the way, Dad, transfer some more money to me, I'm afraid it's not enough." "You brat, you really make me angry. How could I have given birth to such a spendthrift?" Su Chen knew some things about Su Wensheng. In order to chase after a girl, he was going to bankrupt the Su family. "Hey, Dad, aren't you earning money so that I can spend it?" Su Chen said this and scampered upstairs. "This really pisses me off, this brat is trying to make me die of anger." Su Wensheng was angry and red in the face. "System, golden finger, asshole, damn it, everyone else who travels through time gets a golden finger, why do I get nothing?" Su Chen experimented upstairs for a long time, trying to see if there was anything different about him. But after trying for a long time, he realized that he was just an ordinary person. The next day, the sun rose in the east. Su Chen brought his suitcase and arrived at the registration desk of Yenchang University. "Gee, I'm here at university." Su Chen was still a little excited inside. He didn't get into university on Earth. But in this parallel world of the Blue Star, he did get the chance to go to university. Of course he had to cherish it. For him, going to school was secondary to everything else. What was important was that he had heard that the university was full of beautiful women with long legs, and that was worth Su Chen coming to explore in depth. Are you here to register, Junior? Senior Lu Yun asked as she approached Su Chen, who was lost in his fantasies about university life. Yes, I'm very happy to meet you, too. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen held out his hand, showing off his bright white teeth, looking like a cheerful and outgoing young man. I'm Lu Yun. I'm also very happy to meet you. The girl held out a white, delicate hand and shook it with Su Chen. Smooth, tender, really not poking. Senior sister Lu Yun is really pretty. Can I have your contact information? Su Chen smiled and took out his phone, shaking it. Kiki, of course. Lu Yun had a very good first impression of this sunny boy, Su Chen, and nodded with a smile. Senior, is this the registration office? Just as Su Chen and Lu Yun had finished adding each other as friends on QQ. A pleasant female voice also came from the side. It caused Lu Yun and Su Chen to turn their heads. There were two people, a girl with a cold temperament and a pretty face. The other girl had a baby face and was a very cute type of girl. Su Chen, it's you. As soon as Yi Qingqing saw Su Chen's figure, anger welled up in her eyes. This bastard licked her for 10 years, and now he actually dares to block her. It's simply something that even an ant can't tolerate. Su Chen looked at the beautiful girl with her delicate features, dressed in a plain white dress with black stockings on her legs. He also recognized her as the girl that the original owner had licked for 10 years. She is quite attractive, but unfortunately, she is a younger sister. Just because the original owner was willing to lick someone, it doesn't mean that he will follow suit. As for the girl next to Yi Qingqing, he also knew her. Song Yuqing is a close friend of Yi Qingqing's. Su Chen, when you see our Qingqing, don't you know that we are tired? You spoke with such a matter-of-fact tone. Su Chen didn't even bother to respond to them. Senior Lu Yun, hurry up and help me with the admission procedures. You know these two girls? Lu Yun looked at Yi Qingqing and Song Yuqing on the side and asked in a puzzled voice. Not familiar. Su Chen shook his head. What? Su Chen, what did you say? How dare you say you don't know my Qingqing? Well, do you believe I will let my Qingqing not say a word to you in the future? Song Yuqing spoke out angrily. Thank you, I would love that. Su Chen nodded and flashed a big white smile. After saying that, he took the student ID that had already been processed and slipped it into his bag. Without looking back, he walked towards the university. Younger brother, your dormitory is in Unit 3 of Building 5, and the room number is written on your student ID. Lu Yun's voice came from behind him. Su Chen gave a thumbs-up sign and walked into the university he had longed for. He took out his student ID and looked at it. Dormitory 306, Unit 3, Building 5, let's go. Su Chen knew where he was living, so he weighed his suitcase and was about to run away. Su Chen, stop right there. Suddenly, it was Yi Qingqing shouting from behind again. Su Chen thought to himself, I won't listen, I won't listen. He quickly weighed his suitcase and ran away. Are you kidding me? If you tell me to stop, I'll just stop. That would be so embarrassing. I'm not the one chasing after you like a dog. Damn it, this really pisses me off. Qingqing, from now on, you listen to me and never mind this bastard, got it? Song Yuqing looked angry and seemed even angrier than Yi Qingqing. Yes, I know. Yi Qingqing's pretty face was cold. My dear young ladies, let me carry your bags for you. The senior said with a smile, as he helped Yi Qingqing and the others with their admission formalities. Okay, then Yuqing thanks the senior. Song Yuqing also smiled to express her gratitude. You're welcome. We should help each other as classmates. As the senior carried the bags, he looked at the four long, white legs of Song Yuqing and Yi Qingqing, and for a moment, he was a little starry-eyed. White, really white. If Su Chen were here, he would definitely say, another one of those dog lickers has come out. Anyway, Su Chen, who had entered the campus, searched all the way and made a lot of effort. He finally found the floor where his dormitory was located. Knock, knock, knock. When he reached dormitory 306, Su Chen knocked on the door with his fingers crossed. Before long, someone opened the door for him. Who are you? The person who opened the door looked at Su Chen suspiciously. Hello, classmate, I'm new here. Su Chen smiled and held out his hand. Oh, you're the new student, welcome. The student who opened the door seemed very enthusiastic. He extended his hand and shook it with Su Chen in a friendly manner. Then he led Su Chen into the dormitory. Chapter 3, This Meal is on Me. My name is Liu Yang, I'm the head of this dormitory. Well, take a look, all the beds in our dormitory have been made up, you can choose a bed you like. Liu Yang said as he led Su Chen on a tour of the dormitory. Su Chen looked around the dormitory after entering. He found that there were two other people in the dormitory besides Liu Yang. One looked quiet and weak, and wore a pair of glasses. The other was chubby and was a veritable big fat man. Hey, there's a new guy here, how are you, my friend? My name is Li Xian. The weak man wearing glasses greeted Su Chen. My name is Wu Hao. Hey, buddy, don't let my weight fool you, but I'm not lazy. I'm the sports expert in our dormitory. The slightly chubby student also smiled and introduced himself while lying on the bed. Haha, what interesting roommates. Nice to meet you all. My name is Su Chen, as in wish and morning. Su Chen saw that his roommates were so enthusiastic, and he also smiled and responded to the two. Su Chen, from now on, we're all roommates, so if there's anything, let's help each other out, okay? Liu Yang patted Su Chen on the shoulder, with an expression that said, we're all buddies. Great, I love that, Yang Gu. Su Chen nodded, put down his luggage, and started organizing his things. After finishing unpacking, Su Chen and his roommates chatted with each other, getting to know each other's hobbies and habits. What? Su Chen, you like sports too, so what kind of sports do you like? Wu Hao, the fat guy, asked a little excitedly. Running, playing basketball, and I also like a little sanda. Su Chen smiled. Damn, that's awesome, so Su Chen, you can fight really well. Wu Hao swallowed. Well, more or less. Su Chen nodded. Just like that, the four of them chatted until it was time to eat breakfast. During this time, Su Chen also learned that they were all freshmen and had just moved into the dormitory. Drip drip. While following Liu Yang and the others to the dormitory, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. Su Chen glanced at the screen and saw it was Liu Yan's QQ call, so he answered it. Su Chen, who's calling? It can't be your girlfriend, can it? Liu Yang asked with a wink. No, it's a senior sister from the admissions and registration office. Su Chen explained and then spoke to the other end. Hey, Liu Yun, what's up? Oh, okay, I got it. After finishing the call, Su Chen said to his roommates, let's go, everyone, the school sister is taking us to dinner. Yo, Su Chen, you've just started school and you're already calling up school sisters, that's great. Fat boy Wu Hao reached over and put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder, a lecherous look on his face. Hey, of course, it's because I'm handsome. Su Chen cockily raised an eyebrow. You, on the other hand, are just okay looking, not even close to handsome. Wu Hao saw that Su Chen was so narcissistic, so he sneered in disdain and attacked him. Su Chen and the other three people joked and fought with each other before they arrived at the cafeteria together. There was quite a long line. Damn, this is going to take forever. The fat guy's face fell as soon as he saw the long line. Su Chen, over here. Just then, a long-for figure waved. It immediately attracted the attention of many people in the queue. Holy cow, isn't that the pretty senior from the admissions office? Why is she in the freshman cafeteria? Who is Su Chen? I don't know, but I'm sure she's a freshman, otherwise the senior wouldn't have yelled at us in the queue. Senior, I'm over here. Su Chen waved his hand and led his three roommates out of the crowd. Su Chen, let's go, follow me to the canteen on the other side, it's not as crowded there. Seeing Su Chen leading the three out of the line, Liu Yan suggested with a smile. No problem, can my three roommates come with me? Well, no problem. Su Chen and Liu Yang, Wu Hao, and Li Xian followed Liu Yun to the other canteen. Although they had to queue up, they were all able to get their meals in no time. Auntie, how much do we owe for these meals? Su Chen didn't ask for his own share, he was going to treat his new three roommates and Liu Yun to a meal. Su Chen, don't. Liu Yang tried to stop him. But Su Chen interrupted, it's fine, I'm happy to meet you all, this meal is on me. He then used his phone to scan the QR code on the meal ticket that the cafeteria worker had given him. Payment successful. 258 yuan. After the mechanical female voice had finished speaking, Su Chen put his phone away in his bag and took his own meal. Let's go, find a seat. Su Chen, you, hey. Liu Yang wanted to say something, but he was cut off and couldn't speak. It's okay, Yang, Su-chen is treating us to dinner today, and the worst that can happen is that we'll treat you over. Su-chen, your dinner buddy is covered. Fatty Wu Hao lifted the dinner plate in one hand and put his arm around Su-chen's neck with the other. Okay. Su-chen flashed a white smile and didn't refuse. Su-chen, why did you even buy your senior's dinner, or else tomorrow morning your senior will treat you to a meal too? Lu Yun blinked her beautiful eyes. Hey, that's great. Su-chen nodded with a smile. The five of them were just about to leave when a voice came from the side. Su-chen, come over here and pay the bill for us, and I'll let Qingqing forgive you, how's that? It was Son Yuqing's voice. I won't listen, son of a bitch chanting sutras. Su-chen repeated the words and was about to leave with Lu Yun. Su-chen, you stop right there. Who are you calling a bastard? Son Yuqing was furious and grabbed her waist as she roared at Su-chen. Whoever spoke is the bastard. Su-chen turned his head, grinned, and then sat down with his roommates Lu Yun and Lu Yang. You, Qingchang, look, I told you that Su-chen is no good. Do you see the girl next to him? She is the female schoolmate who was flirting with Su-chen this morning. It's only been half a day, and Su-chen has already hooked up with this schoolmate. He is truly the worst of the worst. Song Yuqing was so angry that she could only talk about Su-chen's bad deeds with Yi Qingqing next to her. I know, I will never forgive Su-chen in the future, and I won't speak to him again. Yi Qingqing's eyes were cold, and her heart was full of anger. Qingchang, Yuqing, I already bought the single one, let's go eat over there. Just then, the tall and handsome senior student beside the two of them spoke up. Okay, then thank you for treating us to dinner, senior. Son Yuqing gave a sweet smile. Yi Qingchang also rarely showed a smile and thanked the senior. Lu Ming looked a little dazed, but quickly came back to his senses and nodded, You're welcome, Qingchang. Chapter 4 Xia Yanran? The homeroom teacher? Su-chen, who had turned his head to run. Hey, Su-chen, who was that girl just now? She looked strangely pretty. On the side, at the table, Wu Hao looked at Su-chen with a gossipy expression. I don't know her well. Su-chen shook his head. You don't know her well? No way, I heard her say that Qingchang is something or other. Su-chen, be honest, that Qingchang isn't some ex-girlfriend of yours, is she? Li Xian shifted his glasses frame, revealing a wise gleam. Bullshit ex-girlfriend, everyone, can we just eat and stop gossiping? Su-chen rolled his eyes in disbelief and began to gorging on the food in his bowl. Not to mention, the university food is quite good, and it suits his appetite anyway. Seeing that Su-chen wouldn't say anything, the others also felt uninteresting and began to finish their rice one after the other. Wow, I must say, the food at this university is pretty good, it's delicious. Wu Hao stuffed his mouth full of rice and vegetable leaves, eating with gusto. Alright, hurry up and eat until you're full and go take a nap. I guess we'll be divided into classes in the afternoon. Su-chen took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then continued to eat with his head bowed. Su-chen, I received the notice that you will be divided into classes at 2 p.m. Lu Yun said with an elegant chew of food in her mouth. Oh, really? Then everyone hurry up and eat, and after we finish we'll go back and take another nap. Lu Yang finished without a sound, and all that was left was the sound of chewing. Lunchtime was over, and Su-chen, Lu Yang, and the other two said goodbye to Lu Yun. It wasn't until they fell asleep at 1:50 that the university's broadcast came on. Hello, everyone, I am your class advisor. I would like to inform you that the class allocation ceremony will be held at 2 p.m. in the lobby on the first floor of the teaching building. Please be punctual. The announcement was played twice. Almost all the students heard it, and whether they were sleeping or playing, the freshmen were all awakened by the announcement. They hurriedly gathered towards the teaching building. Dormitory 306, Unit 3, Building 5. Su-chen and his roommates also hurriedly got up. Hey, Su-chen, my shoes. Here. My socks, Fatty, you're wearing my socks. Damn, why do I smell so bad? Hurry up, everyone, pack up quickly, we're gathering at the teaching building. Lu Yang organized the order, and soon the four of them dashed out of the dormitory, each running faster than the other. 2 o'clock soon arrived, and a large crowd of people crowded together in a long line at the entrance to the teaching building hall. Quiet, the next step is class allocation. Come out and line up when your name is called, and follow our own homeroom teacher back to class. A good-looking young man with a microphone in his mouth began to read out the names on the list. Zhang Wei, come out and line up. Luo Yu, come out and line up. Lu Yang, come out and line up. Li Xian, come out and line up. As the young man kept babbling, Su Chen almost fell asleep standing there. He and the fat guy Wu Hao were the only ones from their dorm left standing. Su Chen, Wu Hao, Yi Qingcheng, come out and line up. Su Chen and Wu Hao perked up when they heard their names finally being called. They stepped out of the crowd and began to form a long line just like the people before them. Okay, everyone, follow me. In a short while, a graceful, tall and attractive figure walked out of the teacher team. This is a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. She was wearing a white shirt, a black short skirt, and a pair of high heels. Wow, this teacher is so pretty. Yes, she really is very pretty. I think she is my goddess. Hey, don't talk nonsense, this is our homeroom teacher, she should be called the goddess teacher, she is so beautiful, I'm going to fall. Listening to the bursts of exclamations and praise from the crowd, Xia Yanran felt very useful in her heart, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly. However, she didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes in the crowd staring at her. It's over, I'm dead, how could it be her? There's no such thing as a coincidence in the world. Su Chen recognized the woman at first glance, and his heart was extremely uneasy for a moment. He didn't expect that he had just licked someone's jade peak yesterday. Today, he met her again. And she was his homeroom teacher? Damn it! He couldn't think of it no matter how hard he tried. The student-teacher drama would actually happen to him. Help! I hope she doesn't recognize me, I hope she doesn't recognize me. Su Chen covered his face and kept muttering, which gave the feeling of covering one's ears and stealing a bell. Hey, Su Chen, what are you muttering about? Hurry up and look at the beautiful teacher with Hao Gu. Look at the teacher's pair of straight, long legs, so white and so good-looking. The fat boy Wu Hao hooked Su Chen's shoulder. His face was obscene as he commented on Xia Yanran's snow-white, slender legs. At this moment, Su Chen wanted to kill him. Could you please not call him by his name? He also secretly regretted why he had left his name in that notebook at the time. If he had known it was a bad relationship, he shouldn't have written those 2 sentences in the notebook. Now he just hopes Xia Yanran doesn't know him. Okay, everyone, stop making noise. Come with me first and get to know each other in our new classroom. Xia Yanran clapped her hands and said. She then led the group of students behind her towards the teaching building. Su Chen hesitated behind her. He was afraid. If they got to know each other after entering the classroom, wouldn't that mean he would be exposed soon after entering the classroom? At this moment, he wanted to run. But just as he was about to turn around and run, Wu Hao, the clueless one, put a hand on his shoulder and slowly caught up with the advancing team. Hey, Su Chen, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and follow our goddess homeroom teacher's team. Su Chen said nothing, just tilted his head to look at the fat face that deserved a beating. Su Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he saw Su Chen staring at him. I thank you. Su Chen gritted his teeth and held back these 5 words. You're welcome, we're all buddies, huh? Su Chen was speechless, he wanted to be left alone. Before long, the classroom of freshman class 15 was full. The seats were almost all filled. Since Su Chen and Wu Hao were the last to enter, so they sat directly in the last row after entering the classroom. Xia Yanran sat at the podium. With a smile, she looked around the classroom at the young and energetic freshmen. She cleared her throat and spoke. Okay, everyone be quiet. Xia Yanran's voice was gentle and pleasant, like the spring breeze, making people feel very comfortable. Chapter 5, I bumped into a schoolmate when I went out, and I thought someone wanted to touch porcelain. As soon as she spoke, the originally noisy classroom immediately fell silent, so quiet that it could not be any more quiet. All the students, including the girls, looked intently at their beautiful teacher on the stage. Seeing this, Xia Yanran was very satisfied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Yanran, I am your homeroom teacher, I am very happy to meet you all here, and I hope that in the time to come, I can spend the next 3 years of university with you all. Clap, clap, clap. Her voice instantly caused an instant burst of applause in the classroom. Well, teacher, we also hope that you can teach us more useful knowledge. No problem, as long as you are willing to learn, I am willing to teach. Teacher, how old are you? Why do you look like you are not much older than us? A boy asked. This student, hasn't anyone taught you that you shouldn't casually ask girls their age? Xia Yanran looked at the person who spoke. Teacher, I know I was wrong, I was just curious. The boy said weakly. Okay, next, everyone introduce themselves, so let's start with the first girl in the first row on the left. Xia Yanran finished with a light smile, and then looked at the first girl in the first row on the left. The girl stood up, a little nervous. Hello everyone, my name is Li Shaoqing, I like reading and painting, I hope to become good friends with everyone. Then another girl next to her stood up and introduced herself. Hi, teachers and classmates, I'm Chen Mengmeng. I like listening to music and dancing, and I look forward to spending a happy university life with you all. The students introduced themselves one after the other, and Xia Yanran listened carefully, giving encouragement and affirmation when appropriate. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually lightened, and everyone gradually came to recognize this beautiful female class teacher. My name is Yi Qingcheng. Please give me your guidance in the next 3 years. When it was Yi Qingcheng's turn to introduce herself, she stood up, raised her swan-like neck a little haughtily, and said just that, before sitting back down. Although she didn't say much, her appearance and cool temperament attracted the attention of many of the boys in the room. Yi Qingcheng enjoyed the attention she was receiving, and a smug smile spread across her lips. Before long, only Wu Hao and Su Chen were left without having introduced themselves. Hey, Su Chen, it's your turn, get up and introduce yourself. Wu Hao shook Su Chen, who was slumped over the table without even raising his head. Su Chen didn't even want to pay him any attention, he just wanted to play dumb and doze off. That student, can you stand up and introduce yourself? Xia Yanran saw that Su Chen had not gotten up after a long time, and her phoenix eyes also paid attention to his side. Still no sound, Su Chen is still pretending to sleep, which made Xia Yanran can't help but frown, and she had to look at Wu Hao next to him, this chubby student. So you introduce yourself first. Oh, okay, teacher. Wu Hao saw that the goddess teacher was looking at him and stood up directly, smiling awkwardly and saying, hello everyone, my name is Wu Hao. As you can see, I'm a bit chubby, so my favorite thing is to eat. But I also like playing games, the new game that just came out recently, King of Glory. If there are any students who like it, you can find me to play together. After listening to his self-introduction, many people laughed. Definitely. Fatty, for your health, you'd better eat less. Your name is Wu Hao, right? I support your hobbies, and I also really like playing kings. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Wu Hao was a little embarrassed. Then he pointed at Su Chen, who was pretending to sleep on the side, and said, oh, yes, let me introduce him too. He is my roommate in the dormitory and also my good buddy, Su Chen. Su Chen's face under the table turned black. Fat boy, I thank you. When she heard the name Su Chen, Xia Yanran's gentle smile on the podium froze, and a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Could this student be the man who took her virginity? Unsure, she looked at Su Chen, who was still pretending to be asleep, and said, Su Chen, could you please stand up and introduce yourself? Su Chen was a little tearful, lying prone and still getting shot at. He glared fiercely at the fat guy next to him. He then raised his head, forced a very bright smile, and flashed a mouthful of white teeth. Hello everyone, my name is Su Chen, as in wishing, as in morning, I'm very happy to be classmates with you all. When she saw his face, Xia Yanran was momentarily reminded of the night she was drugged, and her face turned slightly red with anger. Even if she was unconscious at the time, she vaguely remembered the face in the dark, and when it coincided with Su Chen's face. Xia Yanran knew that there was no doubt about it. The person from that night was definitely this jerk. But as a teacher, she couldn't lose her temper now, so she took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down her emotions. She gave Su Chen a fierce glare. In the following time, she talked about a brief introduction to the class and the course schedule, as well as where to collect the school uniform. However, her cold gaze swept over Su Chen from time to time. It made Su Chen feel very insecure. Okay, that's all for today, class dismissed. Hearing this heavenly voice, the freshmen in class 15 all felt relieved, and many of them gathered together to chat. The fat boy Wu Hao was no exception. Su Chen looked up at Xia Yanran, who had not yet left, for a moment, then continued to lie on the table without saying a word, his heart suffering greatly. Bang bang bang. Finally, someone knocked on his desk. Su Chen looked up and saw Yi Qingqing's cold face. Su Chen, say you're sorry to me. And then transfer me 50,000 yuan, and I'll forgive you, okay? Idiot. Su Chen said coldly, then got up and walked around her towards the door. I thought he was the dog that would lick Yi Qingqing's, but if she asked, I'll give you 50,000 yuan, and you'll be so white you'll turn blue. Su Chen thought to himself, and he was about to leave the classroom door, completely liberated. But a gentle and beautiful female voice sounded behind him, Su-chen, come with the teacher to the office. Su-chen was startled, and when he looked back, he saw his beautiful homeroom teacher. Without thinking, he turned his head and ran out of the school building. Su-chen, Su-chen. Xia Yanran chased outside and saw no trace of Su-chen. She stamped her foot and couldn't help but secretly resent him. Of course it was him, otherwise why would he run? Yi Qingcheng in the class was still standing there in a daze. What did Su-chen just call her? Idiot. How dare this jerk call her an idiot? Isn't he the dog that follows her everywhere? How dare he? She had wanted to give Su-chen a chance and re-add him to WeChat, but now it seems that there is no need to do so. The weather is so nice today, with beautiful scenery everywhere. Strolling around the campus, Su-chen is extremely happy. He has finally escaped from danger. Bang! Ouch! As he rounded a corner, Su-chen and a hurriedly walking girl collided, sending them both tumbling. The girl fell straight to the ground. Su-chen's first thought was that someone was trying to scam him. So he also let out an oops and pretended to have been knocked over, falling to the ground with a squat. Oh, are you okay, Junior? The girl was kind-hearted, and instead of getting up and cursing, she asked Su-chen if he was okay. Su-chen was embarrassed to keep pretending, so he helped himself up, patted the dust off his bottom and flashed a big white smile. I'm fine, Senior. Then he held out his hand, saying, Senior, here, let me help you up. The girl opposite him held out a small, white hand and looked up, revealing a pure and innocent face. Su-chen nodded, innocent schoolflower, her little face is almost as pretty as Yi Qingcheng. After helping the girl up, Su-chen said, Senior, what year are you in? I'm a junior. Thanks, Junior. I have to go, I'm in a hurry. The girl hurriedly said thank you and quickly ran away. Su-chen felt a little strange. What was the rush? Chapter 6, Martial Arts Hall. Having a conflict with someone, she wanted to leave but was stopped. Su-chen? Just as Su-chen was wondering, two beautiful figures came running over. Seeing the people coming, Su-chen's face revealed a smile. Senior Lu Yun, what a coincidence, we can even meet for a walk. Well, it is quite a coincidence, let's go and join us for some fun. Fun? What fun? Senior. Su-chen asked in confusion. There's no time to say anything, just come with me. Lu Yun grabbed Su-chen's hand as she ran up to him. She dragged Su-chen along as they ran. Hey, slow down, what's the rush? Before long, Su-chen was dragged by Lu Yun into a large community center. What is this place? Su-chen blinked, confused. Martial Arts Club. The girl next to Lu Yun answered. Martial Arts Club, so what are we doing here? Today the Taekwondo Club and Judo Club are holding a martial arts meet. Lu Yun found a seat and sat down with Su-chen and the other girl, explaining. Oh. Su-chen nodded, understood, it just means fighting, I thought there would be something exciting to watch, it's boring, I'm leaving. Saying this, Su-chen was about to stand up and leave. What fighting? It's just a friendly sparring match between experts. Look at the two seniors below, their movements are graceful and flowing, so cool. The girl on the other side of Lu Yun looked at the two boys sparring on the stage and went into a daze. Her words also drew Su-chen's attention to the stage. In the center of the martial arts hall, two tall and handsome boys were fighting. One was wearing a judo uniform and the other a taekwondo uniform. Bang! The judo boy was accidentally kicked down by the taekwondo boy, and the whole audience burst into applause. Senior Wang Hao is so amazing. That last kick was simply superb, worthy of our talented taekwondo player. Wow, Senior is so handsome, I wish I could be his girlfriend. The girl sitting next to Lu Yun also shouted excitedly, Senior Wang Hao is so handsome. Lu Yun, did you see that? Lu Yun nodded in agreement, I saw it, but Frost, can you please stop shouting, there are so many people in the gym. What's there to be afraid of, it's fine, there's more than just me in this martial arts gym, no one will pay attention to us, Lu Yun, you and I will cheer for Wang Hao together. Well, I don't want to. Lu Yun shook her head to refuse. Pfft, flowery boxing. Su-chen crossed his legs and muttered with a pout. Ha? Kid, what did you say? You said that Wang Hao was flowery boxing. The boy sitting behind was quick-eared and immediately pushed Su-chen's seat after hearing Su-chen say that Wang Hao, whom he admired, was flowery boxing. Ah no, you heard wrong, Senior. Su-chen shook his head with the mentality of the less trouble, the better. Kid, do you think I'm deaf? I see you're insulting me. Su Chen turned his head and looked at him. Go ahead and yell, what's the fire? I've done nothing to offend you, and I'll tell you this, I was just saying that the pretty boy on the stage is all show and no go. Su Chen finished speaking and showed his big white teeth. Kid, I'll beat you to death. The person sitting behind Su Chen also lost his temper and raised his fist and smashed it towards Su Chen's face. You really dare to hit me? Su Chen's eyes turned cold. This person is sick, he hits others without provocation. Su Chen seized the opportunity to grab the person's wrist, stood up, and slapped him twice in the face. Damn, you dare to slap my face, I'll beat you to death. The man behind him was furious. He stood up, and he was 1.8 meters tall and stocky. Su Chen also stood up when he saw this. He was slightly shorter, about 1.75 meters tall, but he was not intimidated at all. What's wrong with slapping you in the face? If you're capable, hit me. Lu Yun and many others stood up to try to break up the fight. It's fine, Su Chen, don't make trouble. Lu Yun took Su Chen's arm. Senior, am I the one causing trouble or is he? He was the one who wanted to hit me first. Can't you see? Su Chen was also angry inside, glaring coldly at the tall man behind him. The man behind him was also furious, and with a flick of his hand, he shook off everyone on either side of him. Get out of my way, today I'm going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. With that, the man behind him charged at Su Chen. No one around him dared to stop him. You too, get out of the way, sister, he said. I've done no one any harm, but I'll beat him to death today. Su Chen used a little strength to push Lu Yun into the arms of the woman next to her. Then, looking at the tall man charging at him, he took a defensive stance. When the tall man crashed into him, he used the force of the impact to grab his arm and throw him off. Bang! The man lost his balance and tripped over a chair, falling heavily to the ground. He was in pain from the impact and fell completely unconscious on the floor. Who was he, where was he, who hit him? Since the boy and Su Chen made quite a commotion, many people looked over to their side. Lu Yun and the girl next to her were also a little dazed. Lu Yun was confused because she didn't expect Su Chen to be so weak-looking and so strong, and he had actually thrown a boy who was about a head taller than him to the ground. The girl next to her was confused because she didn't know how this thin, weak-looking boy with a handsome face dared to hit someone. What's going on? A few students from the Taekwondo and Judo clubs saw that something seemed to have happened here and they pushed their way through the crowd to get over. Senior, there's a fight here. Senior, look, this person seems to be injured. Look, his hand seems to be bleeding. When they saw the martial arts club members come over, many people let out a sigh of relief, as if they had finally found someone to take charge. Classmate, are you hurt? A Taekwondo club student helped the student who was lying on the ground to his feet. Several other martial arts club members began to ask some people nearby for information. Fortunately, it's not serious. I just grazed my hand on the seat, which caused a little skin to break. Apart from a little pain in the rest of the places I fell, I'm fine. The tall guy who was helped up sat on the ground and shook his head a little dazedly. Lu Yun, I'm going to go first, I've had enough of this place. Su Chen said goodbye to Lu Yun in a bad mood and was about to leave. Stop, you little brat, you hit someone, you're not going to run away, are you? A Taekwondo club member asked if Su Chen had hit someone, and he couldn't let Su Chen leave, so he shouted angrily from behind. Su Chen didn't even want to respond, and just pushed his way through the crowd to leave. Stop him for me, we can't let this person who hit indiscriminately leave. Another judo club member pointed at Su Chen. Hearing the words of the schoolmaster, the students who were going to let Su Chen pass blocked the way for him again. Su Chen stopped in his tracks and turned his head, looking at these self-righteous martial arts club members with fire in his eyes. Hey, are you people reasonable or not? He was the one who wanted to hit me, do I have to let him hit me without fighting back? Hearing this, everyone looked at the tall young man who had already stood up at 1.8 meters tall. So it was him who started it, and you can't blame him for fighting back. Right, who wouldn't fight back when they're about to get beaten up? This guy deserves it. As he listened to the chorus of condemnation, the tall young man's face turned red with anger. Classmate, can you tell us what happened? How did you and he get into conflict? A judo student with a rational mind asked the tall young man. Chapter 7 Lao Su, you're awesome, classa. He said that Senior Wanghao's Kung Fu was all show. The tall youth pointed angrily at Su Chen. Hearing this, the people in the judo club felt better. Wang Hao was in the Taekwondo club, so what did it have to do with their judo club? Besides, before that, Wang Hao had defeated their senior judo club member Lu Lang, and they were also unhappy about that. Unwittingly, the gaze that all the members of the judo club directed at Su Chen became more agreeable. The men from the Taekwondo club and they had another kind of mind. Kid, did you say that senior brother Wang Hao's kung fu is all show? A man from the Taekwondo club walked up to Su Chen and asked. Why, is it not okay to tell the truth? Su Chen gave him a sideways glance. Fine, since you dare to say that senior Wang Hao's kung fu is all show, then do you dare to go up and challenge him? Pfft, what's there to be afraid of? Just watch as I beat your senior Wang Hao to the ground. Su Chen said, pushing the Taekwondo student in front of him away. He walked arrogantly towards the direction of the competition platform. Judo, anyone else, want to spar with me? Wang Hao on the stage let out a shout, his gaze disdainful. I'll fight you. Su Chen slowly walked up the stage from the audience. Junior, you're a new student, right? Wang Hao frowned as he looked at Su Chen, who wasn't wearing a school uniform, and asked. Well, you have good eyesight, senior. Su Chen flashed his big white teeth. Junior, you'd better go back down, don't mess around here. Who's messing with you? It was your Taekwondo club that made me come up here. Now if I go back down, I'll lose face. Wang Hao frowned. Why did they make you come up here? Did something happen? Oh, I said you had flowery boxing and embroidered legs, and they didn't believe me, so they insisted that I come up here and spar with you, and then I came up here. Su Chen let out a light laugh. What? You said my skills are flowery and embellished. Wang Hao's face tightened and he scolded with anger. Well, yes. Su Chen nodded honestly. Okay, Junior, since you're talking about your senior like that, then your senior is going to let you have a good look at what you think are flowery and embellished skills today. Take this. Wang Hao's face was unsettling, and he directly took a long stride and charged towards Su Chen. Wang Hao is about 1.85 meters tall, and Su Chen is like a short pumpkin in front of him. When some kind-hearted people outside saw this, they all clutched their hands together in cold sweat for Su Chen. Senior Wang Hao, beat him to death and let him underestimate our Taekwondo club. Yes, don't hold back and let this kid see the awesome power of our Taekwondo club. Many members of the Taekwondo club shouted from the audience. On the stage, Su Chen looked at Wang Hao, who was rushing at him, and gave a disdainful smile. Pompous and fake, this is not Taekwondo. Su Chen didn't look down on Taekwondo, he just simply didn't think highly of Wang Hao's Taekwondo. You have to know that in his previous life, he was the Sanda boxing champion, and he was extremely obsessed with martial arts moves, so he had asked many Taekwondo masters for advice, and all of those masters were people with sharp leg techniques. Wang Hao, you're too slow, and that kick was too weak. Su Chen braced himself with one hand on the ground, and when Wang Hao flew past him, he performed a back kick, which landed on Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao fell heavily in the direction of his forward momentum. However, Su Chen's body had been spoiled by his privileged upbringing, and it was a pity that his kick did not do anything to Wang Hao. Wang Hao rolled a few times and got up from the ground, his eyes staring seriously at Su Chen. Go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand. Many people in the audience were dumbfounded. Holy cow, what did I just see? That kid on the stage just kicked Wang Hao over. Awesome, awesome. If he can kick Wang Hao over again, then I'll be a fan. Pfft, what do you guys know? Wang Hao must have let the freshman win on purpose. You'll see, Wang Hao is about to get serious, and he'll definitely beat the freshman. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but it did not affect the two people fighting on stage in the slightest. Seeing Wang Hao's small step kicking towards him this time, Su Chen was not at all panicked. He shook his hand and made a gesture of attacking. The great man Mao Zedong once said, the best defense is to attack. If you blindly dodge and defend, you will only make yourself fall behind. And Su Chen's best attack is also just to attack. There were too many flaws in his movements when Wang Hao kicked. Su Chen dodged his kick and would not give him a second chance. His legs were fast 3 steps away, and his punches were even faster within 3 steps. Just as Wang Hao was about to kick again, Su Chen kicked away the kick that he did not kick out, and then followed with a left hook, a right hook, and a burst of hammering towards Wang Hao's chest. Ah! 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 Wang Hao suffered, and screams resounded throughout the arena for a while. Everyone in the audience was stunned. A freshman shouldn't be so fierce. Wang Hao, senior. Junior, stop it, we're just sparring, don't hurt him. The people from the taekwondo and judo clubs shouted. Su Chen also turned around and quickly stopped his feet and hands. Plop! Wang Hao collapsed on the ground. Ugh, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Su Chen looked at the fallen Wang Hao and touched his nose and asked. Wang Hao glared at Su Chen fiercely, feeling only pain in his chest and unable to say a word. Forget it, I know you don't believe me, I'll go first, bye. Su Chen showed a big white smile, reached out and shook his hand before walking quickly towards the stage. No one dared to stop him, this was a ruthless person. Su Chen didn't care about the mood of the people around him, he was in a good mood anyway. Beating Wang Hao up had let off some steam, and he felt particularly relaxed. If Wang Hao hadn't fainted, and could hear Su Chen's true thoughts, he would probably have cursed him. In the dormitory, Su Chen quickly ran back here after leaving the martial arts field, threw back the covers, and fell asleep. He wasn't woken up until 6 o'clock, when the sun was about to set, by the sound of someone opening the door. It was Lu Yang, Li Xian, and the fat guy Wu Hao. After they entered the door, they all looked at Su Chen, who had just woken up, with a look of shock. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Su Chen asked, rubbing his eyes. Holy shit, Lao Su, I didn't realize you were quite the badass, you actually beat up Wang Hao, the third-year senior in Taekwondo genius, you're awesome. Wu Hao walked into the room and gave a thumbs up to his roommate, who had been passed down as a legendary figure in just one afternoon. Awesome, Su Chen, I give you a thumbs up. My brothers and I feel honored to be living with you. Li Xian pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and also wore a smile. Chapter 8 Fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, also your mouth shut. Su Chen was left with a dumbfounded expression. This trivial matter spread so quickly, but it's not a big deal. Do you guys need to look at me like a monkey? Fatty Wu Hao walked over to the bed with a hee laugh and put his arm around Su Chen's shoulders. Su Chen, why don't you teach us a couple of tricks? Forget it, with your body type, I can't teach you. Su Chen glanced at Wu Hao's body type and shook his head. Hey, you brat. Okay, it's time for dinner, so hurry up and clean up and go eat. Lu Yang spoke up. Fat boy Wu Hao left a comment of I'll clean you up later and walked into the bathroom with Lu Yang and the others. After that, the dormitory and the others cleaned up a bit and all went downstairs towards the dining hall. When they reached the dining hall for freshmen, there was a long queue again. Damn, we have to queue up again. Su Chen, why don't you send a WeChat message to ask Lu Yun to take us to the canteen next to it? Fat boy Wu Hao suggested. Forget it, don't trouble the senior. Su Chen glared at him. This fat boy, I haven't even settled scores with him yet, and he's just pushing him into the fire. If it weren't for him, would Xia Yanran care about the name of one of his students today? He really wanted to skip school right away. Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a female voice came from not far away. Hey, look, Su Chen, your classmate Lu Yun is here to see you. You're really charming. Wu Hao hooked his shoulders with Su Chen and said with a smirk. Get lost. Su Chen kicked him out of the way. Wu Hao is a nimble fat guy, and he dodged it by twisting his body, unable to hit him. Su Chen rolled his eyes and walked towards Lu Yun with the other two guys from his dormitory. Senior Lu Yun, why are you here again? Aren't you afraid of people talking? Su Chen joked with a big smile. What's there to be afraid of? There are so many people in college, who would pay attention to me? Lu Yun said. That's not necessarily the case. You're so pretty, and I saw many pairs of eyes looking over at us during lunch this morning. Oh, really? You noticed that? You have good eyesight. That's right. Su Chen puffed out his chest, proud as punch. Lu Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Why don't you consider our Su Chen? Fat boy Wu Hao said, rolling his eyes. Get out of here. Before Lu Yun could say anything, Su Chen kicked him out with one kick. Giggling, Lu Yun also laughed. Just like that, they chatted and laughed all the way, and in no time, the few of them walked to another dining hall. Unsurprisingly, Su Chen saw Yi Qingcheng and her best friend Song Yuqing again. The two were having dinner with that senior called Lu Ming. When she saw Su Chen, Yi Qingcheng snorted and stopped looking at him. So did Song Yuqing, but when she looked at Su Chen, she gave him a very satisfied look, as if to say to Su Chen that they had found a new master. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't even look at them, and he didn't even lower his head when he passed them. Pretending, just like pretending, cut, in the future, you won't even have the opportunity to lick the toes of my Qingcheng. Song Yuqing coldly sneered. Soon, the five of them had finished eating. Su Chen wanted to continue paying for the meal. But the other four stopped him. Don't pay, Su Chen, just pay for yourself. Lu Yang shook his head. Su Chen nodded, that's fine. After that, he was about to pay for his own meal. Su Chen, stop, I already told you that Hao will pay for dinner. Fatty Wu Hao said, and took the lead in paying Su Chen's meal. Seeing this, Su Chen could not say anything, and put his phone directly into the cloth bag. Thanks, Fatty. Don't thank me, I'm just paying you back for your meal. How does it like to owe people anything? Wu Hao puffed up his fat face, looking arrogant. Su Chen gritted his teeth, wanting to punch the fat face in front of him. At the dinner table, when the five were eating to their heart's content, three figures stopped as they walked past them. It was Song Yuqing. Look, Su Chen, I told you to apologize to you and Qingcheng. If you don't apologize now, I'm afraid it's too late for you to apologize, hee hee hee. With just those words, Song Yuqing left with a smug strut. Sick. Su Chen said two words indifferently and didn't want to say anything else. The original owner might be willing to lick Yi Qingcheng and work like a horse for her in Song Yuqing, but he is not the original owner. Su Chen, you still say that you don't know this girl, and say, what is your relationship with Yi Qingcheng next to her? Today in the classroom, I saw you two making eyes at each other. As soon as the fat boy said this, the remaining few people stopped eating and all looked at Su Chen with burning faces. Get lost, you fat boy, don't know how to talk, who was making eyes at each other, if you don't believe it, I'll sew your mouth shut if you keep talking nonsense. Su Chen glared angrily. Hey, he's getting worked up, everyone see, this Su Chen definitely has an affair with Yi Qingcheng. The fat boy was not scared, but instead had a smirk on his face. You wish. I don't have a sister. Su Chen's mouth twitched, wondering why the fat guy was so mean. Su Chen, we want to know too. I just looked, and the fat guy was talking about Yi Qingcheng, who was quite pretty. What's going on between you two? Tell us. Su Chen looked at Lu Yang, then at the other three people, who were looking forward to hearing the answer, and sighed. There's nothing to tell. Just know that those two women are no good. No good? They look pretty good to me. Wu Hao raised his eyebrows and grinned lewdly. Get lost. If this weren't the cafeteria, Su Chen would really like to give this fat guy a good beating, he's so cheap. Seeing that Su Chen was really a little angry, no one spoke behind him, and they focused on eating. After finishing their meal, Su Chen and the others parted from Lu Yun and returned to the dormitory. Playing King of Glory, guys, is there anyone who will play with me? As soon as they got into bed, Fat Boy Wu Hao started shouting. Count me in. Li Xian responded. Count me in too. Oh, wait, this is my new dorm group, I'll invite you guys in. Lu Yang said, and all their phones beeped. Okay, let's get on. After Lu Yang set up the WeChat group, he too started shouting excitedly, then looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, are you in? I haven't downloaded it, I'm not playing anymore. Su Chen pulled the corners of his mouth and shook his head to decline. Next, let's play together in the future, otherwise the three of us playing games and you staying in the dorm alone will be so boring. Li Xian persuaded. Okay, wait for me. Su Chen said, and picked up his phone to download King of Glory from the App Store. Chapter 9, Having been targeted by Xia Yanran, today's PE teacher will accompany you during class. Fawcett is rubbish. Daebak. Schwibik. Myankik. Sputhimk. AC. Vketeri. The game was over, and the roommates were stunned. They all looked at Su Chen with a shocked expression. God, please take my knees. Fat Boy Wu Hao directly submitted to him. Su Chen is too awesome, the game ended in 9 minutes. What can he say, it's awesome. Okay, go to sleep, it's late, you still have class tomorrow. Su Chen turned off his phone and got ready to crawl under the covers. Su Chen, play with us again. Li Xian eagerly begged. No more playing, it's not interesting, it's too easy, you're all a bunch of losers, what's there to play for? The world's King of Glory has just been released, and there aren't many heroes out there, let alone people who know how to play. Abusing elementary school students really doesn't interest Su Chen at all, it's a complete waste of time. It's not as good as sleeping. The corners of his three roommates' mouths twitched. Losers? That includes them. Afterwards, Lu Yang, Wu Hao, and Li Xian stopped calling Su Chen by his name. The three of them were secretly competing with each other, trying to improve their skills and surpass Su Chen in the game as soon as possible. The following morning, after breakfast, it was the first day of classes for the freshmen. Class 15, when Su Chen and the fat boy entered the classroom was already full of people. Everyone's face was filled with a youthful smile. They sat on their desks chatting idly, waiting for the teacher to appear. After Su Chen and Wu Hao sat down in the last row, Wu Hao yawned, I'm so sleepy. Fatty, what time did you guys play until yesterday? Su Chen asked curiously. 1 o'clock in the morning. Awesome. Su Chen gave a thumbs up. Shut up, Hao, I'm going to take a nap first, said Wu Hao, and he fell asleep on the desk, very quickly. Su Chen was impressed. After waiting for half an hour, Xia Yanran walked into the classroom with her long, slender legs in black stockings. She immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Chen, however, was so scared that he lowered his head and pretended to sleep like Wu Hao. From the podium, Xia Yanran looked around at her students and shouted, "Stand up." "Hello, teacher." All the students stood up and respectfully called out. There were only 2 exceptions, Su Chen and Wu Hao. The first and second students sitting in the 5th row on the right, please stand up. Wu Hao was too sleepy and only vaguely heard a pleasant voice, not knowing that it was the teacher calling him. Su Chen, on the other hand, simply pretended not to hear and didn't say a word. Could the student in front please call those 2 students? Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. I'm afraid you'll play the good boy. Since you're defying the teacher, don't blame me for messing with you. Hey, Su Chen, Wu Hao, get up, the teacher's calling you. A girl standing in front of Su Chen and Wu Hao shook them from side to side. The teacher's calling me, here. Wu Hao stood up with a start, but Su Chen was still pretending to be dead. Su Chen, the teacher knows you're pretending to be asleep, please stand up. Seeing that he had been found out, Su Chen could only reluctantly stand up. Su Chen, you don't obey classroom discipline and you don't respect your teacher. If I punish you, you won't have a problem with that, will you? Su Chen's teeth ached as he listened. The fat boy next to him was also sleeping, so why was he the only one being punished? The surrounding students were discussing it, all laughing at Su Chen for provoking the teacher on his first day. Su Chen made eye contact with her for 10 seconds, then looked away and nodded, saying, "No problem, teacher, I'll take the punishment. Push-ups, 50 of them, you can do them right here, I'll count." After Xia Yanran finished speaking, a slight curve slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. What? 50 push-ups? Is the teacher that cruel? If I have to do 50 of those, I'm afraid I won't be able to straighten my back. Okay, it seems that our beautiful homeroom teacher is not someone to mess with. Everyone should be more careful in the future. Understood, we will definitely be careful. 50 push-ups for doing nothing? If I do something, won't it be 100 push-ups? I can't hold on. Su Chen also glanced at Xia Yanran and saw that she was actually smiling. He knew that she was taking revenge. Yi Qingqing looked coldly at Su Chen, who was standing in the last row, and secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. From what she knew about Su Chen, he was spoiled at home. Not to mention 50 push-ups, he would probably collapse from exhaustion after 10. Unfortunately, reality would probably disappoint her. Su Chen silently put his hands on the ground, braced himself against the wall with his feet, and his body began to rise and fall. 1, 2, 9, 10, 19, 20, 29, 30, 39, 40, 49, 50. Xia Yanran counted out loud, and Su Chen did it one after the other without a single pause. Teacher, I'm done. Su Chen clapped his hands and got up, showing off his white teeth. Go back to your seat. Xia Yanran nodded indifferently, expressionless. But in her heart, she was already calculating whether she should make Su Chen do 100 push-ups next time. Phew. Su Chen returned to his seat and stood up, not sitting down. Because Xia Yanran hadn't said to sit down yet, he was afraid that if he sat down now, this woman would continue to make things difficult for him. Although he could do push-ups, it wouldn't work if his physical fitness was so poor. It seems that I have to go jogging every morning in the future. So he planned. Xia Yanran then told the entire class, sit down. Su Chen also sat down on the bench with a sense of relief. Okay, everyone can take a break for a while. Since our books haven't been delivered yet, the first class will be a physical education class. Xia Yanran spoke indifferently and then bent down to sit in her chair. Teacher, are you going to take us to PE? Someone asked. Xia Yanran shook her head. Of course not, a PE teacher will come over later. Then, teacher, when the PE teacher arrives, will you leave? The boy asked. Xia Yanran looked at him and said, today, the PE teacher will accompany you in class. As she spoke, her eyes glanced briefly in the direction of Su Chen's seat. Hey, Su Chen, did you see that? The teacher just glanced at me. Wu Hao thought that Xia Yanran was paying attention to him, so he hurriedly sat up straight, put on a good student appearance, and whispered to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Wu Hao, who was pretending to be serious, with a faint smile on his face, secretly rolling his eyes. Chapter 10, Running laps on the playground. The overwhelmed students unanimously decided to fight back. The autumn wind in the morning was blowing, bringing a slight chill. The people from Freshman Class 5 and Freshman Class 3 were all lined up on the playground, and at the front were 3 teachers chatting together, 2 women and 1 man. Teacher Lu, then I'll leave the Freshman Class 5 students in your care. Xia Yanran's pretty face wore a smile like spring breeze. Teacher Lu, I'm also leaving Class 1-3 in your hands. Don't worry, Teacher Xia and Teacher Meng, I'll train these adorable students well. The man called Teacher Lu patted his chest and promised, his gaze always unconsciously lingering on Xia Yanran's face for a moment. Well, Teacher Lu, we believe in you, so I'll chat with Teacher Meng for a while, and you can take the students for a run. Okay. The male teacher, who was approaching his 30s, nodded in agreement. Hello everyone, I will be your PE teacher from now on. My surname is Lu, my name is Bin Lu, you can call me Teacher Lu from now on. Lu Bin acted particularly authoritative and stern in front of his students. Is that clear? Yes, teacher. Everyone is listless. Have you not eaten? I will ask again. Is everything clear? Lu Bin shouted in a loud voice, as if he was afraid that no one knew that he was scolding the children. The students were startled and said in unison, yes, teacher. Good, very good, this is the spirit I want to see. Next, let's warm up. Everyone, attention. At Lu Bin's command, everyone stood up straight. Turn right, run around the playground, and run 4 laps first. Ah, 4 laps, no way. Teacher, you're killing us. Teacher, you might as well kill us. The playground is so big, you want us to run 4 laps, then we'll probably be wasted for the whole day. The students did not move at first, but instead kept complaining. There was an outcry of discontent. The main reason was not that they didn't want to run, but that the playground was really big, and it was estimated that 1 lap was about 800 meters. Running 4 laps around the playground, it was estimated that by then everyone would be dead. Lu Bin's eyebrows rose. I didn't tell you to run fast, just jog. You are all the flowers of the motherland, how can you be in such poor physical condition? Hurry up and run. If you don't run again, I'll make it 5 laps. Lu Bin's words didn't sound like he was lying. Everyone reluctantly began to run. Lu Bin started by following the group, but after running 1 lap, he began to pant slightly, so he walked over to Xia Yanran and struck up a casual conversation with the 2 female teachers, only occasionally glancing at the long running team. After 2 laps, many people were already tired and began to pant heavily. Especially the weaker girls. If I see anyone slacking while running, after 4 laps you will do 20 squats. Remember, you are a team, I don't want to say too much to you, understand? Lu Bin looked at the team, which had gradually become a little scattered while running, and he immediately roared angrily at all the students who were still running laps on the playground. Hearing Lu Bin's loud voice, all the students, including the girls, gritted their teeth and continued running. Xia Yanran couldn't bear to watch anymore, and couldn't help but frown. Teacher Lu, isn't this going a bit too far? I think it's enough to make the students run 2 laps, there's no need to keep them running like this. Lu Bin explained with a righteous look on his face, Miss Yanran, you are wrong. I think these freshmen have all been spoiled by their parents. If I don't let them suffer now, then how will they be willing to listen in the future? In fact, sometimes being strict with students is also for their own good, don't you agree? Seeing that Xia Xianran still wanted to argue with him, his expression immediately became stern. Miss Xianran, I am a professional, please do not question my authority. Lu Bin was just hoping to impress Xia Yanran. Little did he know that Xia Yanran was already thinking about whether she should get the kids a new gym teacher. When they reached 2.5 laps, many of the girls couldn't hold on any longer and started walking slowly. Seeing this, the boys followed suit. Oh no, I can't go on, I'm exhausted, I can hardly breathe. Me too, this shit PE teacher is so cruel, he just said 4 laps, it's so easy for him to say, he made us run 4 laps, why doesn't he run? Yes, I quit. I'm not going to finish the school year. Some complained in dissatisfaction, others cursed in anger. Anyway, they were all too tired to run, so they didn't care who they were. The fat boy Wu Hao was also exhausted. He ran up to Su Chen and put his arm around his shoulder. Ouch, I'm exhausted, how? Su Chen, this gym teacher is really something, why don't you beat him up? Su Chen looked at Wu Hao, who was full of resentment on his face, and nodded hesitantly. I'll think about it. Hey, don't think about it, Master Hao is really out of it. If this PE teacher does anything else, Master Hao's life is probably going to end here. In my opinion, we should unite and charge at him and fuck that shithead PE teacher up, what do you say? Wu Hao shouted at the students behind and in front of him at the end of his speech. Yes, I think the fat guy is right. Let's beat the son of a bitch. This is nothing but student abuse. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it either. Damn it, my legs are about to give out, and this PE teacher won't even say stop. He even says that whoever slacks off will have to do squats. This is nothing but corporal punishment of students. I'm going to the Education Bureau to sue him. Everyone in freshman class 15 and freshman class 13 yelled with gritted teeth. Everyone, let's agree on this, when we walk over to that gym teacher, we'll all go at once. Whoever doesn't will be a son of a bitch. A student from freshman class 3 instigated. Okay. All the boys let out a yell, while the girls, who were already lagging behind, sat on the ground to rest. Run, damn it, who told you to walk? Girls, get up and run, or else, 20 push-ups. Lubin saw that these freshmen disappeared after running for a while, and immediately yelled angrily. Many girls were startled and hurriedly got up and limped to run. Some even burst into tears. Xia Yanran looked at this and became angry. Enough, Mr. Lu, they are all just children. After yelling at Lu Bin, she said to the boys who had already run up close, don't run anymore, stop for me. Chapter 11 Teacher Xia, men and women should keep their hands to themselves. All the boys were about to rush up and hit the teacher. However, after hearing Xia Yanran's words, they suddenly froze and stopped taking the next step. Teacher Xia, what do you mean? Lubin looked at Xia Yanran with some anger, as if he felt his authority had been challenged. What do you mean? They are my students, and you have hurt them so much that you have caused trauma to their young hearts. Can't I, their teacher, stand up for them? Xia Yanran could no longer hold back her anger, and angrily confronted Lubin. Lubin was a little shocked. Xia Yanran was so full of energy that for a moment he didn't know how to refute her. You shithead PE teacher, treating us like this, we don't want you teaching us. We'll just stop coming to PE class. Stop it, everyone disperse. Lubin felt his face burn, and shouted angrily at the freshmen, who were gradually dispersing. But no one paid any attention to him. They were all exhausted, and all they wanted to do was find somewhere to sit and rest. Lubin was so angry that his veins were bulging. Hate. Wu Hao, who had been angry with him for a long time, spat on Lubin's shoes. Then he quickly turned his head and ran. You, fat guy, come back here, don't run. Lubin saw a fat guy dare to disrespect him like this, and his anger flared up. Su Chen saved Hao Gu. Wu Hao ran nimbly behind Su Chen. Su Chen. This student, you get out of the way, I want to teach this fat bastard a good lesson, if you don't want to get into trouble, get out of the way. Okay. Su Chen was very understanding of the situation and let the way open, running away. Su Chen, you son of a bitch, you dog, you're not loyal. Wu Hao saw Su Chen run away, and Lubin was getting closer and closer. He also hurriedly chased after Su Chen and cursed angrily. You deserve it, damn it, just trying to get me to take the knife for you, I'm not doing it. Su Chen shouted as he ran and turned his head. Hey you! Xia Yanran and her teacher, Mr. Meng, beside her, didn't have time to react, and the three of them chased one another around the playground. Hey, I'm saying, did you see that? This fat guy is pretty agile? Well, I think so too. Look at Mr. Lu, the PE teacher, he seems to be panting a bit after only half a lap. This body is not up to it. Gee, with that level of physical fitness, I guess his kidneys aren't working well, he needs to take calcium tablets to supplement them. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter resounded from the mouths of the two classes of boys. They were thoroughly happy in their hearts, this fat guy, well done. The girls came over to them, unsure of what had happened. After sitting down and asking the boys from their own class what had happened, they all burst out laughing, even though they were suffering both physically and mentally. This fat guy, Wu Hao, had taken revenge for them all. They couldn't help but look at the fat guy panting heavily on the playground and couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Yi Qingcheng also secretly praised the fat guy Wu Hao. She was also about to die of exhaustion, her whole body smelling of sweat. Ha, ha, you fat idiot, don't run away. Lu Bin was panting heavily, having gone from running to walking. Su Chen, stop running, you're killing me. Wu Hao's weight of 230 pounds was also too much to run, and he was sweating all over. I won't listen, you idiot. Su Chen also had sweat on his forehead, but his willpower was extraordinary, and he even felt that he could run another 5 laps. That's enough, stop running. Xia Yanran heard the words Su Chen muttered and reached out to grab him, a little amused. Su Chen was startled when he saw that the person holding his arm was Xia Yanran, and quickly pulled his arm away, taking 2 steps back. Teacher Xia, men and women don't hold hands. Xia Yanran was stunned. Men and women don't hold hands? This little bastard even got into her bed the other day, and has the nerve to say such things. For a moment, she was both ashamed and indignant. Su Chen, you finally stopped. You bastard, do you want to kill Master Hao? Wu Hao bent over, his tongue hanging out, his heart about to stop from exhaustion. Who told you to push me forward when you're fine? You deserve to die from exhaustion. Su Chen grimaced in annoyance. You, forget it, Master Fat has a lot of patience and won't argue with you. Wu Hao looked behind him and saw Lu Bin catching up quickly. His hair stood on end. Su Chen, hurry and save your buddy, I really can't run anymore. The teacher is here, if you're not going to ask the teacher, why are you calling me? Su Chen looked at Xia Yanran. Not bad, actually, she'd look even better if she wasn't looking at herself. It's okay, Wu Hao, I'm here, you don't need to run. Xia Yanran also gave him a timely and gentle comfort, stroking his back with her hand. Feeling the soft little hand on his back, Wu Hao didn't feel so tired anymore. It felt so good. When the boys in Class 15 and Class 13 saw this scene, they all felt a surge of jealousy in their eyes. Damn, what kind of shit luck does this fat guy have? I want the goddess teacher to touch me too. If I had known that getting chased by the PE teacher for a lap would get me this kind of treatment, I would have run too. You fat bastard, why aren't you running? Lu Bin caught up with him, his eyes wide with anger, and he was exhausted. The fat boy hid behind Xia Yanran, scared. As a teacher, Xia Yanran was also very responsible and protected Wu Hao behind her back. Teacher Lu, I think we should let this go. They're just kids, and you're a teacher, so don't get worked up over them. Teacher Yanran, can't you see that it was these students who disrespected me as a teacher first? Lu Bin stood up straight a little angrily. Wu Hao retorted from behind, who didn't respect you, it was obvious that you abused us first. You fat ass, you're asking for a beating. Lu Bin wanted to go around Xia Yanran and teach the fat guy behind her a lesson. Xia Yanran's expression turned completely cold. Lu Bin, get out of my sight. My students are not for you to insult. Calling me a fat ass, do you have any sense of professionalism? Lu Bin was stunned by the rebuke and felt completely humiliated. Seeing that the other students had also gathered around, he reluctantly glanced at Wu Hao again, leaving a fierce glare before leaving in disgrace. Long live Teacher Yanran. A girl from Class 15 called out. Teacher Xianran, you are so cool. A boy followed suit and looked at her with adoring eyes. Xia Xianran gave a sweet smile. Okay, everyone, are you all okay? It's fine, it's not at all fine, I feel better after a little rest. Yes, it's still thanks to Teacher Xia for driving away that unsympathetic PE teacher. Teacher, will you be our teacher in the future too? A girl from Class 3 looked at Xia Xianran with some expectation. Of course I will be your teacher. Xia Yanran nodded. Teacher, what Yinshen means is will you teach our class in the future? Another student asked again on behalf of the previous girl. I can't say for sure, it depends on the principal's lesson plan. Xia Yanran shook her head. Teacher Xia, I really didn't expect Teacher Lu to be like this, thank you so much today. Teacher Meng, who was approaching 40, came up to Xia Yanran to express her gratitude. Hey, it's nothing, I was just doing what a teacher should do. Xia Yanran's smile outshines the flowers, winning the affection of all her students. Chapter 12 Acting like you know how to act, she drives Yi Qingqing away. Before long, the two classes disbanded. Xia Yanran and teacher Meng from the first-year third class told the students to go about their activities freely. They left the playground, saying that they were going to go and inform the headmaster about Lu Bin's corporal punishment of students and other specific matters. Today is a beautiful sunny day, with beautiful scenery everywhere. Once Xia Yanran left, Su Chen felt much more relaxed. He started happily running around the playground again. Su Chen, are you a machine? Don't your legs hurt? Can't you just sit down and get to know your classmates? There are quite a few pretty girls here. After Su Chen had run around for a while, the fat girl Wu Hao winked at him. Su Chen stopped and looked at Wu Hao. Well, this fat woman seems to have quite a good reputation with the opposite sex, as she has only 2 boys around her. There are 5 or 6 girls, 3 of whom are quite good-looking. One in particular, with her sweet appearance, can be considered the belle of the class. Zhao Shooting. She was wearing a school uniform, a short skirt, and flesh-colored leggings. With short hair, her eyes curved up when she smiled, making her look very cute and pretty. Su Chen walked over to her and sat down, showing off his big white teeth. Classmate, what's your name? I'm Su Chen, nice to meet you. After he said that, Su Chen held out his hand. The sweet girl obviously froze for a moment, but she still held out her hand and shook hands with Su Chen. She smiled politely and said, "My name is Zhao Shooting, and I'm very happy to meet you too." Her voice was pleasant, just like her appearance, and it was the kind of voice that could sweeten a person's bones. The fat boy Wu Hao and the other 2 boys all twitched the corners of their mouths. This was so direct. They had been sitting and chatting for a while, and they still hadn't figured out how to ask the 5 girls their names. Well, Su Chen came in last. I've learned my lesson. Zhao Shooting, what a great name. Classmate Shooting, are you thirsty? How about I buy you some milk tea? Su Chen squeezed Zhao Shooting's hand and gave her a sunny smile. Scumbag. Just then, a voice entered Su Chen's ears. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw Yi Qingcheng and a few girls slowly walking over. However, it wasn't Yi Qingcheng who had just spoken, but a girl next to her. At the moment, she was looking at Su Chen with a disdainful look on her face. Before anyone else could react to who the girl was cursing, Wu Hao's gaze was the first to fall on Su Chen. Scumbag, Su Chen, is she cursing you? Su Chen was really drunk. He stood up and looked at the girl. Classmate, don't say things like that, or I'll sue you for defamation. Humph, where did I say anything wrong? You're just a scumbag. How can you be so sure that I'm a scumbag? Su Chen saw that Zhao Shooting, Wu Hao and the others were all looking at him, and he asked the girl discontentedly. The girl snorted, and Qingcheng said, "You used to chase her all the time, and even went to Yenqing University for her. I thought you were a devoted man, but look at what you're doing now, you're hitting on girls. Aren't you a scumbag?" Su Chen looked at Yi Qingcheng upon hearing this. Although she still had a cold expression, she was looking at him with a resentful look, pretending to be hurt. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, this woman is so calculating. She wants to establish an image of someone who is emotionally hurt. And then she wants to put a big label on him as a scumbag. So that he has no choice but to admit his fault to her and continue to lick her feet? Dream on, Su Chen sneered to himself, he is not the original owner who was a submissive dog that licks her feet. Su Chen rolled his eyes, sighed, and his mood sank a little. He looked at the girl with sad eyes. Hey, you already said it, I'm the one chasing her. Let me think. I've been chasing her for about 10 years, and I'm afraid I've spent no less than 1,000,000 yuan on her. She's hot, I fan her, she's cold, I buy her an air conditioner, she gets her period, I go buy her sanitary napkins without saying a word. I can't say enough about how good I've been to her. Speaking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but shed a few tears. Looking at Yi Qingcheng, he shouted sadly, but what about her? She rejected my confession several times, and her attitude towards me was extremely indifferent. All I saw was her flirting with other guys, and her attitude towards me was always lukewarm. My heart has long been wounded and broken. Having said that, Su Chen stumbled back a few steps, and it was only when he backed into Zhao Shooting that the sweet girl helped him down. Thank you. Su Chen wiped away his tears. It's okay. Zhao Shooting was also affected by Su Chen's emotions. She didn't expect that the boy who looked so sunny on the outside was actually hurt so deeply. Her heart was simply shocked to the extreme. Su Chen didn't care what the others thought, he just continued acting. Su Chen looked straight at the classmate girl across from him, who already looked a little guilty, and continued to ask, "Tell me, do you still want to persevere with this love?" Ah. Su Chen's last word was almost shouted out, and the girl took a few steps back in shock. Lao Su, no wonder you didn't want to talk about your relationship with Yi Qingqing the past 2 days, it turns out that's what's going on. Fat boy Wu Hao put his arm around Su Chen's shoulders and said, "Sorry, buddy, I asked you about your heartache." Su Chen really wanted to punch him. Damn it, he was leaning on Zhao shooting and feeling really comfortable, and this guy's hand is so cheap, pulling him away at this time. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The girl was ashamed by the yelling. "It's okay, classmate, I don't blame you. Were you also used by someone? I hope you will be more careful in the future and never make friends with people with improper motives again." Su Chen shook his head and spoke soothingly. "Okay, I got it." The girl nodded and moved away from Yi Qingqing's side, and the other girls also moved away from her. Yi Qingqing's face was ugly. Was Su Chen implying that she had improper motives? What's wrong with her? Su Chen is her lapdog. What's wrong with her spending Su Chen's money? What's wrong with Su Chen taking care of her? He's doing it all of his own free will. Yes, it's all Su Chen's fault. Upon thinking this, Yi Qingqing looked at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, what do you mean?" "I should be asking you what you mean. Have I done anything to offend you? Why are you still here to hurt me?" Su Chen just blinked twice, and a few more tears slipped down his face. Yi Qingqing was furious, her pretty face turning red with anger. "I hurt you? How did I hurt you? You took care of me, and I spent your money, but you did it willingly." "What? How could Yi Qingqing be so shameless? She almost had me fooled. She spent Su Chen's money and yet she acted so righteous. It was simply unbelievable. This kind of girl is just born with a pretty face, otherwise no guy would like her. As the saying goes, those who associate with reds will become red, and those who associate with blacks will become black. I think we'd better stay away from her in the future." Listening to the whispers of those girls who kept their distance from her, Yi Qingqing glared at them angrily, then snorted and turned away. She is arrogant, she will not bow to Su Chen, let alone anyone else. By the way, a girl made a face at Yi Qingqing's back and then walked up to Su Chen and said, "I'm sorry, Su Chen, I misunderstood you before." Su Chen wiped the corner of his eye, flashed a big white smile and said, "It's okay, it's all in the past, I've let it go. One has to look forward, don't you agree?" Although Su Chen was not particularly handsome, his sunny and cheerful smile still attracted the attention of several girls present. "Yes, Su Chen, there are better people waiting for you. Yes, Su Chen, you will definitely find a better girlfriend. You are so young and wealthy, you will definitely not lack of admirers." Some of the girls surrounding Su Chen were comforting him, including the fat boy Wu Hao. Chapter 13, It's okay, the teacher wants to have tea with me. After the two farces of Lu Bin and Yi Qingqing, the PE class ended soon after. During that time, Su Chen also gained something, at least he got the WeChat of several girls with long legs. In the morning, there was no class because the books had not been handed out. The new students also returned to their dormitories to wait for further notice. Room 306, Unit 3, Building 5. When the fat guy Wu Hao told his roommates what happened at the stadium today, Lu Yang and Li Xian also comforted Su Chen one after the other. "Su Chen, I didn't expect that Yi Qingqing was so overbearing, she actually took what you gave her for granted. Girls like this, I advise you to forget her sooner rather than later." Lu Yang sat down next to Su Chen and patted his shoulder. "I already forgot about it. It's just that this woman is a bit annoying, and she kept provoking me these past 2 days, which made me a bit annoyed." Su Chen showed his teeth. "It's okay, isn't it almost time for lunch? If she and her best friend come to mock you again at lunch, my buddies and I will definitely back you up and give her a piece of our minds. Yes, we brothers will definitely always stand by your side. Thank you, Yang, Xian, and Fatty." Su Chen gave a sincere smile. "It's okay, we're all buddies." Li Xian pushed his eyes. "Su Chen, can you stop calling me Fatty all the time? Why do you call them brothers, but when it comes to me, I'm just Fatty?" Wu Hao was a little dissatisfied. "That's because you're fat." Li Yang, Li Xian, and Su Chen all replied together, and then they all burst out laughing. From then on, the four of them were either tidying themselves up or on their way to do so. They all wanted to make a good impression on the single first-year beautiful female students when they ate. They tried their best to tidy themselves up. In the morning, it was time to eat. This time, Su Chen and the other three in their dormitory had learned their lesson and went downstairs 10 minutes early to queue up. So although there were still some people in front of them this time, there weren't many. See, I told you it was a good idea to come early, right? The fat guy smugly patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Okay, you're right, but can you stop for a while? Su Chen was speechless. Cut it out, that's really boring. I thought you'd thank Hao for this, at least you won't run into that annoying Yi Qingqing when you eat here. Hey, fatty, we're eating, can you not mention her? It's making me a bit sick to my stomach. Su Chen disdainfully pounded Wu Hao's fat with his elbow. Su Chen. Sometimes, the person you don't want to see, just by talking about them, they can appear in front of you. They had just finished talking when they turned around and saw Song Yuqing pulling Yi Qingqing towards them in a huff. Yi Qingqing didn't want to come over, and tried her best to pull away, but Song Yuqing just wouldn't listen. After hearing that Su Chen, a dog-licking coward, had dared to bully her Qingchang, she immediately refused to do anything. When she saw Su Chen, the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Su Chen, you bullied my Qingqing today. Song Yuqing walked up to Su Chen and asked him point blank. Bullying? Fine, you say bullying and it's bullying, how? Su Chen sneered. It's the usual trick again. He knows exactly who this Song Yuqing is. She's just someone who won't get up early unless there's something in it for her. I guess she's here to ask for money. Bullying our Qingguang means apologizing with money. You understand what I mean, right? Money. Song Yuqing rubbed her hands in front of Su Chen, confident that she would pay. Because in the past, as long as she brought Yi Qingqing to Su Chen and said something like that, Su Chen would definitely pay. Money, you ugly guy, you're embarrassed to ask my buddy for money, so get out of here, as far away as you can. Wu Hao was angry. You fat guy, who do you think you are? I'm talking to you, how dare you call me ugly, where am I ugly, you tell me. Song Yuqing looked at Wu Hao disdainfully, and when she saw that he was a big fat guy, she immediately widened her almond-shaped eyes. Wu Hao looked up and down, and it seemed that there really wasn't much. This woman had a pretty good figure and appearance. Seeing that Wu Hao was not speaking, Song Yuqing continued to look at Su Chen, with a face full of arrogance. Su Chen, you piece of trash, hurry up and pay up, or else you'll really never have a chance with Qingcheng in the future, do you understand? Damn it, left you call me a loser, right you call me a loser, you really think I don't have temper? You and Yi Qingcheng immediately get as far away from me as you can, you know, I don't want to see you. Su Chen pointed his finger in the distance. You bully me, you dare to bully me, you piece of trash, you've got some skills now, I'll fight you. Song Yuqing was furious, lost her mind, threw off Yi Qingcheng's hand and rushed towards Su Chen. Pop! Su Chen slapped Song Yuqing's rosy and pretty face. Many onlookers were shocked and dropped their eyes. This kid is fierce, slapping a beautiful girl's face without mercy. Awesome! What's going on? The commotion here was just seen by Xia Yanran, who happened to be passing by. She walked over in her high heels, clacking her heels together. Yi Qingchang was also a bit shocked, but when she saw Xia Yanran coming, she felt like she had seen a savior. She immediately walked over to her and pointed at Su Chen and complained, "Teacher, Su Chen hit him." Su Chen? Xia Yanran walked over to the scene of the beating and immediately became angry when she saw Song Yuqing, who had obvious slap marks on her face. Su Chen. Don't eat yet. Come with me to the office. Teacher, it was Song Yuqing who provoked Su Chen first, it's not Su Chen's fault. Li Xian hurriedly explained. What do you mean it's not his fault? A boy hitting a girl in public is his fault, understand? Xia Yanran looked at him coldly with her phoenix eyes. Lu Yang also wanted to say something, but Su Chen shook his head to stop him. He flashed a smile and said, "It's fine. You guys go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me. I think the teacher will definitely distinguish between public and private matters and won't falsely accuse me. Just leave me alone. I'll just go to the office with the teacher." Su Chen also knew that he couldn't hide anymore, and he was prepared to face Xia Yanran frankly. If she wants money, just give it to her. After all, I did sleep with her once. Xia Yanran raised her eyebrows. Good for you. Then come with me. Xia Yanran walked away in her high heels, and Su Chen squeezed his way into the line behind her. Not far from there, Su Chen met Lu Yun. She was wearing her school uniform and had a very attractive appearance. Su Chen, what's going on? Nothing, senior, the teacher asked me to have tea with her. Su Chen showed her big white teeth. Chapter 14, okay, you can go back first. Lu Yun didn't suspect anything. Oh, so you're not having lunch? I want to eat too, but my teacher insisted on having tea with me, so there was nothing I could do. Su Chen looked depressed. How about I pack you a lunch and you can come and get it later? Thanks, senior. Su Chen gave a big smile. Xia Yanran, who was walking in front of them, couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort when she heard the bastard chatting so cordially with a sophomore girl. Hurry up, Su Chen. I know, what's the rush? Goddess teacher Xia Yanran. 5 minutes later, in Xia Yanran's office, she was sitting in a chair, crossing her legs, her high heels slightly tilted up, and her chest rising and falling slightly. Su Chen was standing, looking up at the ceiling. Go ahead, why did you hit the girl? Xia Yanran's red lips parted slightly. She asked me for money. Su Chen replied, shaking his legs. You owe someone money. Xia Yanran frowned. The dog owes her money, she asked me for money, she's addicted to it, she takes it for granted that I'll give it to her. Su Chen retorted angrily. Oh, why did that girl ask you for money? Xia Yanran was slightly interested in understanding. Let me think, buying a bag, luxury cosmetics, clothes, anyway, she ran out of money, and then she asked me for money. Su Chen counted on his fingers. And you just gave it to her? Xia Yanran narrowed her eyes. Well, it seems so. Su Chen nodded after thinking about it. So what is your relationship with her? A spark of anger flared up in Xia Yanran's eyes. It's nothing. Su Chen shook his head. You're lying. Say, is she your girlfriend, and what kind of conflict do you have? Xia Yanran stared at him. Teacher, don't joke around. Would I like her? My taste isn't that bad. Su Chen jumped in fright, hurriedly shaking his head and looking down at her, seeing her looking at him with murderous intent. He then raised his head again. Then why did you hit her? Teacher, didn't I already say? She asked me for money. Xia Yanran's forehead veins bulged, and she pounded the table beside her heavily. I said you have a relationship with her. Su Chen was startled by the sound of the table being pounded, and hurriedly looked down at Xia Yanran. Seeing her expression of imminent explosion, he felt a little puzzled. He had told her the truth, so why was she so angry? I really don't have anything to do with her, but I have a little relationship with her best friend. Xia Yanran stood up and walked up to Su Chen, her body almost touching his. Best friend? Who is her best friend? What is your relationship? Su Chen took a few frightened steps back and confessed honestly, her best friend is Yi Qingcheng. I used to chase after her, and that's just how it is. Su Chen looked at Xia Yanran with a bit of resentment in her eyes and pursed her lips. What's the big deal? I wonder if women get acne when they get angry. What an inexplicable woman. Yi Qingcheng? Isn't that a student in our class? Xia Yanran's expression froze for a moment. Yes, teacher. Su Chen nodded. Xia Yanran sat back down in her chair, quietly looking at Su Chen without saying a word. Is there anything else, teacher? If not, I'll be going. I haven't eaten yet. You're just trying to pick up girls, aren't you? Xia Yanran's tone was a little sour. She felt that this guy was playing around a bit. He doesn't look that good, and yet he's already hooked up with a sophomore girl right after arriving at university. Confusion and doubt filled her heart. You can interpret it however you like, but can I go now, teacher? Su Chen shrugged. He felt a little tired, and he really wanted to get away from this woman quickly. At the same time, he vowed secretly to stay as far away from her as possible in the future. Xia Yanran ran her finger over her red lips, and with her other hand, she found a notebook on the desk, opened it to a page, and pointed to the top of the page and asked, Did you write this? Here it comes, the main event is finally here. Su Chen sucked in a cold breath. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was drunk, and then you ran to my hotel room, you did that. Shut up. Xia Yanran's blushing face turned red. She was now completely sure that the man that night was Su Chen. She had been drugged at the time, so how could she tell who was who? I'm just asking, did you write this? Yes. Su Chen lowered his head and said, Teacher, just tell me, how do you want me to make it up to you? I remember I lost you a few hundred yuan back then. If you don't think that's enough, just say so, and I'll ask my father for as much money as I can to compensate you. Compensation, Su Chen, how much do you think can compensate a girl's innocence? Xia Yanran's eyes turned red. But it was her first time. I don't know, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, even a million. I can slowly gather the money to compensate you, teacher. Just tell me, as long as you name a price, I will definitely gather enough money to compensate you. Su Chen shook his head and said, then took out his mobile phone from the cloth bag, preparing to transfer money. Su Chen, look at me. Xia Yanran roared out in a low and hoarse voice. Su Chen blinked, looked at Xia Yanran, and sighed, teacher, don't cry, I didn't do anything, why are you crying? Su Chen felt a thud in his heart as soon as he saw that he had made Xia Yanran cry. He panicked and fumbled, pulled out a tissue from the box on the table, and hurriedly walked over to Xia Yanran, looking like he wanted to wipe her tears away but was afraid to. Xia Yanran took a deep breath. Su Chen, do you know that you took away my first time? Are you not going to take responsibility? Su Chen was dumbfounded. First time? Take responsibility? He had never thought about it at all. Looking at Xia Yanran's appearance and figure, he could not help but think that she was simply exquisite. But at the moment, his mind was in a mess, and he was unable to give Xia Yanran an accurate answer. Disappointment flashed in Xia Yanran's eyes. Leave. Su Chen did not move. Teacher, can you give me some time to think about it? I will definitely be responsible for you, but I'm not ready yet. Can you give me some time? Su Chen seemed to be talking to himself, as if he were promising Xia Yanran something. Xia Yanran nodded, wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, and said, okay, you can go back first. After leaving Xia Yanran's office, Su Chen was lost in thought. It felt like everything that had just happened in the office was like a dream. Who wouldn't like Xia Yanran, a woman of extreme beauty? But when she said she wanted to make him responsible, he became a little confused. Back on Earth, he had never been married. And on this blue planet, the original owner was even more of a dog licker, useless beyond repair. He was worried that he couldn't give Xia Yanran the future she wanted. In a daze, he heard a voice calling out to him. Su Chen, Su Chen. Su Chen looked up and saw the pretty figure of Lu Yun. Senior Lu Yun. He forced a smile. Here, your lunch. Lu Yun handed over a lunchbox. Thanks. Su Chen reached out and took it. What's wrong with you? You seem like you've lost your mind. Lu Yun blinked. It's nothing, I'm just a little bored. Su Chen shook his head. You're feeling down, come on, I'll take you to a nice place. Lu Yun said, and took Su Chen's hand and started to run. Chapter 15 Su Chen, who are you trying to please? Sai, where are you taking me, big sister? Su Chen was puzzled. Just come with me, it's a great place to relax. Su Chen let Lu Yun lead the way. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at a small bamboo forest. Big sister, where is this? Su Chen looked around. Ziyun Small Bamboo Forest, a famous scenic spot at Yenching University. How about it, does your mood feel better after coming here? Su Chen took a deep breath and said, well, it's not bad. The air is fresh, and I'm feeling a lot better. Then hurry up and eat. I ordered what you liked the past 2 days. Lu Yun took the lunchbox from Su Chen's hands and opened the lid. Good, thank you, sister. Su Chen smiled with his white teeth. Lu Yun shook her head and said, you're welcome. Eating alone, watching alone, it's quite comfortable. Su Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yun asked, looking at Su Chen. Well, I think I'm going to have one soon. Su Chen's mind conjured up the pretty face of Xia Yanran, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Yun's mouth also curled up into a smile. So what does your ideal girlfriend look like? Su Chen thought about the appearance of Xia Yanran. Big breasts, a perky butt, long hair, long legs, and, yes, the age must be older than me. Lu Yun's smile grew even wider at the corner of her mouth, and looking at Su Chen's handsome face, she also felt that he had become much more handsome. After finishing the lunchbox, Su Chen said goodbye to Lu Yun and went his separate way. When Su Chen returned to the dormitory, he thought that the 3 people inside would be catching up on sleep after not getting much sleep the night before. But who knew that these 3 were playing games instead? Su Chen asked curiously, why aren't you guys taking a nap? And playing games? Aren't you afraid you'll die playing games? Hey, Su Chen, you're back just in time, come on, come and show us how to play, if you're not in this round, we'll lose again. As soon as he saw Su Chen come back, the fat guy Wu Hao immediately started to yell, as if the mainstay had returned. It's fine if we lose, you guys have to learn to take it on the chin and let it go, understand? Su Chen grinned. Don't be so cheap, hurry up, take Xianzi's phone and let's win this first. As the saying goes, you can lose your head and shed blood, but you can't lose at games. If we lose this game, then in the future, don't ever say we're buddies again. Fat Boy Wu Hao said, and took Li Xian's phone away, and hurriedly handed it to Su Chen. Damn, 3 bars and 25 points, how the hell am I supposed to win this? Su Chen's mouth twitched. You can still win. It seems like the other team is toying with us, just don't push. Come on, Su Chen, I believe in you. If you win this round, you will have undoubtedly created a legend. Li Xian said, flattering. Forget it. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Looking at his screen, Hero Han Xin had the highest score on the field. The other team was mocking, wondering if they were any good. If you're not good, just uninstall the game. Ha, with your skills, you're a bunch of losers. This is outrageous, outrageous. Su Chen, beat him up. The fat guy roared. Su Chen nodded, you guys guard the home base, I'll go outside and lead the army. Without making dreams that cannot be realized, Su Chen's Han Xin moved quickly and killed the opponent's archer Hui in less than 20 seconds. Beautiful, Su Chen. Awesome, so awesome, they were so close together that you crushed their archer. So. Su Chen smiled and continued to operate carefully. I will repay you 100 times over. In about 10 seconds, the mid-lane mage Daji also died. Great job, oh ho, Su Chen, you are my god. Keep a low profile. We are just getting what we need, and in another 20 seconds, Su Chen stole a tyrant. Awesome. Nice. To overturn this boring world, Su Chen directly opened his ultimate ability and entered the group to kill the archer in Daji. Shit, this technique, the opposing Han Xin must have made a substitution. Damn, the opposing Han Xin, can you not just kill me and the archer, why don't you kill the other 3? Su Chen typed a message and sent it over, you guys are crispy, so easy to kill. Before victory is reached, there is no turning back. Again, the opposing archer and mage were killed, entrainment assassin Jing Ku. Damn, awesome, brother Chen, you're too much. Wu Hao's fingers trembled with excitement. He was about to turn the tables. He typed at the opposite side, you're no good either. If you're capable, try to bully me in front of brother Chen again. Fatty, play the game well. The later it gets, the more difficult our lineup will be to fight. After Su Chen finished speaking, he peeked at the bushes where the fat guy was crouching. He was waiting for the others on the other side to join the team fight. It seems like something is missing from your head. Su Chen's figure of Han Xin appeared directly under the crystal, which did not have a defensive mechanism yet, and he performed a Dream Tear's sneak attack. Fistral. The game was over, and everyone in the dormitory looked at Su Chen with a stunned expression. Holy shit, Chen, don't be so fierce, stealing home without a support line is awesome. Awesome. Damn, the gap between people is so wide. Li Xian watched the whole operation next to Lu Yang. He was completely defeated by Su Chen. It was a routine operation, the opponent was too weak, otherwise there was no chance of winning this game. Seeing Li Xian, Lu Yang, and Wu Hao all looking at him with awe, Su Chen scoffed. Everyone's mouth twitched, because the level of the person sitting across from them was so low that they had beaten all 3 of them. Afterwards, Su Chen lay on the bed and fell asleep, while the other 3 couldn't sleep no matter how hard they tried. It wasn't until 2:50 that the school's public address system started to announce that all freshmen should go downstairs to the teaching building at 3 o'clock to collect their books. The broadcast went off 3 times. At 3 o'clock, everyone from freshman classes 1 to 10 had arrived. Lu Yang and Li Xian parted ways with Su Chen, one going into freshman class 1 and the other into freshman class 19. Wu Hao looked sleepy, leaning against Su Chen's shoulder and half closing his eyes. I said, Fatso, don't drool on me. Su Chen was speechless. He had told you all to go to bed early, but you had to play games. Great, now you're sleepy. Su Chen looked up and looked for Xia Yanran's figure. Finally, Su Chen and Xia Yanran locked eyes. Su Chen flashed a big white smile at her and waved. Xia Yanran had an expressionless face and gave him a brief glance, and that was it. Su Chen knew that Xia Yanran was a little disappointed with his performance this morning. What should I do? How should I make her happy? Su Chen's eyes rolled as he muttered to himself. Su Chen, who are you trying to make happy? Su Chen was startled when Wu Hao spoke, and he asked, are you awake? Nonsense, how can I sleep standing up? Hurry up and tell me. Who are you trying to make happy? His voice was not low, and many people in the team heard it and looked over to their side. It was just a coincidence that Yi Qingqing also heard Wu Hao's voice. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth, thinking that Su Chen was preparing to apologize to her. Make her happy and continue to be her lapdog. If you come to make me happy, then I can barely forgive you. Yi Qingqing thought so, and her mood improved a lot. Chapter 16, The teacher invited me for tea again. It's none of your business who I'm trying to please, so just get lost. Su Chen gave a side elbow and knocked the fat guy Wu Hao out of the way. Oops, damn it, Su Chen, you really went all out. Wu Hao covered his chest and rubbed it with a painful expression. Serves you right, you deserved it for being so annoying. Su Chen shrugged. After collecting their textbooks, the classes were led back to their dormitories, and it was soon the turn of freshman class 5. Freshman class 5 lined up to collect their textbooks. After the senior at the front of the line read out their class name, the members of freshman class 5 began to register one by one, sign their names and collect their set of textbooks before leaving. Soon there were not many people left in Su Chen's group. However, Su Chen did not leave immediately after collecting his books. Su Chen, why aren't you going back to the classroom? Fat boy Wu Hao asked Su Chen after he had collected his books. To look at the scenery. Su Chen replied and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. To look at the scenery? I think you want to look at the pretty girls. Since you're not going back to your room, then I'll keep you company. Wu Hao patted Su Chen on the shoulder and couldn't keep his eyes off the long legs of the girls in other classes. Su Chen was full of black lines. This guy really has no eye for beauty. Forget it, let's go back to the classroom. After saying this with little enthusiasm, he turned his head and walked into the teaching building. Before long, the classroom was full, and Xia Yanran also stepped into the classroom in her little leather skirt and high heels. Most of the boys half held their chins, staring at their beautiful homeroom teacher with adoring eyes. Su Chen was the same. He was afraid to even look at this goddess of a teacher. But ever since they parted in the office, this image kept popping up in his mind. He couldn't forget it. Class, stand up. Xia Yanran shouted, and the whole class stood up, even Su Chen. Hello, teacher. Everyone shouted together. Okay, sit down. Teacher, what subjects do you teach us? Someone asked. Chinese, English, and biology. Xia Yanran answered with a sweet smile. Oh, do we still have to learn Chinese? I always fall asleep in Chinese class. Me too, English and Chinese, I lose focus after a while, but I don't think I'll fall asleep when Miss Yanran teaches. Miss Yanran has such a sweet voice, and I'm sure her classes are interesting. Everyone praised Xia Yanran. Su Chen was the only one thinking to himself that he would sleep better while listening to her class. He had no intention of learning in the first place. It was better to sleep than to learn. Besides, his father was rich and had enough money to last him a lifetime. Thinking this, Su Chen's eyes grew more and more sleepy as he looked at her. He vowed that he hadn't heard a word of what Xia Yanran had said. In the end, he fell asleep on the table with a thud. The fat guy next to him, Wu Hao, was stunned. Dude, you're faster than me. At least I'm not sleeping, but you're sleeping pretty soundly. You fell asleep while listening to your goddess's class teacher lecture, awesome. Su Chen. Xia Yanran had been paying attention to this side, and when she saw Su Chen fall over on the table, she raised an eyebrow and called out. The response was a snore from Su Chen. She was furious and shouted Su Chen. Su Chen responded, then stood up. What did I just say? Xia Yanran's mouth curled up into a smile, her eyebrows and eyes full of fire. Su Chen's head was blank, and all he could think of was the question of who I am and where I am. Su Chen blinked, looked at all the classmates in front of him looking at him, and then looked at the fat boy, seeking help. Su Chen, look where, please face the teacher directly. Xia Yanran said. Su Chen obediently looked at her, and when he saw the book in her hand, he snapped his fingers and said, Oh, I see, teacher, you're teaching Chinese. Ha 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 ha. There was loud laughter in the classroom. Xia Yanran was also furious. She felt that he hadn't listened to a single word she had said. What was he doing looking at her the whole time? Very well, Su Chen, you will go stand on your head at the back of the classroom. You have disrupted the learning of your classmates by not listening to the teacher and sleeping in class. Xia Yanran, without saying a word, put 3 big labels on Su Chen. Stand on your head? Everyone was a little shocked. The average person couldn't hold it for more than a minute before they went limp. For a moment, the eyes of some students who had dozed off snapped open, and they immediately perked up. They didn't want to go stand on their heads like Su Chen. "Teacher, I can hold it for a few minutes." Su Chen asked, scratching his head. "When class ends, you'll hold it until then?" "Yes." Su Chen readily agreed, pushing his shirt into his belt. With a backflip, he stood upside down on the wall behind him. He had wanted to get back into shape, and now the handstand would be just the thing to do it. Xia Yanran continued with her lecture, while Su Chen stared wide-eyed. "Really, all the girls' legs are so white. I can't look." Su Chen closed his eyes and his arms started to rise and fall. Xia Yanran's eyes twitched. "You're doing punishment and you're playing around." Some students who liked to twist their heads also secretly exclaimed in their hearts, "Awesome." The bell rang after 40 minutes. Xia Yanran bent over and put her hands on the desk to stand up. "Goodbye, teacher." Class dismissed. With Xia Yanran's order, everyone's hearts relaxed, and many of them gathered behind to watch Su Chen. "Damn, man, are you human or not? You've been holding on for 40 minutes. If I hold on like that, I don't think I could last more than 3 minutes." A tall and strong classmate said. "Brother, how did you do it?" Su Chen's sweat had already stained the ground, and when he finished, his hands were weak. "Well, perseverance. As long as a person has strong perseverance, there is nothing they cannot persevere in," Su Chen said, shaking his slightly sore wrists. "Su Chen, come to the office with me for a moment." Xia Yanran didn't leave, and when she saw Su Chen's disheveled appearance, she said coldly before walking slowly out of the classroom. "Su Chen, take care of yourself." "Su Chen, you said it yourself, why did you have to provoke the teacher? Now you've got your comeuppance. You'd better watch yourself." Some people put their fists together in greeting, some scolded him, and some gave him an expression of helplessness. "What are you doing? The teacher just invited me to tea, so you'd better watch yourself." Su Chen grinned and patted the dust off his hands before following Xia Yanran's ass. Chapter 17, A Woman's Heart is Unfathomable. The fat guy's fear of military training at university. Soon, the office, and a familiar scene. Xia Yanran sat down, and Su Chen stood up. However, this time Su Chen's legs weren't shaking, and his arms were shaking uncontrollably. "Teacher, did you call me here to invite me for tea?" Su Chen asked with a head held high. "Look at me!" Xia Yanran shouted. Su Chen obediently looked down at her, his hands intertwined, his expression a little nervous. Xia Yanran's legs were crossed, and her beautiful eyes looking at Su Chen were full of hatred for his lack of ambition. Why didn't he pay attention in class? Su Chen's expression froze for a moment, obviously a little surprised that Xia Yanran had called him here to ask him this, but he still honestly answered, "I couldn't hear it." "Everyone else can listen, so why can't you? Is it because I give a bad lecture?" Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes were full of a little questioning, and she tapped the table with her pen. No, of course not." Su Chen hurriedly shook his head to explain, "You lecture very well, it's just that I'm not cut out for studying, I can't learn. I came here just to..." Su Chen wanted to say that he came here to get to know some beautiful schoolmates. But after looking at Xia Yanran, who was staring at him straight on, he stopped short of saying what he was going to say next. Instead, he tentatively said, "Teacher, why don't you just close one eye when you teach in the future?" Xia Yanran quietly stared at Su Chen, her eyes locked with his. Su Chen felt a little uneasy as he was stared at. Subconsciously, he lowered his head and looked at his toes. There was silence in the office for about 30 seconds. Xia Yanran spoke up, "Su Chen, don't you know that knowledge can change your destiny?" Su Chen stood on tiptoe, trying to relax a little, "But I really can't study." "You can't force me, teacher. The original owner of this body came here to chase Yi Qingcheng. Su Chen, on the other hand, is not the original owner. He came here just to have fun. In short, to make up for the university time he missed on Earth." Xia Yanran listened to Su Chen's words, took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Okay, I understand. I won't force you. Classmate Su Chen, you can go back to the classroom now." Su Chen heard Xia Yanran's words and felt like he was listening to heavenly music. He turned his head and was about to walk out of the office. The atmosphere here was really making him feel a bit oppressed. He couldn't stand it. "Su Chen, I'm very disappointed in you." As soon as Xia Yanran said this, Su Chen paused. He stopped walking, turned around and walked back. When he met Xia Yanran's disappointed eyes, Su Chen didn't know what to say. He felt a little lost. Teacher, There's nothing to say, just go. Xia Yanran rubbed her temples and closed her eyes with some weariness. Su Chen walked out of the classroom, feeling a little depressed again. What had he done or not done? He had just said that he didn't like studying, so what was the big deal? Don't many poor students not love to study? The teachers never bothered with them either. Was it really necessary to say that she was disappointed in him? Women's hearts are unfathomable. In the next few classes, Su Chen chose to sleep on the table. He still looked at Xia Yanran when she was teaching, but she didn't look at him, not even once, which made him feel very frustrated. He didn't know whether to tell her that he had thought it over and wanted to be responsible for her. In the next few days, Su Chen always got up early in the morning to go running on the playground. There weren't any major changes at mealtimes either, except that Lu Yan was looking for him more and more often to eat together, and they had both gotten used to it. As for Yi Qingcheng, she was still waiting for Su Chen to come and apologize to her. So in the past few days, she had not taken the initiative to cause trouble for Su Chen, thinking that he would come and apologize to her. Everything was very peaceful. Su Chen was also living a comfortable life, making many new friends. It was just that Xia Yanran hadn't spoken to him for a few days, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Until that morning. In the classroom of freshman class 5. Xia Yanran looked around the classroom at the energetic boys and girls, and announced with a smile, "I have some good news to tell you." "Teacher, you look so happy, what's the good news?" Li Wenjie, the vice monitor of class 5, asked with a smile. "We freshmen are going to have military training, and everyone has to sign up." Xia Yanran smiled. "Ah, military training, no way, I hate military training the most, can I not participate, teacher?" Someone asked. Xia Yanran looked at this person and shook her head, "No, everyone has to participate. The principal has negotiated with the education department. This time, the military training will be held at the Longyuan base in Haicheng. In addition to our Yenching University, freshman students from Haicheng University will also participate. Everyone can prepare during tomorrow's holiday and depart the day after tomorrow." The students in the classroom all had long faces, looking listless. Damn, I didn't expect to face military training when I went to college. Oh, heaven, let a thunderbolt kill me. Military training is very tiring, and I don't want to participate in it either. I heard that military training in college can be exhausting. Teacher, is it really impossible not to participate? Everyone was afraid of the military training that would begin in 2 days. No. Xia Yanran shook her head, then smiled reassuringly. "Okay, college military training is actually not as terrifying as you say, but it's only 15 days? Just endure it and it will be over. The teacher will accompany you through it." "Okay, I'll go." "Yes, I'll go. At worst, I'll die and come back as a hero 18 years after military training." "Su Chen, what do we do? I can't believe we have to do military training. The thing I'm most afraid of is joining military training." Wu Hao was extremely uneasy. Su Chen glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say you like sports? What are you afraid of?" "Bullshit, in military training you have to run, jump, stand, and squat. Do you think someone with my body type can support all these movements?" Wu Hao shook his fat body. Su Chen looked at him for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. "Fatty, it's time to lose weight. I think this military training is a good opportunity for you." "Fuck off, you're just talking without feeling the pain." Wu Hao felt that it was better not to talk to Su Chen than to talk to him. He felt even more panic in his heart. Wu Hao yelled very loudly, and many classmates looked over at him. "What's wrong, Wu Hao, what are you yelling about?" "It's not Su Chen, this jerk, who doesn't have a clue about the suffering in my heart. This military training is like a punishment from heaven for me, and he actually said that this military training is a good opportunity for me to lose weight." Hearing Wu Hao's words, the boys and girls all burst out laughing. "Wu Hao, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Su Chen said. This military training is indeed a good opportunity for you to lose weight. Treasure it, fatty, and strive to lose less than 200 pounds after military training. Come on, Wu Hao, obesity is bad for your health. You can really lose weight during this military training, so believe in yourself." Wu Hao covered his face and pretended to be dead on the table. After such a farce, the others didn't have too much fear of military training in their hearts. Xia Yanran clapped her hands. "Okay, class, let's begin. Stand up." The monitor, Yi, shouted. Everyone stood up and said hello to the teacher. Please sit down, everyone. Xia Yanran gave a bright smile and began to lecture. The morning class ended, and it was time to line up for lunch. Chapter 18. You go out first, you let me think about it. Just as freshman class 5 was lining up in the cafeteria, a pretty figure shouted over, Su Chen. All the students in freshman class 5 were used to seeing this. It happened every day at mealtimes. Someone teased, Su Chen, the senior is here again, shouting for dinner, and she's not going away. Hey, I really envy you. I don't know what kind of luck you have. The entire class is made up of underachievers, but there's a sophomore who shouts for dinner every day, and it really makes us jealous. The guys all thought to themselves, a flower in the cow dung heap. Su Chen waved his hand. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it, he has a strong personality charm. He said this narcissistically, and then walked happily towards Lu Yun. Yi Qingcheng, who was in the crowd, was displeased. Su Chen had said the other day that he would make her happy. Why is he still messing around with a sophomore vixen? Forget it, I don't care about this dog licker, he can do whatever he wants. There are plenty of handsome guys who are willing to lick him. Upon thinking about this, the slight displeasure in her heart also disappeared. Xia Yanran, who had come with the students to get food, frowned, and a trace of inexplicable jealousy and anger flowed in her eyes. Senior. Su Chen came to Lu Yun's side and revealed a bright, sunny smile. Well, let's go. Lu Yun also revealed a nice smile and led Su Chen towards the canteen on the other side. Hey, fatty, Su Chen has already left, why don't you go? Someone asked Wu Hao. Why would I go? They're a young couple having dinner together, and I'd be the third wheel. Hey, it's obvious that Hao is so handsome, so why did Lu Yun like Su Chen? There was resentment in Wu Hao's tone. I don't understand either. Where am I inferior to Su Chen? Not only do I look better than him, I'm also a better student. Hey, it's a pity that after a few days at university I'm still a single guy. It's really unfair. A somewhat tall guy named Lu Bai seemed to know how Wu Hao felt, walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. We're both people from the same place. Wu Hao felt like he had met a soulmate. During dinner, Lu Yun asked Su Chen in a roundabout way, Su Chen, I heard that you freshmen are going to military training? Su Chen nodded and smiled, it seems to be some Longyuan base in Haicheng. We have to go there for military training for 15 days, and we will leave the day after tomorrow. 15 days, so you will not be able to see me for 15 consecutive days. There was an inexplicable hint of loss in Lu Yun's tone. Hey, what's the big deal? Do you really want to see me every day? There are plenty of handsome guys at our school, and you can't even look at them all. And look at me, I'm not tall, I'm just so looking, nothing outstanding about me at all. You don't need to worry about me. Su Chen grinned heartlessly, stuffing mouthfuls of food into his mouth. He had no idea that Lu Yun had already developed feelings for him. You know you're just so why are you so narcissistic all the time? Lu Yun said angrily. Su Chen stretched, glanced at her, and said, that's not narcissism. Okay, it's confidence. Although, my looks are a bit like my dad's, so they're just so, but you can't deny that I'm outstanding. Su Chen grinned and continued shoveling lean meat and rice into his mouth. You're so conceited. Lu Yun said. After lunch, Su Chen and Lu Yun parted ways and returned to the dormitory. Hey, Su Chen, how was your date today? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Who went on a date? Yang, don't talk nonsense. Okay, the relationship between me and my senior is not at all what you think it is. We are just friends, just like you. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Oh, we understand, you are just friends. The tone of Wu Hao, the fat guy, carried a hint of meaning. Li Xian pushed his glasses and didn't say anything. Su Chen changed the subject. Military training starts the day after tomorrow. Why don't we go shopping tomorrow? What do you need to buy? You don't need to bring a water bottle to military training, just a school bag. Lu Yang was puzzled. Yang, you obviously don't know how to enjoy life. There will be free time after military training. We can buy snacks and drinks to eat then. After we go to military training, our phones will definitely be confiscated. Shouldn't we buy some playing cards to kill time? Su Chen spoke while taking off his shoes. Hey, I think Su Chen's suggestion is good. Should we combine work with rest? Otherwise, if we train every day, we'll all be exhausted. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Hey, you still understand me? Su Chen gave him a thumbs up. After that, the four dorm mates didn't chat much and went to take a nap. In the afternoon, the first class was biology, and Su Chen was going to sleep in the classroom. Who knew he was called to the office by Xia Yanran? Teacher. Su Chen now feels a bit weak whenever he sees Xia Yanran. He doesn't know what she really means, whether she wants him to take responsibility or not. She ignored him for several days, so why did she call him to the office today? Well, what is your relationship with that sophomore girl? Xia Yanran asked, pursing her red lips. Su Chen was taken aback and shook his head. We're not related in any way. Not related in any way? But I heard that you two are secretly a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Xia Yanran's tone carried some sourness and anger. Boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Su Chen was taken aback and looked down at Xia Yanran's somewhat angry appearance. Even if his emotional intelligence was low at the moment, he could tell that the goddess teacher was jealous. Teacher, you're not jealous, are you? Su Chen laughed and winked. Somehow, seeing Xia Yanran's jealous expression, he was actually a little happy. The teacher is jealous, which means that the teacher still cares about me. Even though she has been particularly cold to me these days, she is still paying attention to me. Who is jealous? Only a ghost would be jealous. Xia Yanran decisively shook her head to deny it. Teacher, I've figured it out these past few days. I want to be responsible for you, I just don't know if you will give me this opportunity. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, made up his mind, winked, and then half squatted down to look at Xia Yanran eye to eye. Then he spoke his mind. These past few days, you haven't even looked at me. To be honest, it's really hard for me. Teacher, if I say that I want to be responsible for you, will you give me this opportunity? Facing Su Chen's sincere eyes, Xia Yanran felt a little flustered. You go out first, let me think about it. Okay then. Su Chen nodded and turned to quickly leave the office when Xia Yanran's voice came from behind. Su Chen, my man must be the best. If you still don't pay attention in class and your studies are a mess, then I definitely won't consider you. Su Chen's footsteps stopped. Being excellent and studying well is the only way to be Xia Yanran's man. Hey, what a headache, studying is the last thing he wants to do. With a little sunshine, Su Chen thought for a moment, turned his head and grinned at Xia Yanran. Okay, I got it, teacher, I'll pay attention in class when I come back from military training, and you'll definitely be mine. Confident and composed. Xia Yanran didn't know where Su Chen got his confidence. When Su Chen's figure slowly disappeared at the office door, Xia Yanran was still in a daze, wondering where you got your confidence. Xia Yanran's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 19. Once the teacher arrived, the fierce Su Chen became a good boy. In the afternoon, there was one session of calculus and one session of biology. Instead of climbing onto the desk to sleep, Su Chen listened to the teacher's lecture and took notes. Originally, he thought that studying would be particularly difficult, but in the end, he found that it wasn't really that difficult. The questions in this world seem to have not been developed yet, and they are even simpler than the high school questions on Earth. In addition, it seems that after traveling through time, his brain's memory has also improved significantly. As long as he reviews the freshman questions briefly, he will be able to answer them. After school, the fat boy sitting next to him asked in shock, Su Chen, you didn't study before, and now you can understand what the teacher is teaching? How come you can take notes faster than I can? I guess he can understand it. Even after school was over, Su Chen was still drawing and scribbling in his exercise book. Pretending to be smart. Yi Qingqing said disdainfully when she glanced at Su Chen's actions while talking to a girl. Qingchang, tomorrow is a rare day off, let's hang out together, a lot of people in our class have made plans. Li Wenjie, the vice class president, walked over to Yi Qingcheng and invited her. Okay. Yi Qingcheng nodded and agreed. Finally, Su Chen finished the problem, closed the book, and stretched comfortably. He looked at Wu Hao and said, Fatty, let's go. Okay. Wu Hao put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder. The two of them stood up. Su Chen, someone is looking for you outside. At this time, the monitor Yi Yi walked into the classroom with hurried small steps. Oh, monitor, who is looking for me? Su Chen was a little curious, and he took a step and walked towards the classroom with the fat boy. I don't know, they look like second-year students, there are 5 or 6 tall guys, it seems like they're not here for good reasons, you should be careful. Yi Yi said and led the way, let Su Chen walked out. Su Chen, it can't be that your love rival has come to see you, can it? Wu Hao leered at Su Chen's shoulder. Love rival? What love rival? Hey, don't play dumb with me. Senior Lu Yun, come to think of it, Senior Lu Yun is so pretty and a sophomore, so of course there are people who like her. But you, eating with Senior Lu Yun every day, are bound to make people jealous. Hearing the fat guy's analysis, Su Chen was a bit interested. He was itching to go, and he was in the mood to fight. If someone offended him, he would beat the hell out of them. Let's go and take a look. Good, good, a hero with a beauty. Only my brother Chen is worthy of Sister Yun. If there are any punks causing trouble, I'll see my brother Chen beat the hell out of them. Get lost, I told you, I have nothing to do with Lu Yun. Su Chen ground his teeth, this fat bastard, his mouth is too cheap, in case Xia Yanran pops up, then he won't be able to explain himself. Are you Su Chen? As soon as Su Chen and Wu Hao came out, two tall boys pushed Wu Hao to the side, and one boy grabbed Su Chen by the collar. Su Chen frowned, what are you doing? Did you beat Wu Yun at the martial arts gym the other day? And have been pestering Lu Yun for the past few days? The boy didn't answer Su Chen, but instead asked a question, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. Wu Yun? Su Chen vaguely guessed that it was the boy who had fallen over when he had fallen over him. Answer my question, kid. The tall boy slapped Su Chen in the face. Let go of my hand. Su Chen looked straight into the boy's eyes. You're quite a brat. The tall boy pressed Su Chen against the wall and glared at him. What are you guys doing? This is a restricted area in the teaching building, the freshman area. Are you guys going to beat someone up? If you dare to hit someone, we'll call a teacher. Yi Yi shouted as she saw the scene by the aisle. Rat, stop him. The tall boy ordered a man with a tattoo on his arm. Okay, Shinga. Immediately afterwards, the boy blocked Yi Yi's way to the teacher's office. Wu Hao flashed a big white smile and said to the boy, Brother, do you know what will happen if you offend me? What will happen? Ha, I really don't know what will happen to me, but your end will definitely not be good, you know that, kid? The tall boy said this and reached out to try to slap Su Chen's face again. Su Chen grabbed his finger with his back hand. I fucking hate it when people slap my face, and you're fucking addicted to it. As he said this, Su Chen grabbed his left hand. Ah! The tall boy screamed in pain and dared not move. He felt like his right hand was about to fall off. He grabbed Su Chen's neck with one hand and ordered, Kid, let go of your hand quickly. I've given you face, haven't I? How dare you strangle me? Who gave you the guts? Su Chen's face was gloomy. With one hand, he slapped the boy's face, and with the other, he kicked out horizontally. With a bang. The tall boy was kicked 3 or 4 meters, and fell to the ground. Brother Shang, you little brat, how dare you hit Brother Shang? I'll beat you to death. The other boy, who was standing next to Su Chen, was furious, and punched with clenched fists. Su Chen backed up and dodged, his eyes fierce. You really think I'm someone to be bullied? What's wrong with being a sophomore? I'll hit you just the same. With that, he took 2 steps and ran up to the boy, and punched him in the stomach. Ah! The boy didn't have time to dodge and let out a scream. Su Chen stepped on his toes and punched him viciously, punch after punch to his stomach. Brothers, attacked together. The other 3 boys also ignored Wu Hao and Yi Yi, and surrounded Su Chen together. Su Chen kicked the man in front of him, and watched as the 3 people surrounding him took 2 steps back, their eyes sharp. One boy's fist came at him, one boy charged at him, and one boy kicked at him. Damn you! Su Chen gave his leg a kick, sending him soaring into the air. He kicked the boy who had been punching him with his flying kick. He then elbowed the tall boy who had just tried to run into him. Ah! The boy let out a miserable scream, feeling like his chest was about to burst, and he fell forward. You tried to kick me, you son of a bitch. Su Chen landed and kicked the last boy. The man fell to the ground directly, and his foot also sprained a bit. Su Chen took a few steps forward, shook his fists, looked at them, and said nothing. Su Chen, what are you doing? Xia Yanran came. She had just finished teaching in class 6 of the freshman year and returned to her office. Her butt was still warm. As a result, Yi Yi came to tell her that a few sophomores wanted to beat Su Chen. She hurriedly rushed here. When she arrived, she saw that it was not the sophomores who were beating Su Chen, but Su Chen who was beating the others. Su Chen hurriedly stood up straight as soon as he saw Xia Yanran coming, putting on a good boy appearance. Su Chen, what's going on here? Give me an explanation. Xia Yanran pointed to the people crawling or lying on the ground and asked angrily. Yi Yi was dumbfounded. What was going on? Is Su Chen that fierce? Ah, well, they threatened me and slapped me in the face whenever we had a disagreement. Then I said that I hated it when people slapped me in the face, so they grabbed my neck and tried to hit me. Then I just knocked them all over. Su Chen stammered as he tried to explain. Xia Yanran was taken aback by Su Chen's explanation and looked at the other students in the class. Is this true? Well, yes, teacher, that's what happened. Teacher, these sophomores went too far. Taking advantage of their numbers and height, they held Su Chen against the wall and stopped us from going to report the teacher. Hearing the students' explanations one after the other, Xia Yanran also knew that these sophomores were the ones who first came to trouble Su Chen. Chapter 20. Holy cow, Su Chen, you're amazing, this is no longer a minor incident. Classmates, how are you? Xia Yanran walked over to the sophomore students and asked. Me, we're fine. One sophomore student staggered to his feet and shook his head. Several others followed suit. Although they said they were fine, Su Chen was really ruthless and almost beat them to death. They were in pain all over. Since you're fine, then the teacher asks you, why did you come looking for trouble with Su Chen? Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Su Chen, a few days ago, he beat Wu Wen at the martial arts gym, and Wu Shang, as his older brother, brought us here to get our revenge. One sophomore pointed at Wu Shang, his eyes full of anger. If it weren't for Wu Shang, he wouldn't have bothered with Su Chen over Lu Yun. If they had known that Su Chen was such a good fighter, they would never have dragged him here. Damn, this kid really knows how to hit hard, he almost collapsed his ribcage. Xia Yanran glanced at Wu Shang and then began lecturing the sophomores in front of her. Fighting is wrong, understand? Su Chen is your junior, so if there is anything wrong, just tell everyone. There is no need to fight. I will also criticize him later. You are not allowed to cause him any more trouble, understand? Yes, teacher. I understand, teacher. Several sophomores nodded and then limped off to the infirmary. Xia Yanran looked at Su Chen. Su Chen grinned and said, thank you, teacher. Xia Yanran glared at him angrily and said, come with me to the office. After saying this, Xia Yanran walked away in her high heels. Su Chen grinned at the students looking on. The teacher is going to invite me for tea again, do you want to go together? No, you go alone. Forget the tea, just prepare to be scolded by the teacher later. Su Chen, as your classmate, I'll mourn for you for 3 minutes. Boring, cut it out, bunch of cowards. Su Chen shook his head and sighed, and then chased after Xia Yanran. In the office, as soon as Su Chen entered, Xia Yanran said, close the door. Oh. Su Chen obediently closed the door and blinked at Xia Yanran. You're pretty good at fighting. Xia Yanran looked at him expressionlessly. Didn't you say that if you want to be my man, you have to be good at everything? I'm doing it. Su Chen patted his chest. Xia Yanran's face flushed, but it was very light and she held out her hand. What? Su Chen asked, but his hand obediently reached out. Xia Yanran picked up a stick from the table and knocked it toward Su Chen's hands. Pop! The bamboo stick hit his hand, and Su Chen felt a tingling numbness and a little pain. Teacher, what are you doing? Su Chen's eyes were pleading, and he retracted his hand. What am I doing? You hit someone. You don't know. Reach out your hands, quickly. Xia Yanran glared at Su Chen angrily. Su Chen didn't want to extend his hand. Teacher, I'm not a child anymore, can you not spank my hand, or else you can make me do push-ups? You wish. Hurry up, extend your hand. Su Chen had no choice but to extend his hand. Pop. Don't cause trouble in the future. 2 more slaps were administered, Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes staring straight at Su Chen. Teacher, it wasn't me who caused trouble. Su Chen felt aggrieved. How dare you talk back? Pop. Do you know what you did wrong? Xia Yanran glared at Su Chen. I know, I was wrong, teacher. Su Chen gave in. He knew that if he didn't, Xia Yanran would hit him again. What did you do wrong? Su Chen blinked, he hadn't done anything wrong. But seeing that Xia Yanran was staring at him with a serious expression, he could only hang his head and say timidly, I shouldn't have hit the senior. I'm glad you know. Remember, don't fight, no matter what, and if you have any problems, come to me, okay? Oh. Su Chen looked so miserable that Xia Yanran felt a little amused. It's fine, I've heard everything today. You behaved very well in every lesson this afternoon, so keep it up during military training. Oh. Suchen didn't sound happy at all. Does the teacher have anything else to say? Are you hurt? Xia Yanran finally asked, concerned, when she saw that the beating was almost over. Well, not really. It just hurts. Why don't you rub it for me? Suchen held out his hand. Xia Yanran didn't refuse, and she held out her immaculate white hands and really squeezed Suchen's young palms. Suchen's eyes widened. He was just saying that casually, and he didn't think Xia Yanran would really rub them for him. They're so soft, so comfortable, and so cold. Teacher, I was just saying that. Xia Yanran looked up at him. What, don't like it? Suchen was lost in thought, so the teacher can be so gentle. He must take him home. Like it. Suchen smiled sideways. It was just after 6 o'clock when Suchen returned to the dormitory. Suchen, you're back? Fat boy Wu Hao looked up. Yes, I'm back. Suchen smiled inwardly but not outwardly. I'm exhausted. Fighting is also a physical activity. In the future, I'd rather not fight if I can help it. Suchen, I heard from Wu Hao that you are so good at fighting. You easily defeated 3 1.85 meter tall and 2 1.9 meter tall college seniors. That's awesome. Li Xian gave a thumbs up. Didn't I say it? I've practiced Sanda. Even if they're taller and bigger, without real kung fu, they're all little karamis in my hands. Suchen showed his teeth. Okay, stop bragging. Suchen, come on, it's your turn again. We really can't do it anymore. Save the day quickly. Wu Hao called anxiously. Oh, what's wrong this time? Suchen walked over to the fat guy as if nothing was unusual. Look at the Han Xin operation he's doing on the opposite side. His hand speed is so smooth that you can't even hit him. Buddy, I really can't do it anymore. Here, you go. Suchen looked at the screen. The hero the fat guy was holding was Luna. He had died 7 times without killing a single person. The team's overall economy was lagging behind by 5,000. Suchen's mouth twitched. Fat guy, I think you should stop picking this kind of hero with a high difficulty coefficient in the future. You really aren't suited for it. You're just like him. Come on, show how brother. How brother won't believe that you can play Luna better than me. Wu Hao said, and then he handed the phone to Suchen. Okay, then today I'll show you what I'm made of. Suchen gave a faint smile, and started to use 4 fingers to operate the game, looking for the positions of the opposing shooter in Mage. Holy shit, 4 fingers? How can you play games with 4 fingers? Suchen, don't let Brother Hao lose, or else Brother Hao will fight to the death with you. Fat Wu Hao looked worried. Don't worry, just watch me operate. Suchen said, and then found the little Lu Ban across the screen. Moonlight, blast them. In 5 seconds, the little Lu Ban's avatar turned gray. Holy shit, awesome, Li Xian, Lu Yang, come and watch, Suchen's operation is awesome. What's the big deal? It's not the first time I've seen Suchen operate like a boss, I'm used to it. Li Xian pushed his glasses up his nose and lay on the bed without moving. Li Xian was right, there was nothing more to see. Lu Yang also nodded in approval. Seeing their expressions, Wu Hao shrugged and watched for himself. The moonlight shines on my life and your death. Another 7 seconds passed, and the assassin Han Xin across from them died in the blue zone of their home. Holy shit, Suchen, you're amazing, this is getting out of hand. Wu Hao shook Suchen's shoulder a little excitedly. Routine operation, wait until there's a chance, I'll show you a month of infinite combos. Han Xin across from them typed, bro, awesome, bro, I'm not waterproof, I have to be serious. Chapter 21 Secret? Yes, if a man wants to succeed, he must have a bit of impractical confidence. Suchen gave a faint sneer, if you're serious, then be serious. You can't beat me even if you are serious. His awareness is very sharp. Unfortunately, it's no match for my blade. Suchen dodged the grass and beheaded Han Xin again in the red zone. Han Xin? Brother, playing dirty, no military ethics? Suchen typed, cut it out, it's just a game, you think I'm fighting you? Fine, just you wait. With the sword following his heart's desires, Suchen finally found an opportunity to weave between the 5 enemy players. The light shone through their bodies, killing 2 in a split second. Don't regret it when it's too late, and the group is destroyed. ETS. Holy shit, is this what you meant by infinite combos under the moonlight, Su-chen? Awesome, just awesome. Wu Hao was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Okay, go push your home base yourself. Su-chen shoved his phone into Wu Hao's hands. The fat guy typed, opposite side, I'm awesome. Didn't that Han Xin just taunt me? Ha ha. With that, he controlled Luna and his teammates to push their home base. When there was only one drop of blood left in the crystal, Wu Hao's Luna launched a taunt sword is used to challenge the strong. The game ended. Wu Hao looked at Su-chen with stars in his eyes. Fatty, why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, I'm not into guys. Su-chen covered himself with the quilt. Get lost, it's not like I'm into guys. I want you to teach me the infinite combo under the moon. You want to learn the infinite chain under the moon? Well, what do you say, will you teach me? Forget it, you don't have the talent. Su-chen shook his head furiously. Damn it, Su-chen, you're saying that your brother Hao doesn't have the talent? Su-chen nodded, yeah, the infinite chain under the moon requires 4-fingered operation, and your hands are so big that there's not enough screen for you to play on, unless you lose another 30 to 40 pounds during military training this time, then maybe you can practice 4-fingered operation. Ah, lose 30-40 pounds, forget it. How, I'd rather go to bed. I knew you didn't have the willpower. Su-chen pouts. Wu Hao doesn't want to talk to Su-chen and starts a new game. The next day, 7 a.m. Su-chen gets up with his 4 friends and heads out, each carrying a backpack. Hey, Mom, don't worry, I'm doing fine. What? Have you got a girlfriend yet? Well, not yet, but soon. Oh. As he walked along, Su-chen answered a call from his mother, who was full of concern. Su-chen, that was your mother? Lu Yang asked. Yes, she asked about my recent situation. Su-chen nodded. Su-chen, how can you lie to your aunt? The fat boy put his arm around Su-chen's shoulder and grinned lewdly. What do you mean I lied? Fat boy, don't stir up trouble for no reason, or I'll be the one to hammer someone today. Su-chen coldly threatened. Wu Hao immediately held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He hadn't forgotten Su-chen's heroic and valiant demeanor yesterday. Even those 5 strong and fit seniors couldn't defeat Su-chen. He was the scum of combat effectiveness, so what good is he? Afterwards, the 4 of them went for breakfast, then shopping, buying poker, dice, and slingshots. They bought a lot of snacks, instant noodles, and a few packs each, and only 2 bottles of drink each. Then they returned to school. Oops, my goodness, it's quite heavy. Wu Hao complained, he hated shopping. Ha 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 ha. The other 3 laughed together. Fat guy, just think of it as weight loss. Su-chen teased. How much weight can you lose on a trip like this? How can eat it all back in one meal? Wu Hao pouted. Su-chen. At this time, several pretty figures slowly approached the school gate from afar. Zhao Shooting, class monitor, Lu Zi, where are you going? Su-chen recognized 3 of the figures and quickly greeted them. Let's go karaoke. We're going to military training tomorrow, so this is our last carefree day, right? What do you say, do you want to go together? Zhao Shooting asked sweetly, stepping lightly in front of Su-chen. Li Xian's gaze was slightly strange, and he nudged Wu Hao. Su-chen is quite popular with the ladies, but you haven't learned any skills. Pfft, Master Fat is a pure young virgin, unlike Su-chen, who is practically a lover, leaving his affection everywhere. Wu Hao pretended to be disdainful, but he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. I'm not going. We've got everything we need ready, so we're just waiting for military training to start tomorrow. Su-chen flashed a bright smile. Okay then. Zhao Shooting pouted a little in disappointment. Well, Shooting, class monitor, Z, you go to a messy place like a karaoke bar, remember to protect yourself, don't let anyone take advantage of you, then we'll head back first. Su-chen grinned and returned to the line of his dormitory. Don't worry, there are many people from our class in freshman class 3 going, so there is no danger. Yi smiled. That's good. Su-chen nodded, and then he waved goodbye to a few girls. After returning to the dormitory, Li Xian and Lu Yang's gazes kept wandering over Su-chen. I said, Xianzi, Yanga, if you have something to say, just say it. You're always looking at me, and it makes my spine feel weird and cold. Su-chen rubbed his shoulders. Morning, you're amazing, you've met so many beautiful women in just a few days, that's awesome. What, do you have a secret? Why don't you share it with us? Lu Yang winked. Hey, you mean this, the secret? Yes, first, shameless. Su Chen wanted to continue, but Li Xian interrupted him, saying, Stop, I know what you're going to say next. Isn't it, second, persistence, and third, don't be ashamed? If you use this tactic now, I think you'll probably get slapped in the face by girls. As he spoke, Li Xian patted his own face with his hand. Who told you that was the right order? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Isn't it? Lu Yang winked at Su Chen. Of course not. Su Chen said, first, shameless, that's right, second, confident, and third, if a man wants to succeed, he has to be a little bit impractical and confident. Haven't you noticed that I'm always very confident when I talk to girls? With that, Su Chen winked. When Su Chen said that, it really was the case. I remember that this guy always took the initiative when wooing girls, going right up to them and asking for their names, shaking hands, and not being afraid of them rejecting him. Wu Hao explained. Su Chen directly kicked the fat guy's bed, rolling your mother's eggs, who the hell is wooing girls, I was making friends, okay, if you make up rumors about me again, I won't let you go. Okay, I can't even tell the truth, why don't you just stop, how? Wu Hao smiled lewdly at Lu Yang and Li Xian, meaning for them to understand on their own. Chapter 22 Teacher, do you want to bet on something? The military training instructor came to pick them up. Li Xian and Lu Yang thoughtfully studied the tips Su Chen taught them and decided to try them out if they got the chance. Confidence, confidence. Thinking about it, they already started yearning for the life of having a girlfriend in the future. The morning meal was cold and quiet, and there weren't many people in the freshman area. You didn't have to look to know that they had gone off to have a good time during the holidays. Hey, I'm not used to not seeing the long queues from before. Li Xian shook his head. Well, yeah. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen. Su Chen. The two voices attracted the attention of the four people in the dormitory. One was a teacher, and she was also a beautiful goddess teacher. The other was a senior, a sophomore. Lu Yang, Li Xian, and Wu Hao were already used to seeing Lu Yan's figure. But what was the matter with teacher Xia Yanran shouting Su Chen's name? Lu Yan also looked at Xia Yanran, a little curious as to why the teacher had called Su Chen. Xia Yanran had an expressionless face and coldly said, Su Chen, come to my office for a moment. Then she turned around and left in her high heels. Of course Su Chen was happy to go to Xia Yanran. Su Chen, what did the teacher want you to do? You didn't hit someone again, did you? Wu Hao said, putting his arm around Su Chen's shoulder. Let me think. Su Chen rolled his eyes, then he pretended to be confused and said, Oh, I see, the teacher wants to invite me for tea again. It seems like it, yes, that must be it. Everyone, you guys go ahead and eat, don't wait for me. After saying that, Su Chen patted his butt and left. Damn it, it's tea again. Su Chen, can't you come up with a new excuse? Fat boy Wu Hao was speechless. Oh, has Su Chen been invited to tea by teacher Xia all this time? Lu Yun asked with a hint of sensitivity. Cut it out, Lu Yun, don't believe what he says. It's always him who gets into trouble and gets called to the teacher's office. Usually our homeroom teacher doesn't even bother to look at him. Wu Hao's words successfully dispelled Lu Yun's doubts. She smiled and said, Let's go, you guys will have dinner with me today. Hey, that's great. Usually, it's all because of Su Chen, but this time, it's rare for Lu Yun to personally invite us. Wu Hao grinned from ear to ear, more than happy. Li Xian and Lu Yang also nodded with smiles. In the office, Su Chen licked his face and looked at Xia Yanran. Teacher, it's all vacation, what can I do if you still want me to come to the office? Why, if there's nothing wrong with you, can't I call you over? Xia Yanran said with an unchanged face. She would never say that she couldn't bear to see Su Chen eating with other girls. Of course you can, teacher can call me anytime. After saying this, Su Chen was a little stunned. Why did he feel a little too familiar? It seems that this is the same line of reasoning that the original owner used when he was licking Yi Qingcheng. Is this somehow influenced by the universe? Never mind, let's first cultivate a relationship with the goddess teacher. You're good at talking. Xia Yanran's face broke into a smile, and she took out a lunchbox from under her desk. Eat? Su Chen blinked, a little flattered. Teacher, you prepared this specially for me. Who specifically prepared it for you? I just made an extra one, and I gave it to you because I saw that you hadn't eaten. Oh, in that case, I won't be rude. Suchen opened the lid, lowered his head, and stuffed a mouthful into his mouth, but his gaze was fixed on Xia Yanran's beautiful legs. How is it? Is it delicious? Xia Yanran had a little expectation in her eyes. Suchen showed off his white teeth and said, it's delicious, it's really smooth. Suchen immediately stopped talking and subconsciously said the wrong thing. What do you mean, really slippery? Xia Yanran was puzzled. It's nothing, I said the wrong thing. I meant that the meal that the teacher prepared for me is simply delicious, it's so good. Su Chen grinned. It's delicious, so you should eat more. Xia Yanran shook her long legs, beaming from ear to ear. Teacher, can I ask you out shopping? Su Chen suddenly asked. Depends on your performance. Xia Yanran gave a faint smile. Su Chen was a little disappointed, thinking that Xia Yanran was rejecting him. Who knew that Xia Yanran spoke again? After military training, you will be given a week to prepare, after which there will be a monthly exam. If your overall score in the monthly exam can reach the top 10 in the class, I will agree to go out with you for a stroll. Su Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. Really, teacher? Really, I can't lie to you. Xia Yanran rolled her eyes. Su Chen was delighted, and the food in his lunchbox tasted even better. He said, Don't worry, teacher, I'll definitely meet your expectations. Don't be so arrogant. I'm talking about the whole freshman class, which has thousands of students. It'll be hard for you to make the top 10. Teacher, do you want to bet on it? Su Chen's mouth curved slightly. He didn't think it was hopeless. Oh, what do you want to bet? Tell me. Xia Yanran became curious. If I can get into the top 10 in the monthly exam, will you go shopping with me and give me a kiss? No way. Xia Yanran refused sternly. This kid is getting more and more brazen. If I give him a kiss, he'll go to heaven. Then I have no motivation. Unless you let me give you a kiss, I definitely won't be able to get into the top 10 in the monthly exam. Su Chen, with a sullen expression on his face, shook his legs. Okay, I promise, I don't believe you can get in the top 10 in the monthly exam. Xia Yanran glared at Su Chen hatefully. Teacher, it's good that you promised, don't worry, I will definitely work hard in the monthly exam, I'll take my leave of that student for now. Su Chen said, threw the empty lunchbox in the trash can, and confidently walked out of Xia Yanran's office. Quite confident. Xia Yanran muttered, she didn't believe at all that Su Chen could get into the top 10 in the class. She shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. The next day, Monday, 7 a.m. The freshman crowd was already packed at the university entrance. Su Chen was in the line with his hands in his pockets, listening to music with headphones. He knew that his phone would be taken away during military training, but he still wanted to bring it. He could listen for a while. Hum, hum, hum. Su Chen, with a large bag on his back, swayed to the rhythm of the crowd. Anyone who didn't know would have thought he was going on holiday. As for the crowd, it wasn't really that crowded, as there were teachers keeping order. Here comes the bus. Classmates, be quiet, line up, wait a moment, the first class will get on the bus first, then line up and turn to change buses, is that clear? Principal Zhou Yunping saw that the formation was suddenly a bit chaotic, so he stood up and spoke. Is that clear? Principal, we are clear. A voice responded to Zhou Yunping. Zhou Yunping nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with the response of these new students. However long, a bus came one after the other. There was also a military vehicle, and 2 instructors in camouflage uniforms got off. Who is the principal? An instructor strode forward and called out with a stern face. Zhou Yunping walked out, I am. The instructor saluted, Comrade Principal, Lone Wolf of Longyuan Base salutes you, and is here to receive the new students from Yen City to the base. Zhou Yunping also learned to salute when he saw it. Well, Comrade Lone Wolf, I'll trouble you to take care of these students for the next 10 days or so. After that, Zhou Yunping shook hands with Lone Wolf. Please rest assured, Comrade Principal, I will bring these students back to you safely in 15 days. Lone Wolf promised. Okay, then I'll rest assured. Zhou Yunping nodded with a smile. Chapter 23. Sitting next to the goddess teacher on the bus is this guy out of his mind, he actually wants to fight with the instructor. Next, Zhou Yunpeng chatted with Lone Wolf for a while. He gave a command to the homeroom teachers of each class, and everyone told the children to line up and get on the bus. As soon as he spoke, all the teachers nodded. They gradually boarded the bus starting with Class 1. Soon, 5 or 6 buses left, and finally it was Class 5's turn. Xia Yanran was in the front directing the students, "Don't crowd, one by one, get on the bus." "Yes, teacher." Class 1-5 shouted in unison, and they began to get on the bus one by one, elated. Su Chen and Wu Hao had a tacit understanding, and even when they got on the bus, they sat in the last row. Xia Yanran also got on the bus at this time. However, there were only 2 seats left at the very back of the bus. It was obviously inappropriate for the teacher to sit at the back. Seeing this, Li Wenjie, the vice monitor, sensibly moved aside a seat in the front and said, "Teacher, you sit here with me." Xia Yanran shook her head and gave a faint smile, saying, "It's fine, you sit here, and I'll sit at the back." With that, she slowly walked towards the back with her slender legs. Seeing this, Su Chen used his sleeve to wipe the side of the seat. It was as if he were wiping the dust off the seat. Xia Yanran saw how considerate Su Chen was, and she also leaned over and sat down next to him. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, when she glanced in the front view mirror and saw Su Chen wiping the seat for the teacher, she couldn't help but remember how Su Chen used to wipe the seat for her. Now that she saw him wiping the seat for another woman, her heart could not help but feel a little upset. He is her lapdog, after all. Although she has now accumulated a lot of lapdogs, none of them are as attentive as Su Chen. And none of them are willing to spend a lot of money for her every day, as Su Chen used to do. She was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Su Chen should come to cheer her up. Why hasn't she seen any movement yet? After thinking about it, Yi Qingcheng decided to take the initiative to ask Su Chen about it later. In the back seat, as Xia Yanran sat next to him, Su Chen immediately felt a burst of fragrance, and he became a little distracted. The vehicle slowly drove, and every time it bumped, Su Chen's legs and body would hit Xia Yanran a little. Xia Yanran's face turned slightly red, but if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell. Su Chen, on the other hand, was enjoying himself, feeling a little bit like he was cheating on his girlfriend. It's just that this fat guy on his right is a bit of a spoilsport, and from time to time he tells him to look at the scenery outside the window, otherwise he can always be intoxicated with the joy of being alone with Xia Yanran. The bus slowly stopped, and Su Chen was still a bit reluctant to let go. At the moment, he really wanted to beat the driver up. Couldn't it just make 2 more rounds and find trouble? But seeing that Xia Yanran had already left, Su Chen had no interest in sitting there anymore. So he slowly got off the bus with the fat guy on one side. After getting off the bus, they formed a line, and there were about 20 instructors standing in 2 groups. They stood with their hands on their backs and straight posture. "Attention!" A man who looked like a team leader shouted. "Puff, puff, puff." The instructors all stood in neat rows. "Look to the right." The instructors took steps to look at the person to their right. "Look forward." After everyone was in position, the team leader said, "Count. 1, 2, 3. 25, reporting, all 25 instructors are present, please give your instructions. Attention everyone." After straightening the ranks, the team leader walked to the front and first saluted the class teachers of each class, and then saluted all the students in the class. Damn, these instructors give off a lot of momentum. They are uniform and disciplined. They follow orders without question. These are real soldiers. The students let out a sound of emotion after seeing the series of actions performed by the instructors. Classmates, you will undergo a 15-day military exercise here. You will be treated equally here, just like the instructors you saw earlier. In the future, you must obey orders and be united. Are you ready? Yes. Yes. The occasion was so serious that it scared the students, and they spoke weakly one after the other. The commander was dissatisfied and frowned, asking loudly, "Classmates, tell me, are you ready?" "We are ready." This time everyone was ready and shouted in unison. "Good, please hand your cell phones and watches to your homeroom teachers, who will keep them for you. You have 5 minutes to get rid of them as quickly as possible, otherwise they will be confiscated and not returned during the training period. The countdown has begun." After the monitor finished speaking, he started the stopwatch and crossed his arms. The students were a little dazed at first. Su Chen was the most direct, and was the first to step out of the line and hand his phone with headphones to Xia Yanran, and gave her an extremely bright smile. Xia Yanran nodded and took the phone in her hands. After that, more and more people took action, handing in their phones. Some teachers could hold them, while some almost dropped them from their arms. Seeing this situation, the team leader directly issued an order: the first 10 people, help, find bags for these teachers to put them in. As soon as he gave the order, the first 10 instructors stepped forward and started running towards the military vehicle. In no time at all, they produced some cloth bags and brought them to the homeroom teachers, helping them to pack their mobile phones. After they had finished, they returned to the ranks. Okay, next, let's start assigning instructors. Number 1. Present. The first instructor in the queue stepped forward. You are the instructor for the first-year class at Yenching University. Yes. The instructor took a few steps and stood in front of the first-year class. In this way, the instructors were quickly assigned. 15 more instructors stood with their arms crossed behind them, waiting for instructions. Just as the instructors were assigned at Yenching University, another group of buses arrived. One after the other, students arrived, wearing a different school uniform from the students at Yenching University. After the instructors were completely assigned, the team leader looked at his watch. Okay, each instructor will take the students back to the dormitory and then meet at the entrance of the cafeteria. Yes. The instructors replied in unison. The students from Yenchang University and Haichang University were confused. Cafeteria? Is lunch starting so soon? Military training at university is usually done earlier. The instructors didn't care what the students were thinking, and led them back with commands like attention, at ease, and turn right. The homeroom teacher was also taken away by the remaining instructors to arrange the dormitory. Su Chen, what are you thinking? Wu Hao asked Su Chen in a low voice, and the group brought back. I was wondering how these instructors' military boxing was like, and just so happened that I also knew a little bit, so should I find some time to spar with them? Hearing this, Wu Hao's mouth twitched. Su Chen, are you out of your mind? 4 or 5 classmates around Su Chen also looked at him. Is this guy crazy? He wants to fight the instructors? The instructors have all trained in Kung Fu for years, you're not going to be able to fight them. What are you talking about? You're not allowed to talk during military training. Their instructor for Class 1 was a woman, but her tone was even more intimidating than the male instructors. Her yelling made a lot of people shut up. Chapter 24, 1.7 meters? Not tall, not handsome, female instructor, what a heartbreaking comment. After the dormitories were assigned, the female instructor gave the boys and girls a time and told them to gather at the designated location in 10 minutes. In dormitory 808, Su Chen was assigned to room with a total of 10 classmates, including the fat boy Wu Hao. Hey, this military training is going to be tough, our instructor is so fierce. Indeed, that shout just now made me feel a sense of oppression. Fuck, I reckon I'll be half dead when this military training is over. After everyone had put their things away, they all started complaining bitterly. The fat boy Wu Hao felt even more greatly disturbed, as if the whole world had turned gray. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't care at all, humming a tune while he put away his bag. I said, Su Chen, don't you feel the least bit scared? Wu Hao asked unhappily. Su Chen showed his teeth and said, whatever. If it's meant to happen, it will happen. Being honest and being a good boy is the best answer I can give you. Otherwise, there is no worst, only more miserable. Good guy, you might as well not say anything. Master Hao, I feel even more uneasy. Wu Hao was very resentful. Alright, everyone, let's go out and gather quickly, or I think the instructor is going to yell. A Tao Li Yun said. Okay, gather. In a burst of wailing, all 11 members of Su Chen's dormitory got up from their beds and walked outside. Soon, outside, Class 5 was lined up in 4 teams. Turn around. At the command of the female instructor, everyone turned around, but their footsteps were not very even. Marching in step. The instructor led the way, slowly walking to the entrance of the canteen. There was already a sea of people standing here, which could be described as spectacular. At the front, there were piles of camouflage uniforms stacked into small mountains. It's over, judging from the situation, the instructors are serious. As soon as the camouflage uniforms came out, I felt my heart grow cold. One by one, the students sighed in the ranks. The students had thought they were getting their uniforms, but who knew that they would have to stand like this for an hour? It was fortunate that there was no sun at this time, otherwise they would have been parched with thirst. However, some people's legs were already sore. The team leader looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time. He spoke and ordered, "Okay, now the instructors in each team will distribute the uniforms." An hour is not a long time to do nothing and wait. At least the instructors of each class and team had already received their clothes in front of their teams. Upon hearing the captain's command, the instructors of each class and team began to move. Summer instructor. Freshman class 5. Su Chen's female instructor also shouted. No one spoke, not knowing what the instructor meant. Only Su Chen shouted. Upon seeing this, everyone looked at him, including the female instructor. The female instructor was very dissatisfied with the laziness of the freshman class 5. Freshman class 5. This time, the female instructor yelled, and everyone shouted in unison. Who is your monitor? Step forward. Yi stepped forward and said to the instructor, I am the monitor of freshman class 5. The female instructor glanced at her and organized 2 people to distribute the clothes. Yes. Yi nodded, looked at the crowd, and shouted, Su Chen, Wu Hao, come help distribute the clothes. Damn, I'm exhausted. Wu Hao let out a groan and relaxed his body. The female instructor's sharp gaze immediately fell heavily on him, scaring Wu Hao. He lowered his head meekly and walked forward, hiding behind Su Chen. Su Chen saw his submissive appearance, which did not have the slightest bit of the air of authority he had when he was in front of him, and his lips curled up in amusement. Su Chen was very obedient, pretending to be a good boy and picking up the clothes. Wu Hao whispered, Su Chen, this isn't like you. You shouldn't be disobedient and argue with the instructor, right? Su Chen coldly glanced at him. What a stupid idea. What, is he happy that he's being targeted? Su Chen didn't care about him. Military discipline was strict. Even if he wanted to stand out as a troublemaker, he had to have a good reason. Now the instructor hasn't picked on you and you're not bothering him, and you're going to provoke him. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Su Chen took a stack of clothes and went to distribute them to the girls. Every time he handed one to a girl, they would squeal like a pig and say thank you. Su Chen had a sunny smile on his face. When he handed the clothes to Yi Qingcheng, he held up a set in her hands and was about to leave. Who knew that Yi Qingcheng took the opportunity to say, Su Chen, when are you going to make me happy? Su Chen looked confused. Who is going to make you happy? After saying that, Su Chen avoided her and handed out clothes to the other girls. Yi Qingcheng saw that several of her classmates around her were looking at her with strange expressions. Her face was very ugly. This was too embarrassing for her. What did Su Chen mean? He said he would make me happy, damn it. Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth in anger, but Su Chen had no idea what she was thinking. If he had known, he would have definitely told Yi Qingcheng to go to hell. After handing out the clothes, Su Chen and Wu Hao rejoined the group. Yi also returned to her position. The female instructor, expressionless, gave a serious briefing to the heavyweights in the ranks, saying, remember, from the moment you receive your camouflage uniforms, your 15-day military life officially begins. In the military, there is no room for disorganization or indiscipline. You are a unit. If one person is punished, all are punished. Is that clear? Yes, it's clear. The entire freshman class 15 shouted. The female instructor nodded and said, next, I will choose a team leader and a deputy team leader. The female instructor immediately looked at Su Chen, because Su Chen's first impression on her was very good. The boy over there, about 1.7 meters tall, not tall or handsome, stepped forward. Everyone was curious about who the instructor was referring to. 1.7 meters tall, not tall or handsome, a boy. I'm afraid no boy will admit that he is not handsome. The one to the left of the fat guy, that means you. Fat guy, looking for this feature, the people in the team looked at Wu Hao one by one. To be precise, it was Su Chen next to him. Su Chen's face darkened. Not tall, not handsome, a 1.7 meter tall boy? Every word of the female instructor's words pierced his heart. This was intolerable. Su Chen looked at the female instructor with sharp eyes. Damn it, he wanted to be a good boy, but unfortunately the female instructor couldn't speak. Not tall, not handsome, a 1.7 meter tall boy, you're being called, Su Chen. The fat boy Wu Hao next to him sneered a little in glee. Su Chen gave the fat boy a cold glare, revealing an unfriendly smile. Just you wait, fat boy, when I become the team leader, you'll see. After saying that, Su Chen walked out of the line. Wu Hao felt a sense of unease rise up in his heart when he heard this. He always felt that Su Chen would take revenge on him. Su Chen walked at the front of the line, staring straight at the female instructor. What's your name? Su Chen, instructor. Good, now I appoint you as the team leader. The female instructor looked at Su Chen's full of energy and vitality appearance, and was very satisfied. I am not familiar with everyone in your class, so you will choose the vice team leader. Yes, instructor. Su Chen looked at the class team, sweeping past the students who were full of anticipation. When he set his eyes on Wu Hao, Wu Hao's heart was filled with joy, thinking that Su Chen was going to choose him. Vice captain. Good, the vice captain will have to do less training than the other students, and can also manage the discipline of other people. How good. However, just as he was daydreaming, Su Chen looked at Yi, the monitor, and said, You will be the vice captain. Me? I can't do it, right? Yi was a little surprised. It seemed that Su Chen had never even considered choosing her to be the vice captain. Chapter 25. Su Chen, you're not interested in me, are you? Class monitor, believe in yourself, you can do it. You usually manage class discipline for the teacher, and the students definitely have no objection to you being the vice captain. Su Chen showed off his big white teeth and looked particularly sunny as he smiled. Class monitor, Su Chen is right, you being the vice captain is most suitable, we all obey you. A boy also spoke up. The others also nodded in agreement. Okay then. Yi saw that her classmates had no objections, so she also stepped out of line and stood next to Su Chen. Integrate the team. The female instructor ordered Su Chen. Yes. Su Chen answered, and then shouted at the team, Attention! Everyone obeyed and stood straight, except for one or two people who didn't obey the order. One was Li Wenjie, and the other was Yi Qingcheng. Li Wenjie did not obey Su Chen's orders because he was very dissatisfied with Su Chen as the team leader. He felt that he should be the team leader, after all, he was originally the vice monitor of freshman class 5. What right did Su Chen have? He was just a poor student. Yi Qingcheng did not obey Su Chen's orders because she was arrogant, and her arrogance would not allow her to bow to Su Chen, a toady. They acted like ironheads, and Su Chen pretended not to see it and continued shouting, at ease. Attention! Reporting to the instructor, the team has been consolidated, please instruct. Su Chen saluted the female instructor and stood straight. Su Chen's every move made the female instructor see the iron temperament of a soldier in him. So she nodded with satisfaction and then pointed to Li Wenjie and Yi Qingcheng one by one with an expressionless face, saying, You, step out. Li Wenjie and Yi Qingcheng were shocked, but they still reluctantly walked out. Why are you disobeying the captain's orders? The female instructor stared coldly at them. The instructor, I don't agree, why is Su Chen the captain? I feel that I am better than him in every way. I am the vice monitor of freshman class 5, so this captain position should be mine. Li Wenjie was a little timid at first, but as he spoke, his questioning gaze fixed directly on the female instructor. Yes, the vice monitor is right, instructor, I also feel that Su Chen is not worthy of being monitor. The female instructor's gaze remained indifferent, and she then yelled, So this is your reason for disobeying orders? You are not students now, you are soldiers. What is the duty of a soldier? It is to obey orders. You disobey the orders of your superiors, which is a violation of discipline. Do you understand? Li Wenjie was shocked. Yi Qingcheng was crying from the yelling, and tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. The other students were also a little shocked. The female instructor was so fierce. Su Chen's heart was calm. He said, I didn't do anything. They were the ones who disobeyed orders. Headstrong? There are times and places for that. You deserve to be yelled at for being headstrong in front of your instructor. The female instructor stopped yelling at them and looked at the May 1st class. What I just said was for them, and it was also for you guys. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. Su Chen took the lead and shouted, and the people behind him from the May 1st class all replied, Yes, sir. Good. The female instructor nodded and looked at Yi Qingcheng and Li Wenjie. This is the only time, and it will not happen again. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The two of them nodded together. Go back. Li Wenjie was so scared that his legs trembled, while Yi Qingcheng wiped away her tears and returned to the ranks. From now on, please remember my code name, I am Summer. You can call me Instructor Summer. If you need help with anything in life, you can come to me. If you are obedient, I will treat you very gently. If you are not obedient, you will be punished. Do you understand? Yes, instructor. All the students responded. The team leader then shouted at all the instructors and students, and everyone lined up, starting with the first-year class of Yenching University, and entered the dining hall and turned to wait for dinner to begin. As soon as he said this, the instructors began to lead the teams into the dining hall one by one. They soon reached Su Chen's team. Follow behind me, enter the dining hall without making noise, put your hands on your knees, and wait for dinner to begin, is that clear? Xia Tian said to the students in the first-year class 5. Yes, instructor. The students all replied together. During the training period, Xia Tian and Su Chen walked hand in hand at the front. What are your names? Xia Tian was not as serious as before, and it was like a casual chat between friends. I'm Su Chen. I'm Yi Yi. Su Chen was very relaxed, while Yi Yi was still a bit nervous. After all, the instructor Xia Tian was a bit too intimidating just now. Oh, you don't need to be afraid of me. Obviously, I'm your instructor and I'm going to be particularly strict with you, but in private I'm actually a very gentle person. Summer seemed to sense Yi Yi's fear and explained aloud. Oh, I understand, instructor. Yi Yi nodded. Su Chen grinned, who's afraid of you? You're just an old ant. Ha? What did you say? You called me an old ant? Do I look that old? Xia Tian's face turned pale and she glared at Su Chen. Well, you don't look very young. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, Yi Yi nudged him and said to Xia Tian, instructor is not old, not at all. Su Chen is just talking nonsense. Instructor, don't take it personally, the instructor is very young and pretty. Xia Tian was very angry at first, but after hearing Yi Yi's flattering words, she wasn't so angry in her heart. She just regretted a little bit about appointing Su Chen as the team leader. Su Chen's heart sneered, piss off, little guy, you said I'm not tall and handsome, you deserve it. Soon, the huge dining hall was filled with people sitting in rows. With the newly issued camouflage uniforms under their butts, the students sat up straight in their formal attire. With the captain's command to start eating, all the students dared to eat. Su Chen took out 2 buns from the box and started munching. Xia Tian and Yi Yi sat opposite him, while the fat boy Wu Hao was somewhere else in the line. Gee, the food isn't bad, is it? Su Chen grinned. That's right, the food standards at our Longyuan base are among the best in the area. Xia Tian answered proudly. Su Chen grinned, instructor, let me ask you something, can we go back after we finish eating? Xia Tian nodded, yes, after dinner, you can go back and rest. At 2:30, there will be 2 whistles, and once the whistle sounds, you must gather in front of the dining hall. You guys eat first, I'll go inform the people over there. With that, Xia Tian got up and began to give instructions to the people in the 1st and 5th classes. Su Chen picked a cauliflower and put it in Yi Yi's bowl. Thank you. Yi Yi smiled. You're welcome, monitor. Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen, you're not, are you interested in me, are you? Hearing Yi Yi's words, Su Chen almost spit out the food in his throat. Cough cough cough, monitor, you're not joking, my heart is not very good. Su Chen said with a strong cough. Giggle giggle, I'm just joking with you. Yi Yi laughed. It's not funny at all. Su Chen pursed his lips. The atmosphere suddenly became dull. When Xia Tian returned, Su Chen had already finished eating. Instructor, do we leave in a line or just leave on our own? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Just go back after you finish eating. Xia Tian casually said and ignored Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, stood up, stretched, and then left with his camouflage uniform. At the entrance to the cafeteria, Su Chen suddenly widened his eyes. Zhou Xingqi? Su Chen rubbed his eyes. He saw a familiar face, but he wasn't sure. Su Chen walked quickly over and shouted, Zhou Xingqi, you are Master Xing. The classmate who was shouted at by Su Chen turned his head and indeed looked exactly like Zhou Xingqi when he was young. Chapter 26, Yanran, your students are quite lively. What's lively? This guy is giving me a headache. Classmate, who are you? Why are you calling me Zhou Xingqi? My name is Zhou Xingxing, not Zhou Xingqi. Seeing that Su Chen was getting closer and closer, the man hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, Zhou Xingxing, doesn't that mean Zhou Xingqi? Su Chen had watched a lot of Stephen Chow's movies before, and he would never mistake the face in front of him. Classmate, let me stress again, my name is Zhou Xingxing, not Zhou Xingqi as you said. He looked at the serious face of the Star Master look-alike from Haicheng University in front of him. Su Chen didn't continue to dwell on it, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Okay, I get it, you're not Stephen Chow, you're Star Master. Okay, classmate, fate has brought us together, let's be friends, how about it?" As he spoke, Su Chen held out his hand. "Well, that's okay, by the way, what's your name?" Star Master look-alike Star Master nodded and shook Su Chen's hand. Su Chen. Su Chen's face was full of a smile. Although this was not an idol, he felt a little overwhelmed as if he had just shaken the hand of an idol. "Oh, Su Chen, where are you going?" "Dormitory, and you?" Su Chen felt around on Zhou Xingxing's body. Zhou Xingxing was beginning to doubt if he was a pervert who liked to fool around with other men. "I'm going to find my girlfriend," Zhou Xingxing said. Su Chen was stunned, blinked, and said, "Your girlfriend, who?" "I'm not telling you." Zhou Xingxing looked up a little arrogantly. "It's not Jiang Min, is it?" Su Chen guessed boldly. "I'm going, how do you know?" Zhou Xingxing widened his eyes, then quickly covered his mouth, looked around, and saw that there were no classmates, so he let out a sigh of relief. Then he dragged Su Chen to an unoccupied wall. "Buddy, you better be honest with me. You haven't told anyone in our class about this, have you?" Zhou Xingxing's eyes were red as he grabbed Su Chen by the collar. "Pfft, I don't even know what class you're in at Haicheng, so where would I go and tell anyone?" Su Chen pulled his hand away and straightened his collar. That's good, that's good." Zhou Xingxing's nerves immediately relaxed. "Hey, Zhou Xingxing, you're so nervous, it's not that your girlfriend is your teacher, is it?" Su Chen asked quietly, guessing what was on his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingxing's eyes widened again, and he tried to reach out and cover Su Chen's mouth again. But Su Chen didn't let him get away with it. He quickly dodged it, rolled his eyes, and said, "No need to cover it up, I'm not going to tell anyone else. We're the only two here right now, just the two of us chatting. What are you afraid of? Brother, how come you know everything?" Zhou Xingxing looked at Su Chen as if he were looking at a monster. "I don't know, I'm just guessing." Su Chen grinned. He really just guessed, after all, he had seen Fight Back to School, which starred the two leads. Who knew that he would actually get it right with a random guess? Forget it, who believes you? Anyway, this is a secret between you and me, and if a third person knows, I will definitely not let you off. Zhou Xingxing raised his fist at Su Chen and threatened, "Got it?" "Okay." Su Chen gave a sign, saying, "Actually, I'm quite curious about what your teacher looks like too. Why don't you take me along when you go to meet him?" After saying this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows at Zhou Xingxing. "What do you want?" Zhou Xingxing looked at Su Chen with some hostility in his eyes, as if he was afraid that Su Chen would steal his wife. "Nothing, I'm just a little curious. Besides, classmate Zhou Xingxing, look at my sorry state, even if I wanted to do something, your teacher wouldn't look at me, would she?" Zhou Xingxing scanned Su Chen up and down, nodded seriously, and said, "That's true. You're just average looking, not even 1/10 as handsome as me." Su Chen was furious when he heard this. He cursed in his heart, "Like I look good enough to go out with you. Fuck, enough talk, let's go, show me around." Su Chen greeted him with a smile. "Okay, let's go." Zhou Xingxing nodded, and they walked shoulder to shoulder towards the outside. Soon, they arrived at the teacher's dormitory. "Do you know which room your teacher lives in?" Su Chen was enlightened here. The teachers all lived in single rooms, which was much better than the conditions back home. "I don't know." Zhou Xingxing shook his head honestly. "Shit, you don't know and you brought me here." "Wait." Zhou Xingxing gave Su Chen a dirty look, then shook hands and made a bird call. Before long, two pretty figures walked out of one of the dormitories. One was prettier than the other. Su Chen and Zhou Xingxing widened their eyes. Zhou Xingxing widened his eyes because he noticed that the teacher next to his girlfriend was also very pretty. She seemed a little prettier and younger than his girlfriend. Su Chen widened his eyes because he was excited. This young man looked just like the mature and sexy teacher Amin on TV. Su Chen. Zhou Xingxing. The two beautiful female teachers kept on uttering the same name. Teacher. Teacher. Su Chen and Zhou Xingxing both stepped forward. Zhou Xingxing looked at Jiang Min with some affection in his eyes, but suppressed it. Not only was there another female teacher nearby, but this was also the teacher's dormitory. Su Chen occasionally curiously looked at Jiang Min, causing Xia Yanran to burst into anger. This bastard, how dare he look at other women like that in front of her own face, what does he take her for? Su Chen, what are you doing in the teacher's dormitory? Xia Yanran asked coldly. Oh, I'm here with Zhou Xingxing. Su Chen hugged Zhou Xingxing's shoulder. Zhou Xingxing? Xia Yanran looked at the student beside her. Just now, Zhang Min mentioned to her that she was in love with a student named Zhou Xingxing. Well, he's not bad looking, and he's better looking than me. Look at Su Chen, he hasn't shown any interest in her so far, and he's been flirting with other girls. She can't understand what's so good about him, and why he attracts so many girls. Teacher. Zhou Xingxing nodded at Xia Yanran. Well, that's good, Min, you have a good student. Xia Yanran nodded at Zhang Min. What's good about him? His grades are always at the bottom of the class, and now I have to give him extra lessons every day, it's annoying. Zhang Min rolled her eyes. Teacher, can you please not say that in front of other people? Zhou Xingxing is a little shy. Su Chen snickered. Seeing this, Xia Yanran scolded, Su Chen, what are you laughing at? You are not as good as Zhou Xingxing, you daydream in class every day. I'm fine, my family owns a company, it doesn't matter if I study or not, I can just go home and inherit the family business. Su Chen straightened his back and looked indifferent. Xia Yanran hated the sight of him and, to prevent him from having any spare time to flirt with girls, said to him. Su Chen, after you go back from military training, get ready, because I will be giving you extra lessons every day after school. Su Chen's eyes widened. No way, teacher, my after-school time is my freedom, and besides, I have to go back to my dorm room in the evenings to play games with my roommates, so can you let me go? No. Xia Yanran shook her head, her face expressionless. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Teacher, what did you say? You said to let me go? Okay, I got it, goodbye, teacher. Su Chen finished his weird sentence as if he couldn't hear her, and quickly took big steps out of the classroom and dormitory area, running away. Yanran, your student is quite lively. Zhang Min covered her mouth and laughed, seemingly finding Su Chen very interesting. Damn, this is a strange guy. Zhou Xingxing scratched his head. It was Su Chen who wanted to meet Zhang Min. Why did he run away when another beautiful teacher said she would give him extra lessons? Isn't this the kind of thing that all boys want? Hey, what's so lively about him? This guy gives me a headache. He doesn't pay attention in class. I punished him by making him do push-ups, handstands, squats, etc., but he actually took it as a kind of enjoyment. I don't know what to do with him. Xia Yanran shook her head and sighed bitterly. Chapter 27, didn't you say you could still do it? Then keep doing it. The grudge-holding summer instructor. On the other side, Su Chen returned to dormitory 808. Everyone was lying on their beds chatting, seemingly unaware of the cruelty of this military training. Walking into the back room, the fat guy Wu Hao was already fast asleep. It seemed that he was really tired from standing in the morning. Su Chen didn't bother him either, took off his clothes, and changed into his camouflage uniform. It felt pretty good. Then he fell back on the bed to catch up on some sleep. It was essential to conserve energy. Although this was only military training, not actual military training, there would definitely be some difficult training. At 2:30 p.m., the whistle sounded and everyone got up. When Wu Hao saw Su Chen, he felt like he had a place to vent his grievances. Damn it, Su Chen, you really aren't a good friend. You're not letting me be the vice captain, even though I'm the one who's doing all the work. Look at your brother's physique, can it be used for weight training? Come on, fatty, I'm doing this for your own good. Tell me, isn't military training a good way to lose weight? Many fat people want this kind of treatment but don't get it. You've got it, so cherish it. Excuses, all excuses. The fat guy was angry, got dressed, and left without waiting for Su Chen, in a huff. Su Chen also put on his shoes and followed the other students out of the dormitory. The students were particularly slow to form ranks, and it was only around 2:30 or 2:40 that the ranks were finally formed. The team leader was having a small meeting with the instructors. Su Chen saw this situation in the ranks and knew that he would be punished. He had participated in military training before, and he had even trained in the army on Earth. Usually, the instructors would severely punish this kind of lazy attitude. It wouldn't be push-ups, would it? Su Chen rubbed his chin. Yi heard Su Chen's self-talk and asked him, Su Chen, what push-ups? Su Chen glanced at her and explained, a good start, a show of strength. Do you understand? The others blew the assembly whistle at 2:25, but you didn't gather until 2:40. I guess the instructors are preparing to punish us. When the girls and boys in the front row heard Su Chen's words, they panicked. Someone said, "No way, Su Chen, we just got here today, aren't we going to be given a break?" Chen Mengmeng also spoke up, "Su Chen, I also think you might be wrong. When we were in high school and had military training, the instructors usually turned a blind eye in situations like this. The instructors wouldn't punish too much." "Chen Mengmeng, you said it was high school, anyway, let's wait and see." Su Chen turned back to her and flashed his big white teeth, then started moving around, as if warming up for the exercise that was to come. It wasn't long before the instructor returned to the ranks one by one. Xia Tian stood at the front of the queue, his expression a dark one, and said to the whole group, "Turn right." The people in freshman class 15 all turned right together, a little unsure of what the instructor meant. "The first row, take a big step forward, the second row take a big step forward, the third row take a big step forward." Summer's orders came one after the other, and the students did as they were told, row after row. The fourth row was about to take a step forward when Summer shouted, "Stop." The freshmen all looked at Summer with surprised expressions, wondering what the instructor wanted them to do. The students closest to Su Chen thought, could it be true what Su Chen said? Could it be that the instructor really wanted them to do push-ups? Summer changed position and stood at the front of the students, looking over their still youthful faces one by one. She said loudly, "I'm in a very bad mood right now. Do you know why? Captain Phylon just criticized all of us instructors. Since we're in a bad mood, we need to find a way to vent, and that's you." Summer pointed at each person in the line and yelled, exhaled, and ordered, "Now, immediately, right away, push-ups. Get ready." Hearing this order, the girls obediently got down on all fours. Su Chen, as the captain, and his deputy, Yi, were the first to get down. The boys, on the other hand, hesitated for a long time before slowly squatting down one by one and getting behind the girls. "Good, boys, good for you. I can see the hesitation in your eyes, so you, plus 10, girls 10, boys 20, count them yourself." The boys couldn't help but regret their hesitation. Great, now they had to do 20 push-ups instead of 10. 1, 2, 3. 10. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20. Not only the students from class 5, but almost every team in the dining hall was doing push-ups. Some people finished and got up directly. The instructors yelled, "Did I tell you to get up?" Then everyone went back down again. "Okay, push-ups, do 10 more. Remember, this time I didn't give the order, so no one is allowed to get up." Xia Tian yelled at class 15 in the summer. Some students secretly resented in their hearts. They didn't get up, so why did they have to do 10 more? Report. A girl with a slightly trembling hand called out. "Speak." Xia Tian looked at her. "Why did I have to do 10 more when I didn't get up?" "Good question, but haven't I told you all that if one person fails, we all fail? Is that clear?" The girl nodded, fighting back tears. "Good, now start, 10. Everyone started doing push-ups again. After 10 more push-ups, many people felt their hands and legs tremble a little. "Good, look at your team leader, this is the standard push-up position. Su Chen, can you still do it?" Xiatian looked at Su Chen. Report, "Yes." "Good, everyone stand up, Su Chen is not allowed to get up." "Su Chen? What the hell is this bitch doing? Why can everyone else get up but him?" The other students couldn't hold on any longer and got up one after the other. 1 minute of free time, move your hands and feet. Hearing this, everyone started moving, wringing their wrists and ankles. However, everyone's attention was on Su Chen, with some pity and even some relief in their hearts. Thank goodness they weren't the team leader. Li Wenji also felt that it was fortunate that the team leader hadn't chosen him, otherwise he would be the one lying there. Report, why can't I get up? Su Chen looked up at Xia Tian. Xia Tian crouched down and whispered to him, "Don't you know that women hold a grudge?" After saying that, she stood up and looked at Su Chen seriously. "Didn't you say you could still do it? Then keep doing it." Su Chen? Goodness, this woman is so vengeful. Report, I can't do it anymore. You're lying. I heard you say you could do it before, and you all heard it too, didn't you? Shou Tian's eyes swept across the group of students with a sharp gaze. We heard it. Everyone replied together, knowing the truth that the rich will never die poor. For every minute Su Chen was punished, they would be punished for less. If they answered that they hadn't heard, the instructor might punish them again. They had all learned their lesson, and it was the right way to be a good boy by following the instructor. Chapter 28 Su Chen, thank you. Yi Qingcheng looked at Su Chen and secretly felt happy. This dog licker let him not lick himself, and he suffered the consequences. He deserved it. Xia Tian nodded with satisfaction, looked down at Su Chen, and said, "Did you hear that? Su Chen, everyone is a discerning person, and deceiving an instructor is also a violation of discipline." Su Chen's mouth twitched. "You've said it all, what can I say?" Coincidentally, Xia Yanran came out with teacher Yendi and teacher Haide to inspect. After seeing that the students in each class were doing push-ups, she frequently commented. She said that military training was the best place to exercise the will of students. Xia Yanran looked for her class in the ranks and, seeing that all the freshmen in her class were standing, she walked over to say a few encouraging words. However, as soon as she arrived, she saw the figure of the person wearing camouflage fatigues lying on the ground. Su Chen happened to look up, meeting her gaze. "Teacher!" The other students also shouted, "Teacher!" Seeing Xia Yanran at this time was undoubtedly like seeing a pillar of strength and their own mother for the students. "Well?" Xia Yanran responded with a concerned question to everyone, "Classmates, are you tired?" "Tired." The students in the freshman class all shouted back in unison. Xia Xianran saw this situation and didn't say anything, because this was what the monitor captain had promised. "Teacher, they have to respect you as an instructor. It is only natural for a teacher to come and see their students, which can soothe the students' hearts and benefit their training in the future." Seeing the students shouting that they were tired, Xia Xianran gave a gentle smile and said reassuringly, "Classmates, you will definitely be tired. In the future, no matter what you do, you will feel tired. There is no such thing as not being tired." After saying this, Xia Yanran paused and continued, "The significance of holding military training is actually to make us understand one truth: no matter how tired life will be in the future, we must bravely persevere. Do you understand?" The people in freshman class 5 nodded with deep feelings. Some people may understand, while others may not. In any case, whether they understand or not, military training cannot be ended once it begins, they can only endure it. Xia Yanran clapped her hands in encouragement at this time. "Classmates, the teacher believes you are the best. This 15-day military training is a trial in your life. The teacher also believes that you can all withstand this military training." "Yes, teacher. Teacher, we will definitely be able to withstand the test of this military training. Teacher, don't worry, we will definitely become students that make you proud." After listening to Xia Yanran's motivational speech, and seeing their teacher's beautiful and moving smile, all the students were filled with passion. "Su Chen, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Xia Yanran noticed Su Chen lying on the ground. "Teacher, you've only just seen me." Su Chen raised his face and showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Well, Xia Yanran nodded and looked at Tian Tian. "Instructor, what mistake has he made?" Xia Tian nodded, "He deceived the instructor, and he needs to be punished." "Oh, instructor, so what are you going to punish him for?" 20 push-ups. Xia Tian hesitated for a moment and said, 20? Xia Yanran blinked strangely. Su Chen can hold it for a long time, she has seen it before, he can hold it for almost a class in an inverted position, 20 is a bit less for her. More? Xia Tian saw Xia Yanran staring at him the whole time, and thought that he had said too much in punishing him. How about 10? No, I think that's too little. Xia Yanran shook her head and said, how about we make him do 50? Su Chen lost his balance and fell to his knees. Damn it, is this still the woman he has been thinking about? She's cheating him like this. 50 is too much for a student. Xia Tian looked at Xia Yanran in a little bit of shock. Xia Yanran gave a smile, not much, his previous standard. Okay, I won't disturb the instructor's training. Then he waved to his students, classmates, I'll be going first. The students didn't dare to wave back, but nodded. Standard equipment? Xia Tian smacked his lips, looked down thoughtfully at Su Chen, and said, Su Chen, this is what your teacher wants, 50, do it. Su Chen glared at Xia Tian fiercely, thinking to himself, you just wait, when I find the opportunity, I won't go against you, my name is not Su. How dare you glare at me, 50 more. Everyone in freshman class 5 was dumbfounded. They suddenly felt that the instructor was quite kind to them. Su Chen, that was suffering. The fat guy also secretly exclaimed in his heart, brother, I was wrong about you. It seems that you really are good for me. If I had really become the vice captain, I guess we would be doing push-ups right now. Suchin didn't know what everyone was thinking, and he had already started doing push-ups. 100 push-ups, 2 minutes is just right. Suchin stood up, looked at Xiatian, and yelled, reporting, finished. Xiatian originally wanted to yell back at Suchin for daring to yell at him, but then thought, it's only natural that he feels a bit unbalanced when you consider that he's done 100 push-ups. As an instructor, he shouldn't argue with the child. So he nodded and rejoined the group. Yes. Suchan rejoined the group. Just now, he had thought that if there was any trouble in the summer, no matter if she was a son of a bitch, he would beat her up first and then talk. Now it seems that this woman knows what is good for her, otherwise, he would really raise his fists. After that, everyone went to the training ground, stood in military position, and did military squats for 2 full hours before being taken back to rest by their respective instructors. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Su Chen and his friends all wilted. I'm exhausted. Damn, it was so hard to last the first day, and there are still 14 more to go. How am I going to get through the rest of the days? Fuck, I wasn't this tired when I went to military training in school. My legs are so sore. Me too. Everyone in the dorm was lying on their beds, sighing. Suchan also lay down. Tired? Definitely tired. Although his endurance, physical strength, and physical fitness were indeed seemingly stronger than when he first arrived on Blue Star, he couldn't stand the way the teacher targeted him that summer. He didn't even care about the team this afternoon, and it was Yi who was in charge. He was now a thorn in Xiatian's eyes. Suchen, thank you. Wu Hao said to Suchen with a weak voice after lying down on the bed. Why are you thanking me? Suchen glanced at him with some confusion. Luckily you didn't choose me as the vice captain, otherwise, I guess with my personality, if I faced the instructor, I would be targeted to death. Wu Hao figured it out today. The instructor and Suchen seemed to have a grudge, constantly confronting each other, and their energy fields forced the ordinary students like them to almost suffocate. Suchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fatty, I want to punch her. Seriously, there were several times today when I couldn't help but want to rush up and hit her. You want to hit the instructor? Wu Hao widened his eyes. Suchen, you've got guts. If you really hit her, Brother Hao will definitely admire you for being a man. With that, Wu Hao gave Suchen a thumbs up. Chapter 29, playing cards in the dormitory made his heart feel a little blocked, so he decided to find Xia Yanran for some comfort. Suchen glanced at him indifferently and didn't want to talk anymore. Let's take a break for a while, we still have to eat later. Thinking so, Suchen immediately crawled onto the bed. Soon, a whistle sounded, and everyone ran to gather again. Suchen arrived early and unexpectedly met Lu Yang and Li Xian on the way. Oh my, Yang, Xian, you remembered me, how are you doing today? Suchen asked with a smile as he gave the two a bear hug. How could it be otherwise, we're exhausted and our bones are about to break. Lu Yang said with a wry smile. I'm the same. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Suchen also followed suit, gritting his teeth. I'm more or less the same. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Screw it, I'll put up with him. When I find the opportunity, you'll see if I don't thrash him. Suchen clenched his fists and said coldly. Okay, Suchen, stop talking, the instructor team is here. Li Xian whispered a reminder. Suchen looked over his shoulder and saw that it was fine, the instructor was still a few dozen seconds away. I mean, Suchen, shouldn't you go back to your own team now? After all, we have to go back to our team as well. Li Xian was obviously a bit afraid of punishment, rolled his eyes and spoke to Suchen again. Oh, Xianzi, you mean it, then okay, I won't bother you guys, bye. After Suchen finished speaking, he waved his hand and slowly walked over to the team of the first year, Class 5. Soon, it was time to line up, and Xiatian looked at Suchen. Suchen didn't move, so Yi, the class monitor, had to come out and line up the team instead of Suchen. After Yi had straightened up and taken a moment to organize the team, the instructor Xiatian walked up to Suchen and asked indifferently, Suchen, what do you mean? Xiatian was a little taller than Suchen, so Suchen had to tilt his head up a little to look her in the eye at close range. Summer's breath hit Suchen's face. Suchen flashed a white smile. It doesn't mean anything, instructor. You said it yourself, you didn't call on me, so how would I know what you meant? Suchen looked innocent and confused. It better be. Summer stared coldly at Suchen for a while, but since there was no suitable reason to make things difficult for Su Chen, she left a threat-like remark and walked to the middle of the line. Today is the first day of your training. Now I ask you, are you tired? Xia Tian's majestic gaze swept over the students in the room. Tired. Hearing everyone shout tired, Xia Tian nodded. Well, this means you are very happy. Wait. Reporting to the instructor, we are talking about tired, not happy. Someone corrected. Summer said, but I understand tiredness as being happy, and happiness as being tired. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone in the freshman class of 5 twitched their mouths, and no one spoke. Seeing no one answer, Summer frowned in dissatisfaction, and shouted out, I said, do you understand? Answer me all. Understood. This time, everyone spoke at the same time, afraid to say no. Summer's gaze swept over the crowd, and finally she walked up to Su Chen again. Why didn't you say anything? Su Chen took a step back, looked up at the sky, and answered without looking at her, reporting to the instructor, I did speak up. Don't frame me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Looking at me. Summer was very unhappy when she saw Su Chen always looking up at the sky. What, you don't look because you're not good looking? Su Chen snorted. What did you say? Summer was burning with anger. Everyone was watching the show, and some girls were even in silent mourning for Su Chen. May I ask, what woman can tolerate someone saying she is not pretty? How dare this guy say in public that the instructor is not pretty, and he can get away with it? I didn't say anything. At this time, Su Chen looked at her and grinned, revealing an extremely bright smile. Good, very good, I like your courage. In the next 10 days or so, I will love you well. Summer's gaze was cold. Thank you, Instructor Xia. Su Chen bowed. Xia Tian left, leading the freshman class 5 to the dining hall. This time, Su Chen didn't hang out with the freshman class 5 directly, and he disappeared as they walked. Xia Tian didn't realize that Su Chen was gone until the last meal, but she didn't worry too much. Because from what she knew about Su Chen, he could never be lost. During the meal, Yi Yi asked, Instructor, where is Su Chen? Xia Tian replied, I don't know, just ignore him. Until the first year 5 class finished eating, they didn't see Su Chen. Unexpectedly, Su Chen went to the table of someone from Haicheng University. Come, Zhou Xingxing, eat. Su Chen was not at all polite. Seeing that there was an empty seat next to Zhou Xingxing, he just sat down and started eating. Seeing that Zhou Xingxing kept looking at him, he picked up a piece of meat in his bowl and put it in Zhou Xingxing's bowl. Brother, don't you need to be with your class? Zhou Xingxing asked doubtfully. Su Chen shrugged. Our instructor was targeting me all afternoon. I was in a bad mood, so I came over to sit down. If the instructor was targeting you, then how dare you run around? Oomph, what's there to be afraid of? I wanted to punch her. Thinking about that smug face in the summer, Su Chen wanted to punch her. A young girl sitting next to him blinked and asked the same question as Wu Hao had before, you still want to hit the instructor? Well, yes, I dare say that every student here wants to punch the instructor, but only I dare to say it. Su Chen looked at her and gave a kind smile. You're really something. The young girl gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Hey, let's stop talking about it. I'm so angry just talking about it. Come on, Brother Xing, let's eat. Su Chen lifted a bowl of rice soup and bumped it with Zhou Xingxing's bowl, and gulped it down. Buddy, this is hot soup, not wine. You're awesome. Zhou Xingxing looked impressed. Shit, I forgot. I feel like my throat is burning. Water, cold water, no, bread, where's the bread? Su Chen's face turned red. I still have some here. The young girl took out half of it. Su Chen didn't even think about it and took it from her, shoving it in his mouth. Eye of the young girl blinked, and before she could break off the bite she had taken, it was snatched away and eaten by Su Chen. Doesn't that mean that she and Su Chen kissed indirectly? Suddenly, her face turned a little red. However, as soon as she saw that Su Chen was quite ordinary looking, the blush on her face faded slightly. Unfortunately, he was not good looking, and he was short, so he was not a good match for her. Thinking about this, the young girl's expression had a hint of regret and loss, and she wished that Su Chen was a handsome guy. Su Chen had no idea what was going on in her mind, otherwise he would definitely feel the urge to beat her up. I'm done eating, I'm leaving. Su Chen waved his hand and said goodbye to Zhou Xingxing. Well, go. Zhou Xingxing nodded. Don't see me off. No, I still have some things to do here. Oh, I understand, it's all men, don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. Suchin pulled his lips together and turned his head and walked away. Hey, damn it, who the hell is this Suchen? How does he know about my business? Zhou Xingxing had the feeling that Suchen had seen through him. Unfortunately, Suchen would not answer him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suchen and the others were playing cards in their dormitory. The kind where you lose and someone else takes your place. Plain. Bomb. King bomb. Pass. Pass. Suchen won after he threw down the last little 4. It's no fun, playing with a bunch of big boys bit by bit is meaningless. You guys play, I'm going out for a while. With that, Suchen stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, the fat guy secretly smirked. This guy is definitely going to hit on girls again. He was right. Suchen walked and walked until he reached the teacher's dormitory. He wanted to find Xia Yanran for some comfort. Although his practice today was not bad, and his physical abilities were steadily improving, he still felt a little blocked in his heart. Blocked by whom? Their stinking instructor, of course. Chapter 30. Suchen is jealous and plans to drop out of school, and Xia Tian is preparing to fight. Suchen searched around the dormitories. Finally, he found her. Xia Yanran's figure appeared in his eyes, but there was also a man in an instructor's uniform by her side. When he saw this man, for some reason, Suchen felt a slight uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Hello, teacher. Suchen shouted, as if he was afraid that Xia Yanran couldn't hear him. Xia Yanran and the instructor turned around together. Ugh, that instructor is very handsome, and a bit familiar. Even the squad leader is no good, he dares to hit on my girlfriend, I'll beat him up. Squad leader, teacher, what are you doing? Suchen walked up a little angry, pulled Xia Yanran towards him, so that she was a little further away from the squad leader. Suchen, what are you doing? Don't be ridiculous. Xia Yanran snapped at Suchen. Are you yelling at me for him? Suchen pointed angrily at the squad leader, his eyes full of disbelief. No, what are you messing with, Suchen? Get out of here, the team leader and I have something to talk about. How can you sneak into the teacher's dormitory as a student? Get out of here quickly. Xia Yanran glared at Suchen. Suchen looked back at her, a little angry. So I'm not worthy of coming, I'm interrupting your good thing, right? Okay, I'll go. After saying that, Suchen glared at the team leader viciously, turned his head and left. Her heart was already blocked. Now she saw the teacher with such a handsome guy as the team leader, it made her feel even worse. Sai, Su. Xia Yanran hadn't had time to say anything when Suchen's back disappeared in front of her. Sai. Xia Yanran sighed, this kid really doesn't let her rest easy. Yanran, he's your student. The team leader was stunned. Xia Yanran nodded in acknowledgement, Yunshin, the child doesn't know any better, so don't take it personally. I know, children are bound to be immature. The team leader nodded, and then said, but it seems like he likes you. It seems like it a little bit. Thinking about Suchen's jealous look just now, Xia Yanran couldn't help but feel a little amused. The team leader saw Xia Yanran smile, and for a moment, he was lost in thought. Yanran, you're still so beautiful. You're quite handsome too. Xia Yanran made a polite compliment. That's enough, do you have anything else to do? If not, just leave first, you're also quite busy. Okay, then I'll leave first. The team leader smiled slightly and then strode away from Xia Yanran's dormitory. On the other side, Suchen was saddened alone. He thought he wasn't in a one-sided love, but in the end, Xia Yanran was simply playing with him. And when she said that she wanted him to take responsibility for her, she was a blatant liar. Suchen wiped the saliva from the corner of his eyes, licked it in his mouth, and it tasted bitter. Hey, he was still too naive. What's going on? Has he really been influenced by the original owner here? Drop out, just go back and drop out, I'm not going to do it anymore, this stupid school is not worth it. Suchen muttered to himself as he walked along. He slammed into a wall. Suchen rubbed his forehead and thought, when someone is unlucky, there's just no stopping it. I'll go back to bed, and tomorrow will be a new day. With these thoughts, Suchen staggered back to the dormitory, fell asleep without saying a word, and lay on the bed. The next morning, Suchen got up and saw that his classmates were all sleeping, so he didn't disturb them. He went to the training ground by himself and started exercising in the morning. When it was 7 o'clock, the assembly whistle sounded, and everyone gathered at the entrance to the cafeteria. Class 15, freshman year, waited 10 minutes in the summer, but still didn't see any sign of Suchen, so they asked, "Where's Suchen?" I don't know. We don't know either. He wasn't here when we woke up. The Summer looked at the other teams, which had already started running, and she didn't wait for him. Fine, forget him, let's go do morning exercises first, and then we'll look for him after morning exercises. Yes, instructor. Follow me. With that, the Summer ran with the team in front of her. As they passed by the training ground, Xiatian and the students in the freshman class 5 saw Suchen running like crazy. Xiatian let Yi lead the team to run first, then ran with a dark face to find Suchen. Suchen, what are you doing? She shouted out angrily when she saw Suchen covered in sweat. Morning exercise, instructor. Suchen said indifferently, without stopping for a moment. Stop. Xiatian shouted. I can't stop, instructor. You can't stop? Fine, then don't stop. Xiatian was so angry that she burst out laughing. You can't stop? Fine, then I'll let you run as much as you like. Suchen let out all of his anger and frustration, and ran 10 more laps around the training ground. Xiatian was afraid something would happen, and shouted, That's enough, Suchen, stop. I said I can't stop. You can't stop, can you? Let's see how I punish you when I catch you. With that, Xiatian reached out when she was closest to Suchen, but unfortunately missed. Xiatian gave chase, running as fast as she could. She had trained for this, and Suchen had successfully roused her anger. But the more she ran, the more frightened she became. How much strength did Suchen have? She had been running for so long, and she still couldn't catch up. She chased him for a full 9 laps, and she was panting heavily. Suchen took the initiative to stop at this time. The main reason was that he had already run a lot today and he couldn't run anymore. Instructor, you can't either? Suchen bent over, looked at the pair of snow-capped peaks swaying, felt dizzy, and breathed heavily in an unoccupied direction. What, you dare to say I can't do it? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Xiatian was extremely angry at being underestimated. You can't beat me. Suchen glanced at her and said. Practice? Xiatian gritted her teeth and said. Practice is fine, but there has to be a wager, how about that? Suchen winked at her. What wager? Let me go to dinner with you, I won't agree to that. Come on, 30-year-old auntie, I wouldn't need if you went to dinner with me. Suchen disdainfully pouted. You, Suchen, I think you're itching for a fight, do you believe I'll hammer you to death? In the Summer, stand up straight and clenched your fists. If you don't believe me, I won't waste any more time talking to you. Let's fight. If I win, you let me go back to school. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Suchen said with a grin. Go back to school? What would you do there? The Summer was a little surprised, and thought that he had gone too far and forced the child to want to go home. That's not your business. Just say yes or no. No, I don't have the authority to let you go back to school now. That's nothing. Suchen looked at Xiatian disdainfully and said, If I win, you can't force me to train. Every day, I just sit or lie down. How about that? You can always make that decision, right? I can make that decision. A raging fire burned in Xiatian's eyes. She couldn't help but want to give Suchen a good beating. Chapter 31, she almost beat her to a pulp. Summer had the temerity to say she was worthless, and she simply had to teach her a lesson. So come on, Suchen said, sticking out her tongue. Summer couldn't hold back any longer, twisted her neck, and charged forward, kicking Suchen in the face. Military boxing. Suchen blocked with a military boxing stance, resisting Summer's kick, and then kicked her hard in the stomach. The leg technique was sharp. Xiatian's pupils contracted as he blocked the kick with his leg. Bang! Xiatian was kicked back several steps. Can you still take it, instructor? Suchen asked triumphantly. Don't be arrogant. Xiatian stabilized his stance, planted his feet, and charged at Suchen, kicking him again. Instructor, you can't do this either. I have to hold back when fighting with you for fear of hurting you. How about you just admit defeat? Suchen dodged this kick backwards and showed a big white tooth. Cut the crap, watch this. Seeing that he couldn't kick Suchen, Xiatian began attacking from the left and right, punching and kicking Suchen again and again. Suchen dodged, built up his strength, and punched him. With a loud bang, Xiatian fell backwards. You bastard, where did you hit me? Xiatian was ashamed, angry, and showing his teeth, rubbing his chest. There was no way, the rest of you is too brittle, I'm afraid I'll break your bones, but don't worry, I held back, I won't give you any problems. Su Chen shrugged. Xia Tian knew he couldn't beat this bastard, stopped and conceded, I lost, I'll agree to your condition of training casually. It's stupid to know you can't beat him and still fight. Thank you, instructor. Su Chen grinned, and not only did he beat Xia Tian, he also got to skip training in the future. Get lost, go back and change, go to the canteen, get ready to eat. Okay, goodbye. Su Chen left happily. Xia Tian felt a pang in his chest. That brat, he really can fight, that's true, and his fists are really black, that's also true, and it still hurts. Su Chen returned to the dormitory, inexplicably happy, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Su Chen, which girl did you flirt with this time? You didn't even go to training. Wu Hao asked. Fuck off, you're the one who flirted with the girl. I was just doing morning exercises. By the way, I just beat up Xia Tian, and I'm in a great mood. Su Chen grinned from ear to ear, clearly very happy. Holy shit, you really beat up the instructor. Wu Hao's eyes widened. A few of the students from the dormitory also came to the door to listen. Of course, and, you watch, we made a bet. If she beats me up, I'll let her do whatever she wants with me. If I beat her up, she'll have to let me off training. The rest of my life is going to be really, really great. Awesome, Su Chen, you really did it. Yes, yes. Su Chen nodded, but don't let it spread, otherwise I'm afraid that old woman won't admit it. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Even so, Su Chen, as the team leader, can you take care of us a little? Wei Zihao asked expectantly. Of course I can, as long as it's my turn to manage the team, I'll let you guys off the hook a bit. But I'm afraid this woman won't let me manage the team. It's okay, if the instructor really doesn't let you manage the team, we won't blame you, and we won't tell anyone about beating up the instructor. Several boys shook their heads together and said. You're loyal, don't worry, I'll do my best to get the authority to manage the team from Xia Tian there in the summer, and at worst, I'll find some time to beat her up again. The crowd twitched their mouths, you're addicted to beating up instructors. Su Chen then took off one of the autumn clothes inside and took the camouflage uniform to be washed. Before long, the dinner whistle sounded. Su Chen followed his roommates to the dining hall, chatting and laughing. Su Chen walked past the summer who was walking from the side, leaving a dashing back view, and walked all the way forward. He walked to the freshman class 3. Hi, Su Chen. Hello, Su Chen. Su Chen, why did you come to us today? The instructor hasn't arrived yet, and 5 or 6 boys and girls from freshman year 3 who are familiar with each other say hello to Su Chen. Su Chen also flashes a big white smile and says, I'm just killing some time, and I wanted to chat with you guys and get to know each other better. What, you don't want to welcome me? Welcome, of course we welcome you. It's just that Su Chen, your instructor is over here. Zhao shooting points behind him to warn him. Su Chen turned his head and saw Xia Tian walking over with a dark face and going back. Why, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't force me to train? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking that the woman was going to go back on her word. I only promised not to force you to train, but that doesn't mean you can run around. Hurry back. Xia Tian coldly shouted. Okay, I'll give you this face. Su Chen grinned and moved towards the position of freshman class 5. He strutted along with a swagger. Xia Tian followed him and they both walked to the position of the first year 5 class. This time, without Xia Tian having to say anything, Su Chen walked to the front of the line. After a brief period of standing at attention, he turned to the right and consolidated the team. Then he grinned at Xia Tian and reported, Instructor, the team has been consolidated. Please give your instructions. Xia Tian saw Su Chen's smug smile and really felt an urge to punch him in the face. No matter what, he feels like he's getting on her nerves. It makes her feel really uncomfortable. Lead the group into the dining hall. Yes. Su Chen answered and then told everyone to follow him. After saying that, Su Chen casually waved his sleeve and walked in front of Xia Tian. The dining hall is full. Su Chen sat down in his seat and smiled when he saw Xia Tian looking at him. Summer's chest felt heavy again with anger. She had been beaten up in the morning, and now she was simply angry at Su Chen's smug smile. Summer felt that the food tasted bland, while Su Chen was eating it with great relish. Summer always felt that this guy was deliberately antagonizing her, but she could not produce any evidence. After breakfast, there was no rest this time. Summer announced that they would gather in front of the canteen. Suchen crossed his legs and sat on the stone slab at the front. Those who knew understood that he had beaten up the instructor, which was a privilege he had earned. Those who didn't knew and were silently mourning for Suchen in their hearts, thinking that the instructor would definitely punish Suchen later. Soon, Xia Tian walked over in his military boots, but the scene they had expected didn't happen. Xia Tian didn't even look at Suchen once, let alone have the intention of punishing him. Report. Yi Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore and reported to Xia Tian. Speak. Xia Tian looked at her. Reporting to the instructor, Suchen disobeyed orders. He didn't run with the class in the morning. Shouldn't he be punished? Yi Qingqing looked at Xia Tian with a questioning gaze. Xia Tian didn't change his expression, glanced at her lightly, and said, Suchen is an exception. Report, I don't accept it. Why is Suchen the exception? This time, it was Li Wenjie who spoke up. He was extremely unbalanced. Because I approved it, I approved him as the captain without training. Are there any questions? Xia Tian's face was domineering. But she was also very frustrated in her heart. She was also a victim. Who let her be tricked by Suchen? Who knew that Suchen was so good at fighting? She almost didn't beat her. With his fighting skills, she guessed that even if she were placed among these instructors, there would be few opponents. Unless the captain came out, he could safely defeat Suchen. Chapter 32, the instructors all looked down on Suchen, except for Xia Tian, who sensed that it wasn't that simple. Me, nothing. Li Wenjie couldn't even come up with a fart. Xia Tian gave him a cold glare and then looked at the entire Class 1, May 5th, stand at attention. The students stood up straight with a thump. Stand still for 15 minutes, no one move, and anyone who does will get 10 more minutes. Xia Tian walked around his own team and then walked a little unhappily to Suchen. Instructor, any instructions? Suchen raised his eyes and flashed a white smile. Aren't you pretty good at fighting? Why don't we bet again? You can't beat me. Suchen showed his disdain. Xia Tian. Is not me fighting you, I'm finding someone to fight you. Xia Tian's expressionless, what do you say, dare you? What's there to be afraid of? Come on, just find someone to come over. It so happens that I'm not happy with all the instructors at your base, especially the captain of your base. If you're capable, you can call them all, I'll give you a piece of my mind. Suchen thought about Xia Yanran laughing and chatting with the captain yesterday, but then driving him away, and he felt the anger in his heart rise again. Fine, you said it. You just wait. Xia Tian sneered. Then she turned her head and commanded the freshman class 5, stand still, all of you. Yi, you watch them. If anyone dares to move, you will get an extra 10 minutes. Yes, instructor. Yi replied. After Xia Tian left, Yi and the entire freshman class 5 looked at Suchen, wondering what he was up to. Suchen, what's going on? The others didn't dare to move, so it was up to the vice captain Yi to step out of line and ask. It's nothing, I just beat up our instructor. She's just looking for someone to fight with, it's that simple. Suchen said with a casual attitude. Beat up the instructor? Yi looked unconvinced. Some people in freshman class 5 who didn't know the details also chimed in, bragging about Suchen. Suchen, you really dare to say anything, and you even beat up the instructor. There were many people who didn't believe him, especially Yi Qingqing, who sneered at Suchen, saying, Suchen, you're so full of it, you'll trip and fall if you keep talking like that. The instructor is coming, I'll definitely report you, just you wait and see. Whatever, just report me, if I'm scared of you, I'm not a man. Suchen gave her a cold glare. This woman really thinks she's something, always looking for a sense of superiority in herself. You. Yi Qingqing's face turned from green to white. How dare Suchen? Didn't he once say that he was her goddess and that he would chase after her for the rest of his life? Why is Suchen now so disobedient to her, repeatedly going against her? What a white-eyed wolf that can't be trained. Just as the first year 5 were arguing about Suchen, Xia Tian also went to other teams and recruited a few instructors. When those instructors heard that a student had beaten Xia Tian up, they didn't believe it at first. But when they heard Xia Tian say it matter-of-factly, they believed it and all said they would help her get her revenge. They could beat up anyone, but they couldn't beat up the Team Flower. Before long, the students and instructors from Team 4 were led by Xiu Tian towards first-year Class 5. They all walked with steady steps, and the students from Team 4 had puzzled looks on their faces. The instructor said that there was something good to watch, so we brought them all along, not knowing what the good thing was. After the 4 teams of students had joined first year class 5, the instructor integrated the teams one by one and told the students to stand in military formation in a large circle. Yi saw that the atmosphere was too grand, so she returned to her own team. The students in freshman class 5 all looked puzzled. They were all thinking, could it be that Su Chen had just told them the truth, that Su Chen really had beaten up the instructor? Not knowing what had really happened, they still didn't quite believe it. The 4 instructors and Xia Tian strode over to Su Chen. An instructor nicknamed Flying Wolf, who admired Xia Tian, clenched his fists and looked coldly at Su Chen. Boy, let's practice. Su Chen looked at the intimidating appearance of the 5 instructors and also stood up, twisting his neck and saying, practice is fine, but if I win, I should get some benefits, right? Fei Lang smiled and said, hey, you little brat, you still want benefits? Okay, I like it. Tell me, what benefits do you want? If I win, you will all jointly apply for me to go back to school, okay? Well, no, change the condition. Fei Lang shook his head. The other instructors also shook their heads one after the other. Pfft, that's nothing, so why should I fight you? Su Chen crossed his arms and shook his legs in an arrogant manner. The faces of the 4 instructors turned green with anger, except for Xia Tian, who had already experienced Su Chen's taunts once and felt nothing. Many students were dumbfounded and whispered to each other. Holy cow, who is this guy, so fierce, and he still dares to speak like this in the face of 5 instructors? It seems that he is a student of Yenchang University, but are students of Yenchang University this fierce now? Dare to fight with the instructors, he must not like living too long, you know, these instructors can probably practice climbing him just by saying something. Anyway, this guy is awesome, he must be the first student to dare to fight with the instructors. The crowd was discussing, but now none of the instructors had time to care, their minds were all on Su Chen at the moment. A few instructors discussed in a low voice. Fei Lang looked at Su Chen and said, kid, let's do this, we don't have the authority to let you move back to the school, but if you can defeat all 4 of us one by one, we'll allow you to do whatever you want for the rest of the day, watch whatever you want, and you don't have to participate in any training. What do you say? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was not bad, at least he wouldn't be bound by the rules for the next few days. Thinking about this, Su Chen nodded and said, okay, I'll reluctantly agree. Who's going to go first? I'll go first. Flying Wolf had long been unhappy with Su Chen. However, a female instructor with the codename Blue Sky stopped him. I'll go first. Let me see what this kid is capable of. Okay, Blue Sky, you go first, but go easy on him. Remember not to beat him into a state of disability, or we won't be able to bear it. Flying Wolf nodded, his tone full of disdain for Su Chen and absolute confidence in Blue Sky. Blue Sky's attacks are known for their swiftness and ferocity. Even most of the male instructors have suffered at her hands. Blue Sky is confident that she will be gentle. Blue Sky twists her arm and steps out of the ranks of instructors. She winks at Su Chen and says, kid, you go first. Su Chen doesn't react to her provocation. He says, you go first. I'll be fair. I don't discriminate between men and women. If I beat you up, don't blame me. Lan Tian was furious. The kid is quite courageous, but you should worry about yourself. Lan Tian said, kicking with a horizontal kick, his legwork was sharp. Su Chen dodged sideways, defending with military boxing. Instructor, you're too slow. Lan Tian felt humiliated, and his legwork was even more swift. He kicked out foot after foot. Su Chen blocked with his arms, and it looked as if he was losing. Ha ha ha, this kid is nothing special. I guess Instructor Blue Sky will take him down soon. An instructor named Miao Yu laughed. I agree. Hey, we shouldn't have mobilized so many people in the first place. It's not interesting at all to have so many people come to watch Blue Sky's one-man show, right everyone? Instructor Dao Feng also shook his head. Right. Yes, yes, yes. The other 2 instructors agreed, but Xia Tian frowned, as she always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. She had fought with that Su Chen guy before, and knew about his physical strength and speed. Su Chen shouldn't be so weak. Chapter 33, Is the Fish Egg Broken? Lan Tian, who had kicked Su Chen a few times, was full of disdain on his face. Boy, why aren't you arrogant anymore? Keep being arrogant, sister. I still like the arrogant look you had just now. Su Chen pretended to be angry. Old woman, don't be smug. I'll beat you up so badly later that you'll be begging for mercy. Lan Tian was furious, kicking Su Chen in the back and on the arms, but not hitting any vital points. Seeing that Guan was using up all his strength, Lan Tian changed to a grappling hold. Seeing this, Su Chen knew that his chance had come. He found an opportunity and grabbed Lan Tian and threw him over his shoulder. The two soft backs touched, but Su Chen had no evil thoughts. As soon as Su Chen exerted himself, he threw Lan Tian over his back and landed on the ground. Lan Tian was momentarily distracted, and the fall was not light. His entire back was numb and aching. Ah, Lan Tian let out a soft cry. Lan Tian. Miao Yu, who admired Lan Tian, saw this and his anger immediately rose. He looked at Su Chen and said, "You little brat, you bastard, you don't know how to respect your instructor at all. Beating up on a woman is something a man should do. I'll teach you a lesson." Miao Yu rushed to Su Chen's face in an instant, his fist pounding towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen took a step back to avoid it, saying, "Fuck, you're trying to sneak an attack on me? Not only am I going to beat up a woman today, I'm going to beat up a man too." With that, Su Chen kicked out. The kick was lightning fast. Miao Yu didn't have time to dodge, and his hands went up to protect his chest. Bang! Miao Yu was kicked back 6 steps. His arms went numb, and he was shocked. This kid is so strong. Miao Yu, are you okay? You were kicked out by a kid. Fei Lang put his hand on his forehead. If they couldn't defeat Su Chen today, they would lose face in front of the adults, so they must defeat him. If you're so good, you go ahead. Miao Yu shook his arms and said, I'll go, kid, I'll fight you. Fei Lang looked at Su Chen. Fine, fight if you want, what's the big deal? You two can both come at me at the same time, I can still beat you and make you call me dad. The kid is arrogant. Kid, later I'll make you kneel down and apologize. How could Fei Lang and Miao Yu tolerate being so humiliated? They had been soldiers for so many years, and they had never met someone as arrogant as Su Chen before. Fei Lang, let's go at him together, this kid is making me so angry. Miao Yu suggested to Fei Lang. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Fei Lang said and rushed up, and Miao Yu followed suit. Su Chen didn't dare to be careless, and was not prepared to fight them in military boxing. It was time to show these instructors what it meant to be a Sanda boxing champion. The two instructors punched from the left and right. Su Chen retreated step by step. The students were dumbfounded. Su Chen was so awesome, he was even going to fight two instructors, but it didn't look like he could beat them. Someone spoke up, wonderful, just wonderful, this is the charm of combat, I want to join the martial arts club when military training is over. Take me in. The boys were so excited, they wished they were the ones fighting the instructors. Quiet, all of you. Xia Tian heard their chatter and shouted. His voice was shrill, and it scared all the students into silence. The situation on the field was ever-changing. Miao Yu and Fei Lang cooperated with each other. Su Chen knocked Miao Yu out of the ring, and Fei Lang filled in the gap. After Fei Lang was knocked out, Miao Yu filled in the gap again. Su Chen could not find a single gap to attack a single person. It was no wonder that they were rigorously trained soldiers. However, he was not losing either, almost suppressing the two instructors Miao Yu and Fei Lang. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, with ease. Miao Yu and Fei Lang looked very unpleasant. The face of the standing blade was also very unpleasant. The reason for his unpleasant face was that the commotion here had already attracted the attention of the people from other teams. Many team instructors were trotting over. If these instructors saw that they could not even defeat a single student, they would truly become a joke in the Long Yuan Brigade in the future. Flying Wolf and Fish Seed, solve this quickly, someone is here to laugh at us. Understood. Understood. The eyes of Flying Wolf and Fish Seed suddenly turned fierce, and they both started to get serious, attacking Su Chen's vital points. Su Chen defended a few times, but he was still hit in the face, which felt burning hot. Fine, if that's how you want to play, then I won't hold back. Su Chen was only going to fight with them, but these people were playing for their lives, so why should he hold back? He just let loose and started to beat them up. After Su Chen finished talking, his whole demeanor no longer held back. He used everything he had, including kicking in the groin, slapping in the face, and scratching. In no time at all, Miao Lang was kicked in the groin and stopped, his face turning purple. Flying Wolf's face also had 2 claw marks on it, both bleeding. The boys who saw this and the instructor, Blade, suddenly felt a tightness in their chests. little. Miao Yu wanted to curse Su Chen, but the pain below was just too great. It was so painful that cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. Seeing this, Xia Tian, Blade, Flying Wolf and the recovering Blue Sky hurriedly walked over to him, fumbling to help him. Miao Yu, are you okay? Knife Edge asked with a frown. No, I don't know, it feels like my balls have been crushed, Miao Yu said with difficulty. What, is it that serious? All of the instructors were shocked. Especially Xia Tian, she was panicking inside. It was she who had asked Miao Yu's instructors to come and help. If something really happened to Miao Yu, or if he became an eunuch, then what was she going to do? She would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Did she have to choose to marry a eunuch and take care of him for the rest of her life? Su Chen, you've caused a big problem. Xia Tian turned his head and glared at Su Chen. Su Chen was actually a little panicked, but after thinking about his previous experience with the kick, he put his heart at ease. Don't worry, he'll definitely be fine. How could Xia Tian and the other instructors at the training camp be at ease? That was the most vulnerable part of a man's body, and after Su Chen's careless kick, it was strange that it would be fine. A girl panicked and shouted, "Quick, call 120. What's the point of calling? They've confiscated the phones. So what do we do?" The students discussed this aimlessly, and no one was standing in military position anymore. The commotion became a mess. Still, Dao Feng was reliable. He yelled at the row of students, "Make way, I'll get a stretcher." When the students heard this, they hurriedly made way. Dao Feng practically sprinted out of the crowd. The other instructors who had come running were at a loss as to what had happened. Why was Blade in such a hurry? One instructor called Xiaolong scratched his head. Just ask a student and you'll know. An instructor called Konglang said, and walked over to grab a student who was jumping forward to look. "Classmate, what happened?" The student was a bit upset, but when he turned his head and saw it was an instructor, he didn't dare be angry, and began to tell the instructor in front of him what had happened one by one. Chapter 34. Su Chen felt uncomfortable when he saw the handsome Long Xiang and the beautiful Xia Yanran. The several instructors were stunned when they heard what the students said. When they heard that several instructors could not defeat a student, and that one of the instructors, Miao Yu, had been kicked in the groin by the student, their first reaction was disbelief. They knew the strength of Miao Yu and Fei Lang, and they were only stronger than them. How could the two of them, working together, be no match for a student? They didn't believe what the student had said until they followed the student's separate paths into the crowd and saw Miao Yu, who was covering his crotch and sweating profusely. The male instructors all felt a little chill down there. Could that place really be kicked? After learning some of the situation with Xia Tian and the others, the two instructors walked over to Su Chen and coldly questioned him, "Classmate, how could you hit an instructor?" Su Chen really didn't like their attitude. What? They were the ones who said they wanted to fight with me, so can't I fight back? I was going to hold back, but you guys went for my vital points first. If you don't believe me, just ask Flying Wolf. Su Chen rubbed his swollen and painful cheeks and pointed his other finger at Flying Wolf. The two instructors looked at Flying Wolf and saw him nod awkwardly. The two instructors didn't know what to say. What's the big deal? You hit a kid, and you hit him in a vulnerable spot. Just admit defeat if you can't win. What do we do now? Not only have you never beaten anyone before, but we're not even on the right side of the argument. What are we going to do about this? It's a headache. Quick, let's take Miao Yu to the infirmary first. At that moment, the voice of Blade rang out, and he came running over carrying a stretcher. When the instructors saw him, they hurriedly got to work. It took a lot of effort to get Miao Yu onto the stretcher. The 5 instructors carried Miao Yu and left. Fei Lang went to call the team leader. Xia Tian and the other 5 or 6 instructors watched Su Chen together to prevent him from making any other moves. Many students were worried about Su Chen, especially the fat guy, but he was torn between whether to go out and stand with Su Chen. Kid, if anything happens to Instructor Miao Yu, you're in big trouble. Aren't you scared? Knife Edge glared at Su Chen. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Fear is useless. If you get into trouble, you have to face it yourself. That's what my father taught me. A flash of appreciation appeared in Lang Kang's eyes. Good boy, you've got guts. Don't worry, if Miao Yu is fine, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. But if anything happens to Miao Yu, then you'll have to face it yourself. You're still smiling? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Xia Tian was already feeling a little anxious, and when he saw Su Chen smiling, he immediately lost his temper. You're asking for it. If you let me go earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Su Chen shrugged. You? If I wasn't too scared to fight this guy, Xia Tian really wanted to beat the crap out of him. Humph! Su Chen snorted coldly, looked up at the sky, and waited for the squad leader to arrive. In the teacher's dormitory area, Fei Lang ran all the way over. When he found the team leader, he saw him chatting with two very pretty female teachers. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, he really has a taste for the finer things in life. They have been busy for the past 2 days, and the team leader, who should have been busier than the rest of them, was actually flirting with girls, which made him feel a little resentful. Captain! Fei Lang shouted, and hurriedly ran up to the captain and the two beautiful female teachers. He saluted the three of them. What's wrong? Captain Long Xiang, codename, frowned, as if he was a little displeased. Captain, can you ask the two teachers in front of you to excuse me for a moment? Fei Lang gave Long Xiang a wink, indicating that there was something important to report. Yunchen, why don't you guys chat first? We'll excuse ourselves for a while. Xia Yanran spoke up. It's fine, Yanran. Just listen. After he finished speaking to Xia Yanran, Long Xiang looked at Fei Lang and said, if there's anything, just say it. Teacher Yanran and Teacher Zhang Min are not outsiders. Not outsiders? So they're insiders? Fei Lang thought to himself as he recounted what had happened earlier, and also mentioned that Miao Yu had been carried to the infirmary. What? You say you fought with a child and were taught a lesson? Long Xiang did not first care about the fact that Miao Yu was being carried towards the infirmary, but instead asked about the thing he was most concerned about. Yes. Although Fei Lang was a little ashamed to admit it, he was in front of the team leader, and he had to answer the question, otherwise how could he ask someone else to deal with it? What is the student's name? Which school and class? Long Xiang asked. Freshman class 5 of Yensheng University, what's his name? I think I heard Xia Tian call him Su Chen. After hearing this name, Long Xiang just felt a little familiar. But Xia Yanran's face was particularly wonderful. When she heard Fei Lang say that the person who caused trouble was from their freshman year, her whole heart lifted up, wondering if it was the person she thought it was. As a result, when she really heard that it was Su Chen who beat the person and possibly turned him into an eunuch, she almost fainted. This bastard really dares to beat up anyone. What should I do? Xia Yanran was a little worried. What if Su Chen really kicked the instructor into becoming an eunuch and was sent to the punishment room? What would she do then? Go back to the Xia family? No, she doesn't want to go back, she doesn't want to be manipulated by the family alliance. So what should she do? Xia Yanran's head ached. After spending so many days together, although she always ignored Su Chen, it seemed that his figure had really and unknowingly entered her heart. It's not like she can just stand by and do nothing. Yanran, Yanran, Long Xiang called out. Xia Yanran was roused from her thoughts. What's wrong? Are you okay? Oh, let's get down to business. I've looked at the information your principal gave me about class 15. It's your class, so why don't you come with me to see what's going on? Okay. Xia Yanran nodded, and then looked at Zhang Min. You come with me. Okay. Zhang Min nodded, took Xia Yanran's hand, and comforted her along the way. They followed Long Xiang and Fei Lang and arrived at class 15. Walking into the crowd, they saw a few instructors from the summer season shaking their legs around Su Chen. Seeing the team leader appear, the instructors saluted one after the other, calling out, "Team leader." Well. Long Xiang nodded and looked at Su Chen. It's you. Su Chen looked at Xia Yanran, who was by his side, and always felt that she and the captain were a perfect match. He was just superfluous. He felt very uncomfortable, and he didn't know why. He had clearly said that he would no longer have feelings for her, but his heart still ached a little, and it was very stuffy. Well, it's me. Su Chen nodded and replied to Long Xiang, grinning with his big white teeth. Do you know what you've done? Long Xiang walked expressionlessly up to Su Chen, a full head taller than him. Su Chen didn't want to look up at him, so he reached out and pushed him 2 meters away. Chapter 35, Inflicting Internal Injuries on the Team Leader. Su Chen, what are you doing? Xia Yanran's eyebrows rose, glaring at Su Chen. Long Xiang was a little surprised. Good boy, you have a lot of strength, you must have been in the army. No, but I'm very good at fighting. Su Chen grinned. Oh, then show me a few moves. Long Xiang had heard about Su Chen's prowess from Fei Lang before, and for a moment, he was itching to try some moves himself. I'm afraid I'll kill you and make the teacher sad. Su Chen blared at Long Xiang and then looked at the goddess teacher standing not far away. You're joking, I really don't know where you get your confidence, and you're afraid of killing me. How about this, you fight me, if you can win, I'll pay for the medical expenses for Miaoyu and forget about the whole thing. Long Xiang saw that Su Chen, a student, was so arrogant and was immediately ready to teach him a lesson. What if I hurt you? Su Chen asked indifferently. You little brat, you really dare to say that, and hurt me? Long Xiang didn't believe at all that Su Chen had the strength to hurt him. He had studied in a special military camp, and Su Chen, an ordinary student, was just daydreaming to hurt him. I mean if. Su Chen glared at him, looking at his arrogant and complacent expression. Su Chen felt unhappy. If you can injure me, I won't care about anything else. Good. Su Chen nodded, then I'm not afraid of injuring you either, but don't worry, on the face of a certain teacher, I will definitely not kill you. Having said that, he glanced at Xia Yanran again, with a fire hidden in his heart. Long Xiang frowned. How could this kid be so inconsiderate? Not beating him to death on the face of a certain teacher was an insult and a contempt for his character. Okay, let's get started. Long Xiang waved his hands and made a fist to strike. Wait, Xia Yanran spoke up at this time to stop them. Yunshin, the kid doesn't know any better, don't fight. At the same time, she stepped forward in her high heels and stopped between Su Chen and Long Xiang. Yunshin, hearing Xia Yanran call another man so intimately. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling only that his heart was pierced by a needle. He didn't expect the teacher to even know the name of the team leader. It seems that they really do know each other, and he wasn't far off. He felt bad in his heart, and at the moment, he just wanted to punch the tall and handsome team leader to vent the anger in his heart. Teacher, it's none of your business what men do. Su Chen grabbed Xia Yanran's arm and pushed her towards Zhang Min. Teacher Zhang, take good care of my teacher and don't let her come over. Xia Yanran hadn't reacted yet, and she didn't expect Su Chen to push her like that. Looking into Su Chen's eyes, she saw jealousy in them and suddenly understood a little. This bastard is jealous of something, really. She was about to call a halt, but then thought that Du Yunshin, as an instructor, would not really do anything to Su Chen. Thinking of this, her uneasy heart was put at ease. She didn't say anything more. She thought to herself, it's good to let Su Chen be taught a lesson, so that he won't be so arrogant and keep causing her trouble. Captain, are you ready to take a beating? Hua, as soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The students just wanted to have a good time watching. But the instructors felt differently. They thought that Su Chen was too arrogant. Who is the team leader? He has served in the special forces, and in any army, he is the existence of the supreme soldier. Su Chen said that he wanted the team leader to be prepared to take the beating. He can't be serious. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chen is an 18-year-old student, Long Xiang would definitely beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself today. Okay, today I'll beat you to the point where you'll call me dad. Su Chen's fists clenched with a crunch, and with a sudden kick, his fists smashed towards Long Xiang's face. The thing he couldn't stand the most was Long Xiang's face, and perhaps it was because of this face that he had won Xia Yanran's favor, so today he would beat him until he was disfigured. Long Xiang swung his fist, and with a loud bang, Su Chen's arm was knocked off course, causing Su Chen to miss. Su Chen's arm felt a little numb. He was not wrong to call him the team leader, he was quite capable. But since the fight had already started, there was no turning back. The other fist also smashed towards Long Xiang's head. Long Xiang dodged and also punched out. Su Chen grabbed Long Xiang's arm and grinned, sneering. A mouthful of sputum was spat in Long Xiang's face. Long Xiang was dumbfounded, followed by anger. Damn it, this kid deserves to die. The group of instructors behind Xia Tian were also dumbfounded. How dare Su Chen spit in Long Xiang's face? Long Xiang usually cares about his face the most. A moment of silence, all the instructors were in silence for Su Chen. Some students in the ranks almost laughed out loud when they saw this scene, but they didn't dare. They just felt a little relieved in their hearts, and they didn't know how to describe the feeling of wanting to laugh but not daring to. Does anyone want to save them? Spitting in the face of an instructor during military training, Su Chen was doing something for the first time. Su Chen and Long Xiang next greeted each other with punches and kicks. Neither of them held back, especially Su Chen, who kept landing low blows on Long Xiang. Long Xiang was a soldier and would never use such shameless moves, so he was a bit frustrated. But Su Chen was really enjoying himself, and during the fight he did manage to land a few hits on Long Xiang's handsome face. That was the price he paid though, as he got a bit roughed up, with Long Xiang landing a couple of punches to his chest. Later on, both Long Xiang and Su Chen were really fired up. One punched, the other kicked, and they both ignored their defenses, just beating each other up, giving the feeling of two kids fighting on the street. In the end, Su Chen was sitting on Long Xiang's body, choking him and asking, "Do you admit defeat? If not, I'll break your neck. Don't you dare." Long Xiang glared at Su Chen angrily. "Damn it, you'll see if I dare or not." Seeing that Long Xiang was still arrogant, Su Chen immediately started to apply more pressure. "Okay, I give up." Long Xiang rolled his eyes and stopped struggling. He could see that this kid was crazy. He actually wanted to kill him. The kid really wasn't afraid of going to jail. It was nothing. Su Chen patted him on the face and stood up from him. As soon as he stood up, his whole body ached, but he endured it. He couldn't lose face in front of so many people. "Captain, are you okay?" Xia Tian rushed over and helped Long Xiang up. "I'm fine." Long Xiang also felt pain all over his body, but he was the biggest here, so it was fine to be beaten up by a student. If he screamed in pain, it would really be a shame. "Okay, let's get back to training, don't all stand around here," Long Xiang said with a stern face to the various instructors gathered here. "Captain, are you really okay?" Xiaolong looked at the large swollen area on Long Xiang's face and asked curiously while touching the same area on his own face. "I said I'm fine, so just go take care of your students. If they don't leave, they'll each do 500 push-ups." Long Xiang glared. "Oh, let's just go then. Let's disperse." Each of the male instructors had a gloating expression on their faces as they turned away. Usually, it was only Long Xiang who beat them up, but this time, it was rare to see Long Xiang get beaten up, and it was so satisfying. He just didn't know how things were going with Miaoyu, and he had to go check on him after the training was over. The remaining 4 teams of students were also led away by Knife Edge, Flying Wolf, and Blue Sky, taking 3 of them with them. In the end, only Miaoyu's team and Xia Tian's team were left. "Instructor, who are we training with?" a student from Miaoyu's team asked. "Xia Tian, you take them and train them for now." "Yes, Captain, but you?" Summer looked at the man in her arms, who was 4 years younger than her, and felt a little heartache. This Su Chen really doesn't know when to stop. What if this handsome face is disfigured? If Su Chen knew what she was thinking, she would definitely tell her that she was going to beat him up and disfigure him. Chapter 36, The Little King of Jealousy in East Asia. "I said, I'm fine, you train." The captain's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, and he wanted to get rid of everyone. "Yes." Xia Tian answered, got up, and went over to integrate the teams of freshmen Class 1 and Class 5 and Miaoyu. He walked away towards the training field. Once the place was completely empty, he began rubbing his body up and down, glaring angrily at Su Chen. "Ouch, kid, did you really have to be so harsh? What did I do to you? Spitting in my face is fine, but hitting me in the face? Don't you know that I make a living with my face? I can see that." Su Chen grinned, pleased with his beating. "Don't you feel any pain?" Long Xiang asked suspiciously. "It hurts." Su Chen nodded and answered honestly. "Then why didn't you scream?" "I can still hold back." Su Chen glanced at Xia Yanran and said to Long Xiang, "I'm leaving, I won't disturb you anymore." Saying that, Su Chen turned around with a bit of a lost feeling, not wanting to stay here for a while and see Xia Yanran and Long Xiang being affectionate. "Su Chen, you stop right there," Xia Yanran called out. Su Chen didn't listen. "If you want me to stop, I'll stop. Who are you to me?" He hobbled and started to move. "My physical fitness is still too poor," Su Chen muttered, but suddenly felt an arm around his own. Su Chen looked sideways and saw it was Xia Yanran, and suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking anymore? You weren't listening to your teacher and wanted to leave, but now that your teacher is supporting you, why aren't you moving again?" Xia Yanran looked at him with some annoyance. "Teacher, men and women are not supposed to be intimate with each other, don't you know that? Compared to me, the team leader needs you more," Su Chen said with some sadness, and then he broke away from Xia Yanran's hand. He really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman at the moment. "It's just that I slept with this woman once, so what's the big deal? She wants compensation, so I'll pay." His family is not poor, and he will not be like the original owner and be a toady to someone who doesn't like him. Thinking so, Suchen took even bigger steps and started walking step by step, enduring the pain. But suddenly, two more arms embraced Suchen's arm. Suchen looked and saw Xia Yanran again. He stopped walking again, feeling inexplicably irritated. Miss Xia, what do you want? I told you, men and women don't get close to each other. Do you want money or what? I'll give you whatever I can, just please don't feel sorry for me anymore. Xia Yanran looked at him and wanted to laugh. How could she feel sorry for you? You're my student, so I'm allowed to help you. Not anymore. I've decided to drop out of school after military training. Su Chen's face was resolute. Why? Xia Yanran stared at him sideways with her beautiful eyes wide open. Su Chen sniffed his nose, feeling a little blocked. No reason? Su Chen, look at me. Xia Yanran ordered. Su Chen didn't look, why should he? She wasn't his. Seeing that this kid was as stubborn as a mule, Xia Yanran suddenly laughed. Su Chen, you're not jealous, are you? Su Chen turned his head and looked at her. Jealous? Don't be ridiculous. Who am I jealous of? Who do I have to be jealous of? Mine. Xia Yanran looked at him with burning eyes. Su Chen was flustered, but pretended to be calm and shook his head. No. Xia Yanran looked straight at him. Aren't you responsible for me? What, do you want to avoid it now? Su Chen still shook his head. No, I don't want to avoid it, but I can see that you don't like me, you like the team leader. I don't want to hold you back, Miss Xia. So, in the future, you still don't need to feel sorry for me. After saying this, Su Chen felt like a burden had been lifted, and he felt a sense of relief. His face was a little bitter, and tears welled up in his eyes. He had wanted to leave quietly, but why did Xia Yanran have to open his wound? It really wasn't nice to make him feel so miserable. You're not me, how do you know that I don't like you, but rather the team leader? Xia Yanran stared very seriously at the handsome face in front of her, which was not handsome but was engraved in her heart. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He once again broke free of Xia Yanran's grasp, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said to her, Teacher, just don't ask. Anyway, I know that you don't like me. I know how much I'm worth. I'm not tall or handsome, and I'm not even in the same league as the team leader. And the 2 times I saw you, you were acting intimately with the team leader, So you're jealous, and you want to stay away from me and never see me again, Xia Yanran said. Su Chen nodded, looking at the face in front of him, and his heart ached a little. Xia Yanran said, Then I'll tell you, I don't like the team leader, so do you still want to leave me? No way, the team leader is tall and handsome, if you don't like him, who else would you like? I like him, I get jealous, I like someone who isn't tall and handsome, someone who takes advantage of me, someone who gets me into trouble. Who do you think that person is? You said it, is it me? Su Chen blinked his eyes and looked into Xia Yanran's eyes. Guess, Xia Yanran blinked her beautiful eyes a little funny. Su Chen thought about it and nodded, it should be me, after all, no one can cause you trouble like I can. You're a little self-aware, Xia Yanran poked Su Chen's forehead with a finger. If you like me, why did you try to get rid of me yesterday? Do you know that I only hit the instructor today because I was feeling so bad? Su Chen blared at her. Well, I didn't know, but now I do. You little East Asian jealous king, you even hit the instructor when you're jealous. Xia Yanran pinched Su Chen's nose with her jade hands. That's right, you haven't seen how fierce I am today. I'll beat 1, and I'll beat 2. Su Chen said with some pride, and even the pain in his body felt a little less. Well, I saw that you even beat up the captain. Xia Yanran rolled her eyes. Well, maybe I should go back and apologize to the captain now. Su Chen looked at Xia Yanran timidly like a child who had made a mistake. Doesn't it hurt? No, not at all. Ouch, teacher, don't press, it hurts. Su Chen was about to say that he was fine, but Xia Yanran pressed on his stomach, causing him to gasp in pain. It hurts, I can see that you're not hurt badly, let's go, the teacher has some ointment there, I'll put some on for you, it'll heal faster. No, ouch, it hurts, teacher, don't press, really. Su Chen still wanted to be brave, but Xia Yanran pressed on a sore spot again, and the pain made him gasp. Didn't you say it didn't hurt? Ha ha. Laughing all the way, Xia Yanran led Su Chen to the teacher's dormitory. Teacher, the facilities here are pretty good, unlike where we are, where 10 people sleep in one room and it's crowded. Su Chen sat in a chair and blinked as he looked around. Don't look around, this is the teacher's private quarters. If you dare to look around, I'll gouge out your eyes, Xia Yanran said. Oh, I won't look then. Su Chen closed his eyes. Xia Yanran smiled slightly, smeared the ointment she had found onto her hand, and asked, "Where does it hurt?" "I'll help you," she said. "Ah, that's not necessary, teacher. Why don't you just give me the ointment and I'll apply it myself when I go back?" Su Chen opened his eyes shyly. "Hurry up, lift up your shirt, tell me where it hurts, and I'll apply the ointment." "Oh." Su Chen lifted up his shirt, revealing patches of bruised skin. "Wow, you've got a pretty good figure, don't you? And abs, too." Su Chen looked skinny when he was wearing his shirt, but when it was lifted up, Xia Xianran could immediately see Su Chen's 8-pack abs. "I really can't tell, this little bastard has quite a bit going on, doesn't he? Without abs I can beat the captain. Ouch, teacher, it hurts, can you go easy? Ouch, please teacher, go easy." Su Chen's screams echoed as Xia Yanran applied the medicine to him roughly but tenderly. Chapter 37 Instructor, don't get too close to me. Men and women don't get close to each other. When it was all over, Su Chen looked at Xia Yanran with a sad expression and gritted his teeth, saying, "Teacher, you might as well let me put the medicine on myself. That's enough. No one else has had the chance to let me put it on them, and you're complaining about it." Xia Yanran washed her hands and put the ointment away. "This ointment is most useful for bruises. If you apply it today, you shouldn't feel much pain tomorrow." "Pish, it wasn't supposed to hurt in the first place?" "Sigh, I was wrong, teacher." Su Chen came out of Xia Yanran's dormitory with a smile on his face. Knowing what the teacher was thinking made him feel suddenly enlightened. Pish, so what if he's the team leader, so what if he's handsome, he's still not as charming as I am. Well, let's go see Instructor Miaoyu. Su Chen thought about it, and he almost kicked him out of commission, which seemed a bit excessive. Thinking this, Su Chen went all the way to the training ground, and every instructor who saw him gave him a strange look. This is the ruthless person who made the captain admit defeat. Instructor Xia. Su Chen looked around and found his team. When Xia turned his head and saw it was Su Chen, his face immediately turned dark. "What are you doing here?" "I want to ask how to get to the infirmary," Su Chen said. "Infirmary? What do you want in the infirmary?" Su Chen flashed a big white smile and said he wanted to apologize to Instructor Miaoyu. "Wow, this is the first time I've heard of the sun rising in the west. You're apologizing to Miaoyu?" Hearing Xia Tian's strange words, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had also beaten Xia Tian. Cough cough, coach, no one is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes. After being criticized by our homeroom teacher, I have deeply realized my mistake, so coach, just tell me where Instructor Miaoyu is, and I'll go see him." Su Chen's eyes were sincere. "Realized your mistake? Who believes it?" Xia Tian had grievances against Su Chen. Not only did he beat her up in the morning, he even beat their team leader. Su Chen can admit his mistake, and pigs can probably climb trees. Okay, old auntie, I won't ask you anymore, I'll go ask the other instructors." "What did you call me?" Xia Tian was a little angry again. How come this guy is so annoying? If I could, I would beat the hell out of him. "Old auntie, and I also know that you must like the captain." Su Chen flashed a big white smile. "What are you talking about? Don't blame me if you dare to say anything else." Hearing Su Chen speak his mind, Xia Tian became even more infuriated. I'm just talking nonsense, or are you afraid to admit it? We both know the truth." Su Chen gave a bright smile. He could tell today that among all the instructors, Xia Tian was the one who cared most about the captain's injuries. He didn't believe that she didn't have some other thoughts about the captain. Xia Tian. Xia Tian walked 2 steps towards him, and Su Chen hurriedly took 2 steps back. "Hey, instructor, don't get too close to me, men and women should keep their hands off each other." Hearing this, Xia Tian gritted her teeth in anger. This guy, he's not qualified to say that men and women should keep their hands off each other. Who pounded her chest today, and who slammed their body onto the ground with the blue sky above them? "I'll tell you where the infirmary is, just don't say anything else, got it?" Xia Tian's eyes threatened. "Okay, clear, understood." Su Chen grinned. Xia Tian let out a sigh of relief and began to show him the way. "Go out of the training ground and turn right. At the first fork in the road, turn left. Walk for another 800 meters and you'll reach the infirmary. Remember?" "Yes, I remember." Instructor, bye-bye. Su Chen waved and smiled, then turned and walked away. Xia Tian gritted his teeth in the summer heat, but when he turned around to look at the freshman class 5, he had a stern face again. Whoever moved just now, squat for 10 more minutes. The students only felt their legs and feet go numb. Some of the students were a little envious of Su Chen. If only they had the strength to beat the instructor. Just look at Su Chen, how carefree he is, and look at yourself, sweating like a dog. Yi Qingcheng watched the back of Su Chen as he left her. This bastard, why didn't he take her with him and leave? Didn't he see that she was still suffering here? He obviously had such formidable strength, but in the past, he never showed it in front of her. It was simply too much. The fat guy also felt a bit desolate in the crowd. Su Chen had privileges, but he didn't even take his buddy with him. It was simply inhumane. In another group, when Song Yuqing saw that Su Chen could just run around whenever he wanted, she immediately reported it. Speak. Their instructor, Xiaolong, looked at her. Instructor, why can he leave the team at will? Song Yuqing pointed her finger at Su Chen, who was shaking his head and wandering around the training ground. Xiaolong looked at Su Chen and his mouth twitched. Then he looked at Song Yuqing again and shouted coldly, "You don't need to worry about him, just stand properly. Everyone else is already doing military squats, but our team can't even stand properly. Do you know why? It's because of people like you who are not focused. Do you understand? Now, add 10 minutes. As soon as Xiaolong's order sounded, everyone in his charge's first and second classes secretly blamed Song Yuqing in their hearts. I really don't know why you had to butt in for nothing. We were about to rest, and now, thanks to you butting in, we have to stand for another 10 minutes, and our feet are numb. Song Yuqing didn't know what others were thinking, but she was secretly resenting Su Chen at the moment. It was all because of this guy running around that she was punished to stand in military posture for another 10 minutes. Su Chen had no idea what Song Yuqing was thinking. He was in a good mood and had already arrived at the infirmary. As soon as he arrived, he saw Flying Wolf and Blade. Feng Wolf and Flying Wolf were startled and quickly assumed a defensive stance, looking tense. What are you doing here? Flying Wolf asked. Su Chen looked at the red claw marks on Flying Wolf's face and smiled sheepishly. Instructor Flying Wolf, I'm sorry, I was a bit too harsh in the morning sparring and scratched your face. Flying Wolf frowned. What do you mean? Are you here to laugh at me? Or to mock me? Su Chen waved his hand. No, I just came to apologize to you and Instructor Miao Yu. By the way, is the team leader here? I'd like to apologize to him as well. Fei Lang and Dao Feng were taken aback and looked at each other. Is this kid not feverish? Fei Lang asked. Is he stupid from being beaten by the team leader? Dao Feng asked, but then he shook his head. But that's not right, the team leader wasn't even stupid from being beaten, so how could this guy be? Chapter 38, Miao Yu and Blue Sky's relationship problems. Don't listen to things you shouldn't. Long Xiang, who had just come out, heard this and his face turned black. Fei Lang and Dao Feng, get ready for push-ups. Fei Lang and Dao Feng were both startled by the sound behind them. They turned their heads and saw it was the captain. They quickly saluted and replied, yes. Immediately afterwards, the two of them looked up from the prone position together and looked at Long Xiang. Captain, can we not do push-ups? What about one-handed push-ups? Long Xiang raised an eyebrow. No, don't do it. Let's just do normal push-ups. As soon as he heard about one-handed push-ups, Fei Lang hurriedly shook his head. Yes, we think normal push-ups are fine, we like push-ups. Blade also nodded in agreement. Long Xiang looked at him and nodded, then revealed an evil smile. Well, if you like it, 300. No one is allowed to get up until you finish. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Fei Lang hurriedly looked up at Long Xiang. Captain, you don't have to be so harsh, right? Long Xiang said indifferently. Fei Lang looked at Dao Feng with sharp eyes, hating him with clenched teeth. That expression was like saying, mind your own business. Dao Feng also secretly smiled bitterly, blaming his own mouth for talking nonsense. Looking at Flying Wolf, Blade said, what are you looking at? Let's do it, we can't hide anymore. Flying Wolf didn't say anything else, and supported himself as he began to rise and fall on the ground. Blade did the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 shouts of counting could be heard outside the infirmary. Long Xiang laughed, and instead of watching Blade and Flying Wolf, but turned back and glared at Su Chen angrily. Kid, what are you doing in the infirmary? You're not here to start another fight, are you? No, I came to see Instructor Miao Yu. Su Chen touched his nose and looked at Long Xiang's slightly asymmetrical handsome face, feeling slightly embarrassed. His originally flawless handsome face had been beaten into this state, and I'm afraid no one else could speak to him peacefully. Want to see the fish? Why? You've got a conscience. Long Xiang said mockingly, with his arms folded. Yes. Su Chen looked up at the sky and avoided looking at him. Long Xiang was silent for a moment, but then he pointed to a room. The fish is in room 205 over there. Go and see him first. When you're done, come see me. I need to talk to you. Oh. Su Chen nodded and walked inside, turning his back on Long Xiang. As he walked, he muttered to himself, the sides are not symmetrical. Maybe I should help him sometime. Luckily, Long Xiang didn't hear this, or he would have been furious. Su Chen walked to the door of room 205 and saw Miao Yu, who was lying on the bed eating a banana. There was also a female instructor, Lan Tian. Su Chen scratched his head slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and walked in. Instructor Miao Yu, Instructor Lan Tian, good morning. As soon as he saw him, Miao Yu's face turned black. Get out, it's morning, not early. Instructor Miao Yu, don't be so angry. I've come to say sorry to you. Su Chen flashed a white smile. Miao Yu glared at Su Chen's smug smile, took a deep breath, and really felt like enough was enough. How could Miao Yu not be angry? His family tree had almost been kicked off. If I'm not angry, I'm not resentful, then I'm a saint. Get out of here now, I don't want to see you. Miao Yu roared again. Oh, okay then. Su Chen nodded and was about to turn and leave. He had apologized as much as he needed to, and whether Miao Yu accepted it or not was none of his business. Since he didn't welcome him, he would just leave. However, as he reached the door, Su Chen suddenly stopped again. He turned his head and looked back, flashing his perfect white teeth. Instructor Miao Yu, you should thank me, because if it weren't for me, how could Instructor Blue Sky be here with you? If I'm not wrong, you like Instructor Blue Sky, right? Go ahead and confess, idiot. Leaving those words behind, Su Chen didn't hesitate, turned his head and quickly walked away. At the same time, he felt that he had done a good deed, and that by saying what he had said, he might have helped to bring the lovers together. He still remembered the look in Miao Yu's eyes when he had thrown Blue Sky to the ground, a look that wanted to kill him. If anyone said that he didn't have any feelings for Instructor Blue Sky, no one would believe it. Well, he had done a good deed, and not only should Miao Yu not resent him, he should thank him. Thinking this, Su Chen's mood unconsciously improved a bit. He hummed a little tune, feeling happy, I'm drunk. Miao Yu in the hospital ward didn't dare to get angry, because once he did, he felt a burning pain in his balls. When he met Blue Sky's questioning gaze, his eyes became a bit flustered and he looked away. Blue Sky, I'm not. Blue Sky. No need to say it, I know. Blue Sky smiled slightly and shook his head, indicating that he understood. Then you. Miao Yu looked at Blue Sky with some expectation in his eyes. He was thin-skinned, and if it were him, he was afraid that he would be afraid to confess to Blue Sky even now. But Su Chen Duo had already revealed his thoughts in front of Blue Sky, and if he didn't take the opportunity to ask something, it would be a great disservice to the current ambiguous atmosphere. Let's talk about emotional issues when you're better. You've never pursued me before, so it's impossible for you to win me over so quickly. Well, that's it. You should rest well and get better first. I'm going to take my students for training. After saying that, Blue Sky got up from the stool and turned to walk towards the door. She felt a headache coming on. She couldn't stand emotional issues the most. Miao Yu was not the only one at the Longyuan base who liked her. But these rough and tumble soldiers in the army may seem carefree, but none of them have the courage to tell her they love her. Not even Su Chen, who has a child. Whether her relationship with Miao Yu will work out depends on whether Miao Yu can satisfy her in the future. As Miao Yu watched the slowly disappearing back of Blue Sky, he became a little lost in his thoughts in the hospital room. He muttered to himself, does he like me? What does Blue Sky mean? Is he going to chase after her? How? Miao Yu's head was spinning with thoughts in the hospital room. And Su Chen, who had pierced the veil of secrecy, didn't care about the mess between Miao Yu and Blue Sky. He had already arrived at the spot where Fei Lang and Dao Feng were still doing push-ups. Of course, the team leader Long Xiang was also there. Why did you come out so soon? Long Xiang asked with a smile when he saw Su Chen. He told me to get lost. Su Chen showed his teeth and put his hands in his pockets. Oh, I understand. Long Xiang nodded. By the way, kid, your name is Su Chen, right? Su Chen nodded, showing a bright, sunny smile. That's right, Su Chen, as in make a wish, as in morning. I'm Su Chen, who is as handsome as Panin and more handsome than Jiaoanjuan. However, just as Su Chen was feeling smug, Fei Lang, who had just finished doing 300 push-ups, stood up and mocked him. Handsome, kid? I don't think you're even remotely handsome. You want a beating, don't you, Instructor Fei Lang? Su Chen's eyes slowly grew cold as he looked at him. Come on, I don't believe you still have the energy to fight. I saw you get a good beating from our team leader today. Fei Lang made a fighting stance, looking at Su Chen somewhat provocatively, as if he wanted revenge. Ha, come on then. Su Chen also stretched his sore muscles a little, clenched his fists, and couldn't wait to beat Fei Lang up again. Stop it all, this is a base, not an undisciplined downtown area. Fei Lang, if you still have the strength, I don't mind if you do 200 more push-ups. Long Xiang looked at Fei Lang with threatening eyes. Fei Lang met his cold gaze and immediately caved. Captain, I was wrong. Get out of here and train your team. Yes. Fei Lang said yes, pulled Knife Edge aside and ran out. Why are you dragging me? Knife Edge was speechless. He wanted to see what the captain and Su Chen were going to say. Let's go, do you want to do push-ups? Buddy, I'm just looking out for you, don't listen to anything you shouldn't. Fei Lang said this while dragging Jian Feng away. Chapter 39. Su Chen took advantage of Xia Yanran's happiness to confess his love to her. When the two left, Long Xiang stopped pretending. He covered his face in pain, glared at Su Chen and said, Kid, why were you so ruthless when you fought me? You even targeted my face, don't you know that I make a living with my face? Su Chen gnashed his teeth at him. I'm not happy to see you, who asked you to be so handsome? There's no discussion about beating you up. Damn it, is there anything wrong with being good-looking? The anger in Long Xiang's heart suddenly flared up. Cough, cough. At this time, Lan Tian passed by and coughed lightly. Long Xiang immediately changed to a solemn expression and looked at her and asked, Leaving? Well, go back and lead the team. As she said this, Lan Tian glared at Su Chen viciously. This kid doesn't know how to treat a lady, he didn't go easy on her. The fall still hurts her back, and she feels sure there is a bruise behind her back. Su Chen pretended not to see it and looked up at the sky. Instructor Lan Tian, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. Sorry? Is that all you can say? Lan Tian glared at him crossly. What do you want? Su Chen glanced at her obliquely. Let me fall you once. Lan Tian spoke coldly. Next time for sure. Let her fall on herself. Su Chen is not sick, so how could he possibly agree? Now that he was in pain all over, he might not be able to defeat this woman. First admit defeat and calm the woman's emotions. When is next time? Well. Su Chen rolled his eyes, made way for her, and gave a gesture of invitation. Instructor, you should go train the students. You'd better hurry. I'll tell you about this next time. Lan Tian glared at him angrily and walked past the path he had made way for. And as she walked out onto the deserted path, she suddenly shook her head and laughed. This kid is okay, but he's too young and a bit plain-looking, not suitable. Once Lan Tian had left, Su Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. He'd finally gotten rid of the woman. Kid, continuing from where we left off, is there anything wrong with being good-looking? Long Xiang glared at Su Chen angrily. Wrong, there's a big mistake. Who told you to keep pestering my woman? Su Chen looked fierce. You deserve a beating. Woman? Long Xiang was taken aback, and then reacted immediately. You mean Yan Ran? That's right, she's my woman. If you ever dare to lay a hand on her, I'll kill you. Su Chen threatened, his eyes cold. Fine, since you brought it up, I won't hide it anymore. I like Yan Ran, and I've been secretly in love with her for many years. You think I'll give up pursuing her just because you said a few words? No way. Having said this, Long Xiang sneered, and furthermore, when did Yan Ran become your woman? Haven't you looked in the mirror, kid? Don't you know how ordinary you are? With that, Su Chen swung his fist and smashed it into Long Xiang's face. Long Xiang had long been on his guard. As he watched the fist grow larger and larger, he also clenched his hand into a palm-style grip. The fist and palm collided, locked in a silent struggle, neither giving way. "Stop it, both of you." Just then, a cold voice came from the door of the infirmary. Both turned their heads at the same time. Su Chen and Long Xiang let go of their fists at the same time. Su Chen and Long Xiang let go of their fists at the same time. Su Chen and Long Xiang let go of their fists at the same time. Xia Yanran stepped forward in her high heels, grabbed the arms of the two men, and pulled them apart. "Su Chen, Yunchen, what are you doing?" Xia Yanran's face was cold. "Yanran, we weren't doing anything, I was just chatting with your student." Long Xiang's face changed quickly. As soon as he saw Xia Yanran, a smile immediately appeared on his face, but the movement caused the wound on his face to pull, so he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Xia Yanran glanced at him indifferently and then looked at Su Chen. Su Chen rolled his eyes and nodded. "Yes, teacher, I was chatting with the team leader." "Oh? What were you talking about? Come on, let me hear it." Xia Yanran gave a fake smile. Su Chen winked at Long Xiang, as if asking what we had been talking about. Long Xiang thought for a moment, then blurted out the question he had been meaning to ask. "Su Chen, have you ever thought about joining the army?" Su Chen was taken aback. "Join the army? No. Then do you plan to join the army? I can arrange it for you." Although Long Xiang and Su Chen had had a falling out, he felt that Su Chen was very suitable for the army and didn't want to let a talented person go. "No, I don't plan to." Su Chen shook his head and frowned a little at the same time, wondering what kind of trick the captain was playing. "Why? Joining the army is an extremely honorable thing to do. With your skills, you can even participate in the selection for special forces. If you join the army with me, your future will be limitless." Listen to Long Xiang's rambling. Su Chen quickly reached out to stop him. Stop talking. My teacher is still watching, and it's not very nice of you to poach her student in front of her." Long Xiang looked at Xia Yanran and saw that she was looking at him with a face of caution. He gave a wry smile and said, "Yanran, I really think that Su Chen is quite suitable for the army, so why don't you let me have him?" Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes were a little flared. "Do Yunchen, you're poaching my students?" Well, Yanran, our relationship is pretty good, right? You should let me have one of your students." "I forbid it. I was planning to come see you, but I didn't expect you to poach my students in front of me. Get as far away from me as you can." After Xia Yanran finished speaking, she grabbed Su Chen's arm and quickly walked away. Yanran." Long Xiang called out twice from behind, but Xia Yanran pulled Su Chen along even faster. Su Chen turned around and gave him a disdainful look before willingly letting himself be dragged away by his beautiful teacher. Long Xiang's face looked a little bad. The talented guy, the women he likes have all run away, what's going on? Hey, forget it, let's just heal the wound first. Forget about Su Chen and Yanran for now, we'll talk about it in a couple of days. Long Xiang finally sighed helplessly, limping back to the ward. On the other side, Su Chen, whose hand was being held by Xia Yanran, was feeling very pleased. But suddenly Xia Yanran shook off his hand and looked at him angrily. "Su Chen, be honest, what were you doing going to Du Yunchen?" Du Yunchen is the name of the team leader, teacher. Su Chen blinked. "Don't play dumb with me, answer my question." Xia Yanran looked at him coldly. "I didn't want to find him, I wanted to find Instructor Miaoyu. I went to apologize to him, and who knew I would run into Du Yunchen?" Su Chen weakly explained. "So how did your apology go?" Xia Yanran asked. "Instructor Miaoyu told me to get lost, but I helped him out with a little favor, so I don't think he'll blame me." "Helped with a little favor?" Xia Yanran was a little curious. "Well, it's about his life's big event. That guy is a pushover. He's afraid to say much when his sweetheart is right in front of him. When I left Instructor Miaoyu's room, I directly pointed out that he had a crush on Instructor Blue Sky. I think that's considered helping him out." Su Chen giggled. "Puff, you're such a smooth talker." Xia Yanran laughed directly. "Teacher, I actually like you too. Can you be my girlfriend?" Su Chen was a little shy. This was the first time in his past and present life that he had confessed to a girl. Even his sweaty fingers made him nervous. Chapter 40. Yi Qingcheng embellished the story of himself and Su Chen for Xia Tian, who was furious. Xia Yanran was stunned, and then she laughed lightly. "You're so beautiful, and you've never chased after me. I remember you saying that you've chased after Yi Qingcheng, so don't I need to chase after you? Xia Yanran threw a seductive look at him, making Su Chen's heart flutter. Well, then, teacher, you run, and I'll chase after you, how's that? Su Chen gave his suggestion. Don't think of finding an easy way. Xia Yanran rolled her eyes. Do I look that easy to chase? When we go back after military training, don't run away, and you have to chase me. Do you understand? Xia Yanran was naturally referring to Su Chen's remark that he was going to drop out of school. If she didn't mention it, she was really afraid that this bear cub would leave her and run away. Understood. Su Chen nodded happily, showing a bright smile. He would never run away, and he would never let such a pretty teacher fall into someone else's arms. After saying goodbye to Xia Yanran, Su Chen found class 5 of the freshman year at the entrance to the cafeteria. At this time, all the students were sitting at the entrance to the cafeteria resting. After standing in military posture and doing military squats all morning, their legs were tired and numb. At this moment, they didn't care if the floor was dirty or not, as long as they could sit down and rest. Good afternoon, everyone. Su Chen came walking with a big smile on his face, and everyone turned to look at him, including Xia Tian. However, because Xia Tian was there, no one in the group dared to speak. But when the students in freshman class 5 saw Su Chen for the first time, their eyes were full of envy and hatred. There was a special imbalance in their hearts. Why is it that they trained all morning and were exhausted, while they were dying? But Su Chen has been running around all morning, full of energy, and the instructor doesn't care. Why, what is the reason for this? Su Chen, didn't you go to see the fish? Why did you come back so soon? Xia Tian looked at Su Chen, who had walked up close, a little surprised. He told me to get lost. As soon as he mentioned the fish, Su Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Serves you right, who let you be so ruthless? Xia Tian sneered. You think I want to, who let this motherfucker hit my face, not beat him to death as I give you face? Su Chen said stubbornly. Cut, don't know the thought I have a lot of status in your heart. Xia Tian hate a little toothache. I don't know how this guy said such shameless words. Su Chen grinned and stopped talking. He walked into the line, patted Wu Hao on the shoulder, and said, Hey, fat boy, how's the training going? Have you lost any weight? Get lost, just get lost, it's annoying to see you. Wu Hao angrily shook off Su Chen's hand. Coincidentally, Yi Qingqing turned her face around and tugged on Su Chen's pant leg. Su Chen subconsciously tilted his head to look at her. Su Chen, when did you become so awesome, and how come I didn't know about it? Yi Qingqing asked. Does it matter to you when I became so awesome? Yi Daxiawa. Su Chen's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Su Chen, how can you speak to me in this tone now? Yi Qingqing's brows furrowed. Ha, if I don't speak to you in this tone, then what tone should I speak to you in? Su Chen asked with a cold smile. Just the gentle tone you used to use. You've been chasing after me for 10 years, I don't believe you'll give up our relationship so easily. Su Chen, do you want to apologize to me? How about if you apologize to me and I'll be your girlfriend? Yi Qingcheng raised her head and blinked, her forehead glistening with sweat as she looked particularly fresh and beautiful. Many students in freshman class 15 had heard about Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng's previous relationship. So when they heard Yi Qingcheng and Su Chen say these words, they all felt that Su Chen would definitely nod and agree, and then apologize to Yi Qingcheng, and they would have a beautiful love story. Summer didn't say anything, keeping one eye open and one eye closed, and just sat quietly on the stone slab eating melons. She didn't know about Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng's relationship. She was just wondering what kind of relationship Su Chen, a guy who didn't look handsome at all, had with Yi Qingcheng, the prettiest girl in the team? Childhood sweethearts? After pursuing her for 10 years, it's very likely that this is the case. She imagined what would happen next, thinking that a flower was about to be stuck on cow dung, but what happened next kind of shattered her worldview. Get lost. Su Chen coldly spat out one word, then took a step back, shaking off Yi Qingcheng's hand that was holding his trouser leg. His eyes were full of disgust. Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering why things were different from what they had expected. Yi Qingqing's eyes carried a hint of grievance, and she held back her tears. Why? Why? Why else? Because Su Chen is not the original owner. Just because the original owner likes Yi Qingqing doesn't mean he likes her. He prefers someone older than him, like the beautiful teacher Xia Yanran, who is quite good. Of course, another reason he doesn't like Yi Qingcheng is that this woman is too calculating, always trying to tease others and then slowly take what she wants. If it were the original owner, he would probably be begging to be with her and let her take everything from him. But as I said before, Su Chen is not the original owner, and what he dislikes most is this kind of calculating woman. There is no reason for it. Just stay away from me, and don't bother me again. After saying that, Su Chen turned his head and ran away. Everyone in the class stared at him, and they couldn't care less that the instructor was still there. They started talking loudly. Did he really run away? Holy shit, Yi Qingqing doesn't want the most beautiful school flower in the class. I give my brother Chen a thumbs up. Hey, does this mean that I have a chance to hug the school flower? A student said teasingly while watching Yi Qingqing. Shit, this shouldn't be the case. This is different from the script I originally thought of. Shouldn't Su Chen apologize to Yi Qingqing and then the two of them live a happy life together without shame? Why did this guy run away? He's useless even if you give him a chance. Yi Qingqing listened to the discussions of her classmates. Her face was ugly. She was about to cry, but she held back her tears because her pride would not allow her to cry. Yi Qingqing. Xia Tian called out. Yi Qingqing looked up and saw that it was the instructor calling her, and she hurriedly answered, "Coming. Come to me and tell me what happened between you and Su Chen." Xia Tian had heard from others, but in the end, she was a bit confused. It would be better to let Yi Qingqing, the host of the topic, tell her something. Yes. Yi Qingqing answered, then stood up with support from the ground, walked over to Xia Tian's side, sat on the stone slab, and began to embellish her story about her and Su Chen. She said that it was all Su Chen's fault, and that she had done nothing wrong. However, she spoke very quietly to Xia Tian so that her classmates, who knew the truth, would not hear. After hearing everything, Xia Tian's face was already extremely angry. How could this be? This scumbag really is something. Her outburst startled everyone. The students in freshman class 15 didn't know what Yi Qingqing and the instructor had talked about that had made the instructor so angry. But they guessed it must have something to do with Su Chen. After all, there was no one else worth their heated discussion except Su Chen. If that's the case, the scumbag, the instructor must have been scolding Su Chen, right? Later, after the anger had subsided, Xia Tian gently hugged the poor girl Yi Qingqing and comforted her. "Qingqing, cry if you want to. That bastard Su Chen is not a good match for you, okay? You're still young now, but there will be plenty of guys out there who are right for you. Don't hang yourself on Su Chen, okay? You're so pretty, you won't have to worry about not having any guys like you. Sometimes, if you change guys, you'll realize how ordinary Su Chen is. He's not tall or handsome, so it's him who doesn't deserve you, you know?" Yi Qingqing nodded. She also felt that it was Su Chen who didn't deserve her.